Hello, good morning, everyone. It is so great to see you here. We'll get the program going. And I want to begin by thanking you for being part of this Law and the Boundary Waters Legal Conference. I'm Chris Knopp, and I have the great honor of serving as Executive Director of Friends of the Boundary Waters. Friends of the Boundary Waters was founded 50 years ago. In fact, it was on May 7th, 1976. So in just a couple of weeks, we'll be celebrating our actual 50th birthday. And we are proud to have led the fight to protect the boundary waters for this past half century. This is the first legal conference to focus exclusively on the many compelling and complex legal issues relating to the boundary waters. As we gather here today, the boundary waters and our effort to protect the boundary waters is literally headline news, as you know, and trending on social media. There are quite literally things going on in Washington, D.C. in the next hour that impact the future of the boundary waters. Over the course of this legal conference, we'll cover those legal issues that are in the headlines and much, much more. This legal conference is part of a series of special events that we are hosting this year as part of the celebration of our 50th anniversary. At the table in the back, we have information about our programs and events coming up. So please avail yourself to that table and get more information about the special events and programs that we have coming up over the next 12 months here. These events both reflect on our path, but also provide a path into the future going forward. Many people have made today's legal conference possible, and I want to spend a moment to thank all of them. First, I want to thank our donors who provide us with the generous financial support that sustains our work and enables us to bring this conference to you. I also want to thank our panelists, some of whom I see right before my eyes here, who are sharing their time, knowledge, and wisdom with us today. And I want to thank the University of St. Thomas School of Law for hosting this conference. I want to give a special shout out to Max Kiley, our legal director and general counsel, and Anna McDowell, a second-year student here at the law school, who is our legal clerk. They did the heavy lifting for the legal conference, and I want to thank Anna, Max, and all the people that made it possible. Everyone, let's give a round of applause for them. For millions of people, the boundary waters is a place of refuge and rejuvenation, a wilderness landscape of land and water of more than 1 million acres, of more than 1,000 lakes, nestled along the Canadian border, set apart from the demands of the modern world. A sacred place for spiritual reflection and connection to something greater than who we are individually. For our Anishinaabe brothers and sisters, the boundary waters has been part of their homelands and culture for centuries. And Anishinaabe people continue to have treaty rights to the boundary waters. For natural resources professionals, the boundary waters is part of the boreal forest that encircles the globe at the northern latitudes, a place where moose, wolves, Canada lynx, and black bear roam the landscape of red, white, jack pines, cedar and birch trees, tamarack and black spruce, a place where lake trout occupy the cold waters of deep lakes, a place where winter can still be experienced in the face of climate change. For others, the boundary waters has been an object of desire for exploitation. The timber, the water, the minerals have attracted prospectors, timber barons, and today foreign mining conglomerates who seek wealth from the natural resources of this landscape. Today's legal conference examines these diverse and at times competing interests and visions for the boundary waters. One could say that we are on a metaphorical canoe trip through the wilderness of legal issues surrounding the boundary waters. Our first session, or to continue with our canoe metaphor, our entry point for today's legal conference, reviews the legislative and litigation history of the boundary waters, beginning about a century ago in the 1930s and extending into the 1970s that led to the founding of our organization in 1976 and the passage of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act of 1978. Leading us down this part of our travels into the wilderness of the legal issues is Kevin Preschold. Kevin is the Conservation Director for Wilderness Watch, a national organization dedicated to protecting the system of wilderness areas across the country. Kevin was one of the founders of Friends of the Boundary Waters back in 1976, which, Kevin, maybe you were about 7 years old at the time, I guess, when you helped found the Friends then. Kevin is the author of the seminal book on the Boundary Waters called Troubled Waters, which chronicles the effort in the 1970s that led to the passage of the 1978 Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act. So it is my great pleasure to bring to you Kevin Preschel. Let's hear it for Kevin.
There you go. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chris. It's great to be here and great to see such a nice crowd here today. To understand where we are today, we really need to look back at this complex history of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness and how that history, going back over a century, has led to the laws and the situation that we have today. I'm going to go back to 1909, and that's when President Teddy Roosevelt established the Superior National Forest out of federal public lands that had been set aside earlier. It was not the entire Superior National Forest that we know today. For example, in this early designation by Roosevelt, the central Basswood Lake corridor that some of you may know was not included in the National Forest. But nonetheless, it was a significant step forward. The early years, I think, of the Superior National Forest were more of a caretaker situation by the U.S. Forest Service, the federal agency that has managed the Superior for all of these years. But in the 1920s, there was a big road building threat that arose. It was part of the national good roads movement to some extent that we saw all across the country. There were proposals to extend the Gunflint Trail, for example, all the way to where it is now, to build the Echo Trail, and perhaps most significantly for today's Boundary Waters, there was a proposal to build a road across kind of the heart of the Boundary Waters, roughly the same corridor that the Kakakabik hiking trail today crosses from. So it would have gone from Snowbank and Lake One eastward all the way across to join up with the Gunflint Trail. One of the slogans for that road building effort was "A road to every lake." And of course that would have been quite the undertaking for the area that has really over 1,000 lakes in it today. Conservationists with the Isaac Walton League of America that had just formed a year or two before that, and a group called the Superior National Forest Recreation Association organized to fight this road building threat. This went on for several years. They enlisted Aldo Leopold, who had recently moved from New Mexico to Madison, Wisconsin. The conservationists in Minnesota were urging the administration to designate the entire national forest as a wilderness, following Leopold's work in 1924 when he had convinced his superiors in the U.S. Forest Service to establish the Gila National Forest in New Mexico, which was the very first of these administratively designated wildernesses. Leopold told the Isaac Walton League rebels that they needed to be a little more practical, that the Forest Service would not designate the entire national forest. And this led in 1926 to the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, William Jardine, establishing the Superior Wilderness Area as it was initially called. He pledged that they would protect 1,000 square miles, or about 664,000 acres, without roads of any character. And that was really only the second administrative wilderness designation in the country, and the first by an official as high as the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. For decades, this distinguished the area later known as the Boundary Waters as the only wilderness to have been established by the Secretary of Agriculture. The others were done either by forest supervisors or by what we would now call regional foresters. I think initially those were called district foresters back in the 20s. Almost at the same time that this road building threat was underway, there was a huge fight going on another front. And this was the threat posed by this kind of timber baron millionaire named Edward Wellington Backus, who wanted to build a series of hydroelectric dams throughout the international border region that would have raised water levels in one case as high as 80 feet above the natural water levels, and would have flooded out shoreline timber, which he generously offered to log off before he flooded it. And this was before the International Joint Commission, a body that was set up by the 1909 treaty between the United States and Canada. This became kind of a classic David and Goliath fight. Backus had millions, even back in the 20s, a lot of money. And the conservationists were led by a fellow named Ernest Oberholzer, who formed a group called the Quetico Superior Council that organized to fight Backus's plans. Oberholzer lobbied in Congress, and in 1930 he succeeded in convincing Congress to pass the Shipstead-Newton-Nolan Act, the first of the 5 congressional acts dealing with the boundary waters. The Shipstead-Newton-Nolan Act really blocked Backus's plans because it prohibited the alteration of the natural water levels of the area, and it also prohibited logging within 400 feet of the shorelines, which, as you recall, Backus had generously offered to get rid of before he flooded them. This effectively blocked Backus, but the fight really continued for another 4 years until the International Joint Commission ruled against Backus's proposals in 1934. Jumping ahead to kind of the end of World War II, there was yet another threat that arose to the area, and this was fueled in part by the end of World War II and many of the returning pilots who had flown during the war. The float plane traffic skyrocketed in the area that by now was called the Superior Roadless Areas. Ely, according to some accounts, became the largest inland float plane base on the whole continent. There were flights that were flying people in to go fishing for the day. There were float planes that were flying in to bring supplies and customers to resorts that had been built on private inholdings deep within the boundary waters. There was, for example, a resort at Curtin Falls on Crooked Lake, between Crooked and Iron Lake. There were resorts, up to 20 resorts on Basswood Lake alone. There were resorts built on the west end of Seagull Lake. There was a resort being constructed on Kekakabik Lake. It was a major threat that really posed problems for trying to protect the area's wilderness characteristics and the solitude and the fishing. In 1948, the Forest Service issued a new management plan for the area, for the Superior Roadless Areas. it established for the first time a no-cut zone that protected 362 acres from logging. And it also, the Forest Service limited motorboats for the first time to where they had already become well established, so that they would not allow motorboat use further into the interior than they had already occurred. At the same time, again, there was efforts in Congress and in Washington, D.C. to try to block the threats posed by the floatplains and the development of these privately owned inholdings deep within the wilderness. Sigurd Olson, who many of you know of, led the lobbying effort in Washington, D.C., and a fellow named Bill McGee, who was with an organization then called Friends of the Wilderness, and he did a lot of the grassroots work, as well as people all across the country, worked to convince Congress to pass the Thai-Blatnick Act in 1948, and this provided funds to the Forest Service to purchase private inholdings inside the wilderness. And the following year, they succeeded in convincing President Harry Truman to establish an unprecedented airspace reservation above the superior roadless areas. This had never been done anywhere in the country for parks or wildernesses, and it prohibited flying of planes below 4,000 feet mean sea level, which means about 2,000 or 2,500 feet above the ground in northeastern Minnesota. So this effectively prohibited the landing of the floatplanes, and with the funds that the Forest Service then had available, it allowed the Forest Service to begin purchasing these private inholdings. Soon after that, conservationists across the country recognized that the protections that had been available to these wilderness areas, both within the U.S. Forest Service as well as in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, these were all administrative and could be changed. And there was no permanent protection really available, and they began to realize that what they really needed was federal statutory protection that would not allow a new forest supervisor or a regional forester to weaken protections for a wilderness area. And so starting in 1956 began the struggle to pass and enact the Wilderness Act. There were, of course, lots of Minnesota connections with that whole effort, including the fact that the lead Senate author in 1956 was Minnesota's Hubert Humphrey, who had become a friend of Sigurd Olson and Bill McGee, and who believed in wilderness conservation. Humphrey was a strong supporter of it, and agreed to Howard Zahniser, particularly of the Wilderness Society, who really is the one who wrote the Wilderness Act, to become the lead Senate sponsor. In 1958, the Forest Service also changed the name of the area from the Superior Roadless Areas to Boundary Waters Canoe Area. There was reluctance on the part of the Forest Service to include the name, the word wilderness in the new name, because in the way the Forest Service looked at it, the area was not a wilderness. There was some logging that still occurred and motorboat use, so it was sort of not really a wilderness. So that is why the name Boundary Waters Canoe Area was chosen at that time. After 8 years then, in 1964, Congress finally passed the Wilderness Act. That included the Boundary Waters Canoe Area as one of the original wildernesses in the newly formed National Wilderness Preservation System. It came at a price. however, because Section 4D5 of the Wilderness Act that passed included special language that singled out just the boundary waters to allow continued logging in the boundary waters, as well as continued motorboat use where it had become already established, sort of echoing that phrase from the 1948 plan. This resulted in the boundary waters was a wilderness in name, but not necessarily in management, and would lead to a number of challenges as time went on. One of the first litigation cases that challenged that status came in 1969, when a fellow named George St. Clair claimed ownership of some 30,000 acres of severed mineral ownership inside the boundary waters. This is a severed mineral ownership means that some entity or person could own the surface rights, but the mineral rights beneath that were owned by a different entity. St. Clair wanted to go into the boundary waters and announced that he was going to send in crews with heavy diamond drilling equipment to explore for minerals. He was going to send them into Howard Lake, kind of in the east end of the boundary waters in the Gabi-Mishigami area, for those of you who know that area. The Forest Service was opposed to this, but felt that the agency had no legal ability to block St. Clair. And then in 1969, then the Isaac Walton League of America stepped in again and sued St. Clair and the Forest Service and the state of Minnesota to block this mineral exploration. This was a case that went on for several years. And in 1973, Judge Philip Neville granted an injunction against the mineral exploration. And he, in his decision, he said, and I quote, "Mineral development, thus by its very definition, cannot take place in a wilderness, else it is no longer a wilderness area," end quote. George St. Clair appealed that decision, and the following year, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals reversed Neville's decision on procedural grounds, but left his substantive decision in place. The procedural grounds that the Eighth Circuit Court ruled on were that the Isaac Walton League had not waited for the Forest Service to authorize the exploration, but had sort of prematurely gone to court. At this point in 1974 then, things were in limbo, but George St. Clair had by that point in time died, and he personally was no longer around, although to this day those severed mineral rights are still privately owned within the boundary waters. And I think the Rendrag Corporation, headed by Mr. Gardner, owns most of those rights today. In 1971, some of you may recall, the Little Sioux fire burned in the boundary waters off the Echo Trail up into the Nina Moose Lake and Ram's Head Lake area. And following that fire, the Minnesota Public Interest Research Group discovered that there was salvage logging going on after that fire inside the wilderness. And that led to the first of the logging lawsuits trying to block logging inside the boundary waters. MPIRG filed suit in 1972 using this new statute called the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, which of course is old hat to us today, but was pretty brand new at the time. Chuck Dayton represented MPIRG in that lawsuit, and he had gotten connected with a Forest Service research ecologist by the name of Bud Heinzelman, who had been doing research in the boundary waters on the fire history and mapping the areas of unlogged forest. But Bud still worked for the Forest Service at that point. So Chuck arranged to subpoena him to act as to get him to the witness stand in the trial, and that successfully worked. And Bud was sort of the star witness of this trial before Judge Miles Lord. Miles Lord agreed with MPIRG and ordered the Forest Service to conduct an environmental impact statement on the logging inside the boundary waters, which the agency did, and in 1974 released the EIS and a new management plan for the boundary waters. But that plan called for continued logging inside the boundary waters. And so in 1974 then, MPIRG and the Sierra Club filed the second logging lawsuit, which again went before Judge Lord. Judge Lord granted a permanent injunction against the logging in 1975, but that injunction was overturned by the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals in 1976. So that left that issue also hanging. The snowmobile litigation was occurring kind of at the same time. That new management plan for the boundary waters in 1974 allowed continued snowmobile use inside the boundary waters, despite President Nixon's 1972 executive order that banned snowmobiles inside wildernesses. And so the environmentalists filed an administrative appeal. It went all the way up to the Secretary of Agriculture, Earl Butz. The Secretary claimed that he had discretion to decide whether or not snowmobiles would continue, and he said, I'm going to use this discretion to ban snowmobiles. There were a couple of cross-country ski groups that feared continual problems if the Forest Service had that discretion to allow or disallow snowmobiles. So those groups filed a lawsuit claiming that the Secretary really had no discretion, that the Nixon's executive order was pretty ironclad, and snowmobile interests also intervened in that litigation. In 1977 then, Judge Donald Alsop decided the case, saying he really ruled against both parties, both sets of parties in that litigation, saying that the Secretary of Agriculture did have discretion, but that his use of that discretion was not arbitrary and capricious. And Judge Alsop included a quote in his ruling: "It is unfortunate that the language of the Wilderness Act is such as to foster continual litigation." So at this time, there were all of these crises sort of combining at the same time, and it once again came to Congress to try to come up with a solution. In 1974, the longtime Congressman John Blatnick from the 8th Congressional District announced that he was not going to run for re-election, and his, they called him then administrative assistant, but really chief of staff, Jim Oberstar, ran for and was elected to that seat. But in the lame duck session after the election, there was an attempt to try to get the boundary waters added to the Eastern Areas Wilderness Act, which was nearing completion in Congress at the time. And Congressman Blatnick had agreed to support an end to logging inside the boundary waters through an amendment to the Eastern Areas Wilderness Act. But that was ultimately not successful. Jim Oberstar took office then in 1975. And in October of 1975, he introduced his first bill and his attempt to resolve the situation. Jim had become interested in the concept of a national recreation area and had gotten information from some of the federal agencies of where the national recreation area designation had been used elsewhere in the country. And what Jim's first bill tried to do then was to remove about 400,000 acres from the boundary waters as a wilderness and turn it into a national recreation area where motorboats and development and logging could occur. That was one way to try to approach it, but of course the environmental community was very upset and opposed to that approach. Never before had land like that been removed from the National Wilderness Preservation System. Bud Heinzelman and Chuck Dayton and others met with Jim Oberstar a number of times, trying to convince him to come up with a different approach. But Jim was pretty locked into that approach. The environmental community also had been talking with Congressman Don Fraser, who represented the 5th Congressional District here in the Twin Cities. And Don was a big wilderness supporter. He and R. Vaughn had gone to the Boundary Waters on their honeymoon, for example. And Don had expressed his willingness to support protection for the Boundary Waters. So as Chris mentioned a few minutes ago, on May 7th, of 1976, there was yet another meeting. There had been a series of meetings between kind of Duluth area environmentalists and Twin Cities area environmentalists meeting in the Hinckley area. And on May 7th, the group met again and decided to form the Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness to push for a pure wilderness bill. And Don Fraser, to my everlasting gratitude, was willing to introduce the pure wilderness bill, which was not an easy thing to do. He was stepping on Jim Oberstar's toes big time, and it was just sort of against the usual congressional courtesy that a member of the House did not introduce a bill dealing not with his or her district, but with somebody else's district. But Don, bless his heart, agreed to do it and felt that the national interests in protecting the boundary waters as a wilderness deserved a congressional vehicle. And so he introduced his Pure Wilderness Bill in 1976. His bill, this is a bit of an aside, but his bill also would have renamed the boundary waters to the Boundary Waters Wilderness to emphasize the fact that Congress, with his bill, would be kind of affirmatively saying the area is a wilderness and removing the ambiguity and the uncertainty of the area. And that is in part why the Friends named itself the Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness to match that new proposed name for the boundary waters in the Fraser bill. So to condense 2.5 years of fighting into a sentence, finally at the last minute, in October of 1978, Congress passed the 1978 Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act. This ended logging inside the boundary waters. The act tightly restricted mining inside the wilderness and established a mining protection area outside of the wilderness boundaries, mostly along the Echo Trail, Fernburg Road, and Gunflint Trail road corridors. The 78 law reduced the amount of motorboat use inside the wilderness from about 62% of the water surface area that had been open to motors, eventually down to about 21% after a number of phase-outs that occurred over time. The law essentially ended the snowmobile use inside the boundary waters with two short exceptions to allow access to Canadian properties. The act added about 75,000 acres to the boundary waters in about 20-some specific locations, places like the Hegman Lakes, which some of you, I'm sure, know the Hegman Lakes. That was one of the key additions, all of which were carefully mapped on Bud's USGS topographic maps that he carried with him everywhere. The act also phased out the towboats after 5 years, intended to phase out the truck portages after 5 years, and again, to emphasize that the area once and for all was wilderness, it renamed the area as the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. And that's not the end of the story, and we'll hear more during the rest of this day. So that's kind of how we got to 1978.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kevin. You can see in Kevin's presentation the interplay of lawsuits, legislation, and administrative action, and that'll be a theme as we go forward this morning here. We're now going to have a series of 3 sessions that kind of fast forward to April 16th here and address the issue of toxic copper nickel sulfide mining. We'll take a look at the sort of physical location, geology, and science and technical issues associated with that. Then we'll look at some of the litigation associated with the proposed copper nickel sulfide mines, and then we'll look at the legislative issues over the next hour and a half here or so. So I will move into my session here. And first, maybe to start off, how many of you have been to the Boundary Waters? Show of hands here. All right, wow. Boy, I think maybe I don't have to speak. Maybe I should just sit down and you can all go along with the program here. Well, it is so exciting to see that show of hands. And we had Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness work on behalf of all of you who love the Boundary Waters. And Kevin mentioned that we were founded at Toby's Diner in Hinckley, Minnesota on May 7th, 1976. And at the back table over here where my colleagues are, we are going to have a founder celebration breakfast on this May 7th, 2026 that you can attend for free. It'll be on May 7th, it's a Thursday from 10:30 to 12:30. So you can meet some of the founders there and look both at the past and the future. So consider that on the horizon of special events going forward here. So I am going to kind of maybe ground us or root us in sort of what we are as Minnesotans. And when we think of the heritage of Minnesota, really thinking about it from the water perspective. So we have over 1,000 lakes in the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. In fact, we have 11,842 lakes all across Minnesota. That's a trivia question. If you ever get asked at one of our trivia nights, that's how many lakes we have in Minnesota. We have Lake Superior, the greatest of the Great Lakes, holds 10% of the world's surface fresh water, and we are the headwaters of the Mississippi. And so when you think about the heritage of Minnesota, really think about that, and as we kind of go throughout the day, think about that clean water heritage. I brought a few props with me today to help me on this. And in fact, Ham's beer here. If you look at Ham's beer, I know it's kind of in the audience there, it's a little small, but it says, from the land of sky blue water. So, water is so much a part of our heritage that, in fact, we have it on this alcoholic beverage there that some of you that know me know I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and Great Lakes Brewing there has a beer can that commemorates the burning of the Cuyahoga River. So a bit of a different heritage basis there. So we are the land of sky blue water here in Minnesota. And kind of grounding you on the location that apparently all of you know, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness is over 1 million acres in the Arrowhead area, nestled along the Canadian border. And it is the most popular wilderness area in the country, and over 150,000 people each year visit the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. And all of you have seen it on the ground portaging between lake to lake. But when you see this aerial picture by the legendary photographer Jim Brandenburg, you just get that real sense of the interconnectivity of the water, and that when something happens in one lake, it affects a lake over here. It is just an interconnected ecosystem. And we take it for granted with our clean water heritage here, but much of the world does not have that clean water heritage. And all across our country and around the world, there are threats and shortages of clean water. I'll get a drink of clean water right now. I mean, we've seen it right now with the snow packed out west, and the high fire hazard. We've seen the drying up the Colorado River. In the Middle East, there's shortages all around there. In the lower part of the Mississippi River, we have water shortages there and the salinization of the lower part of that river. So clean water is that threat across our country and around the world, and we shouldn't take for granted what we're blessed with here in Minnesota. And before I kind of launch my canoe into the copper nickel sulfide mining technical issues, I want to talk a little bit about Friends of the Boundary Waters here, and you can understand our work in this space in the context of the fullness of what we do. We have 3 pillars of our programmatic work: wilderness, people, and community. And they are all interrelated. We protect the wilderness, we connect people to the wilderness, and we support the communities that are gateways to the Boundary Waters. And so for the wilderness protection, we're going to focus on one of the pillars of our work in that programmatic area, protecting the clean water from copper nickel sulfide mining. But we actually have 2 other areas. We've launched a climate change program here that we'll discuss a bit in the second half of in the afternoon here, where we are becoming the information hub for all research related to climate change affecting the boundary waters and greater Critical Superior ecosystem. So we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We understand that existential threat to the boundary waters from climate change. And throughout the history of our organization, we've been involved in conserving land at the edge of the boundary waters that's under threat of development and would erode the wilderness quality of the wilderness. And so right now, in the last 3 years, we have bought just under 500 acres at the edge of the boundary waters. We own 360 acres along the South Quishwe River, just about 2.5 miles from the proposed Twin Metals mine, and we own 80 acres on Snowbank Lake. And so we bought those for conservation purposes. We're in the process of developing a management plan for that. But that's another aspect. We recognize that if you have that development right at the edge, it's like having a resort in the boundary waters. You lose that wilderness character. And the people pillar, we connect through our No Boundaries to the Boundary Waters education program with 300 Minnesota students all across the state. From here in Minneapolis and St. Paul, throughout greater Minnesota, we have a team of educators that go into classrooms, provide field day experiences where we teach kids how to portage a canoe and use a compass and start a fire. And we get 200 of those students on wilderness canoe trips into the boundary waters. So through that program, we're growing the next generation of wilderness stewards. So that people part is very important for the long-term future. And then finally, on the community end, we realize that both the geographic and cultural cleavage that goes on here, between pro-clean water advocates and pro-mining advocates, the metro area and greater Minnesota. And we very much want to be part of that dialogue of breaking down that cleavage and finding points of connection. We have a beautiful office in downtown Ely where we have staff members that are part of the community and engaged with the communities. And we have a Boundary Waters is a backyard education program that we project throughout from that office. More than half the kids in Ely Public Schools have never been to the boundary waters. It's just an astounding fact. And so we've also added a staff person in Grand Marais. More than half the kids in Cook County Public Schools have never been to the boundary waters. It is just an incredible thing. Last year, we were able to get the entire 8th grade class in the Cook County Public Schools into the Boundary Waters. And so this is really understanding that divide between, my phone over there that people have and the outdoor world, extends throughout into greater Minnesota to Ely, Grand Marais, and the Fond du Lac Reservation as well. The Natural Resources Director there was saying, we have the same problem here on our reservation. And for the last 3 years, we've gotten 20 students from the Fond du Lac Reservation on those wilderness canoe trips. So that's how these interrelated programs work. And as we kind of launch into this copper nickel sulfide mining issue, to understand that, we have wilderness protection, connecting people to the wilderness, and supporting the communities that are gateways to the Boundary Waters. And these programs interrelate and reinforce one another. All right, copper nickel sulfide mining here. We have been at that as an organization trying to protect the Quetico Superior ecosystem from copper nickel sulfide mining since almost 20 years now. And I'm going to give it the geographic location where you can see the 3 proposed copper nickel sulfide mines in the state. There's the Twin Metals mine that's just south of Ely, about 10 miles south of Ely, and I know some of you have cabins not too far from that. Then about 10 miles or 12 miles southwest of that, there's the proposed Polymet mine that is just into the Lake Superior watershed. And there's actually a third sulfide mine that's proposed. It's primarily a nickel mine, and that's the Tamarack Talon mine. You can see it's further south yet, but it's all part of this complex here. So there are three proposed sulfide mines in Minnesota: Twin Metals, Polymet, and the Tamarack Talon mine. Now I'm going to kind of zoom in on this geography here related to the Boundary Waters and Lake Superior. And the Twin Metals mine, that's in the kind of lighter yellowish orange. That's right along Birch Lake and the South Coishwe River. And so it's a series of mineral rights and interests that extend along that shoreline and to the south. So the dark green areas is the wilderness area proper. And so kind of maybe you're thinking, okay, why are we worried about a proposed mine outside the wilderness area? Well, it's because the water flows into the wilderness. It flows that way. And for those of you that are my age, you remember all the no smoking sections in restaurants or airplanes. You know that the smoke never stayed in the smoking area. It always moved into the non-smoking area. Same thing here. The contamination from the proposed Twin Metals mine would not stay there. Would flow into the Boundary Waters. And then you can see, it's kind of tough to see, I know with the sun glare there, there's a watershed divide. The Rainy River watershed flows north, and then there's the Lake Superior watershed flowing south. And the Polymet mine flows south into Lake Superior, but there's a proposed expansion with another mining company called Teck. That's that dark red. And so the darker orange is Polymet, the darker red is Teck. They've entered into a joint venture. So that proposed mine now straddles the watershed. So it will both impact the Rainy River watershed and also impact the Lake Superior watershed. And then, maps are kind of sterile, so I'll try to give you more of an emotional connection to the site. So the Polymet site is in this vast wetland complex. It's these peat areas that are huge carbon sinks. And historically, this area was known as a 100-mile swamp. So it's a very swampy area with rich in peatlands and holds a lot of carbon. So you can just sort of see that landscape there as you look at that picture there. So Polymet would create a big hole in the ground. In fact, it would be the largest permitted destruction of wetlands in Minnesota's history. It'd be an open pit mine. And then they would create a lake, a 900-acre lake of toxic wastewater where they would put all the waste. So that's kind of the Polymet location here, kind of a beautiful wetland complex. You can just almost envision a moose kind of going through there. And now Twin Metals. When I say that, the Twin Metals site is nestled right along Birch Lake and the South Coishwe River. This is a photo I took when I was paddling right by it. So the Twin Metals mine would be right over that cliff. and they would create a mountain of waste just over that cliff there. So you can see this beautiful clean water, great fishing, wild rice beds are right there. So that's kind of giving the emotional connection to the geographic location. All right, now this is really interesting stuff here. So when we kind of think, okay, what is this kind of copper, vein that they're in nickel vein that they're going after? In our minds, we might have an image of like a coal vein, that native copper that you see there. That is not what is out there. What you have is the picture right below that. So the copper and nickel are disseminated throughout the rock formation. They're all through there. And so the copper and nickel, it's not like 50% of the rock. It's not like 25% of the rock. It's not 10% of the rock. It's not even 1% of the rock. The actual copper nickel in the rock is less than 1%. And to kind of illustrate that, I stole my grandson's marbles here for today's purposes. So here are 300 marbles in here. And then we have one marble here. So this is the actual copper and nickel that would be mined out of there. This one marble, all this is waste. All this is waste. So when they say, oh, you call it a sulfide mine, why are you worried about it? It's because we have all this waste that's part of it, and just a teeny tiny bit of copper and nickel. So keep that in mind. There's a whole lot of waste as far with this type of mining. And so what is going on here? What is the problem that we're worried about? Well, when that sulfide gets in contact with water and oxygen, you create sulfuric acid. That is the issue. And so we have a long history of taconite mining in Minnesota. That is not what we're talking about. We do not have a heritage of copper, nickel, sulfide mining in Minnesota. We have a heritage of clean water. And to illustrate the difference, I went into my collection of nails here. These nails represent taconite. And so when the water comes in contact with a ferrous mining operation, an iron mine, you don't have a problem with that sulfuric acid contamination. You can swim in an old iron pit. Maybe some of you have actually done that. You can swim in an old iron pit. That is not the case with copper nickel sulfide mining. To illustrate the difference there, kind of imagine. So you have all this waste. Again, it's 99+% waste. So you have all this waste. And for there we go. And as I mentioned, for the Polymet mine, you're creating a 900-acre lake of toxic wastewater. So here we go. This is that 900-acre lake of toxic wastewater that Polymet's going to create. This, if I don't spill it, is our iron pit. You can swim in an old iron pit. You cannot swim in Polymet's 900-acre lake of toxic wastewater. And so, okay, what's the engineering technology for it? Polymet would create an earthen dam as tall as the Statue of Liberty, and it would have to hold, and not this teeny tiny Statue of Liberty, the actual one. So this big tailings dam would have to hold this wastewater back for 500 years. Now, what could go wrong in 500 years? Lots could go wrong. And so I will see if this works. So Polymet had a particular geotechnical engineer help with this mine design. And I'll show you, it's going to click off right now. This same engineer certified the safety of this dam a month before what happened in Brazil here. So it collapsed, killing 250 people, causing northwards of $6 billion worth of damage. That is the same technology that is being used or proposed for this polymet mine. And it's not allowed in Brazil anymore, yet our state would have this go forward. And so with the sulfuric acid in the water, you kill the wild rice. The Fond du Lac Reservation is downstream from the proposed polymet mine. That wild rice bed you see there would be killed. When you have sulfate in the water, you metabolize the elemental mercury in the soil, it becomes methyl mercury, so you get mercury into the water. Already in Minnesota, you have 10% of the population in northeastern Minnesota that has elevated levels of mercury. This would exacerbate that problem with having that neurotoxin in the water system. So that is the polymet mine using this failed technology that would pollute primarily the Lake Superior watershed. Now I'm going to get into the Twin Metals mine because that's the one that's in the headlines right now. It's a little tough to see, but you saw that beautiful rocky shoreline next to the water, that lightish orange blob there. That is where that mountain of waste would be located. So it'd be right over that shore, and it's this blob of this mountain of waste. Twin Metals asserts that this is the modern approach to mining. Twin Metals would dig underneath the ground there and dig under the water and put half the waste back in the mine and the other half in this mountain of waste. So that's what it'd have there. And they use the cheerful, benign-sounding technology. They call it dry stacking. That's what they call it, dry stacking. And having spent my fair share of time at the beach, I know what happens if you have a sandcastle that's too dry. I've got my props here, so I have this little mermaid stuff on this, my grandkids' bucket. And so when you have a dry stack, if it's truly dry and you turn it upside down, as we all know at the beach, it doesn't stay together. It doesn't stay together. So it is not dry stacking. A dry stack cannot stay together. It cannot stay together. It is false advertising. What they have to do, what they actually have to do, and as we know with making sandcastles, it's best to have a level of saturation in the soil. So they have to maintain a level of saturation around 15% in order to keep this thing together. And in fact, to do it the best way, they need to approach the saturation zone as closely as possible in order to achieve the maximum compaction. Well, so they are really kind of at the edge of like, hey, if you go over that saturation zone, then the whole thing just falls apart. So it's a very technologically on the edge sort of thing. They assert that this quote unquote dry stacking method will actually be a zero water mine, that there will not be water leaving the mine premises. Okay, in the actual geotechnical report, it shows that there's going to be like 2.5 times the amount of water coming into the site than actually leaving the site. So the actual report does not explain how they're going to do that. But let's assume for argument's sake that they would be able to achieve a zero discharge waste pile for the 20 years of operation of the mine. What's going to happen in year 21, 25, 55, 105? Who's going to ensure that there's going to be a perfect zero balance of water? I mean, we know about, rain and snow events. It is literally a stack of sand that's going to fail. And so that is the blob, that light orange blob there, that is where they would put it. That is where they would put it. It is, you can just see, even with the glare of the sun there, how close it is to the water. You can literally walk to it in just a couple minutes from a campsite along that shoreline. And I'm going to get just a little wonky for a moment because there's actually something we in Minnesota can do right now to deal with Twin Metals. So this is a complicated map a little bit, but it's actually pretty simple. There are 3 types of properties that are involved in Twin Metals. There are mineral leases that involve federal land, and we'll talk a lot about that because that's what's what's going on in the Senate right now. There are state mineral leases, and then there are private mineral leases. So actually, Twin Metals, which is owned by a Chilean mining conglomerate, has leases that the state of Minnesota has given, and those are in blue there. So that's roughly the green ones are federal ones, the blue are state, and the other colors are private ones. And I'm going to draw your attention to this green one at the very lower end here. And so this is a 50-year lease between the state of Minnesota and Twin Metals, the Chilean mining conglomerate, that began in 1990. The lease provides that in year 36, that is this year in 2026, the state of Minnesota can cancel the lease if there's been no production. So, we sent a letter just a couple months ago to the Minnesota DNR commissioner asking her to cancel that mineral lease. We don't have to wait for what's happening this hour in Washington, D.C. We in Minnesota have agency and can begin that first step on that long road to preventing copper nickel sulfide mining on the shores of the South Quishie River and Birch Lake. And so, we have at our back table there, you can sign up for our communications and send a letter to Minnesota DNR commissioner. So this is very important. We have agency and control here in Minnesota to begin that road to stopping copper nickel sulfide mining. And I just want to kind of leave you with the thought of the type of actors that we're dealing with here. So Twin Metals is actually owned by the Chilean mining company called Antofagasta. It's owned by the wealthiest family in all of South America, the Lutzik family. Polymet is owned by Glencore, which is a huge mining conglomerate. And both these companies, Glencore and Antofagasta, have terrible corporate track records of corruption, pollution, bribery around the world. So when you're thinking about a toxic industry, that you'd want a good corporate citizen operating that. That is not the case here. So as we kind of go through this and look at the litigation and legislative history, understand that we do not have good corporate citizens. They're not even U.S. corporations that in which we'd be placing our trust. And we'll talk about this later, my colleagues, but our advocacy efforts are fourfold. They involve litigation, legislation, citizen action, and then we have an affiliate that does political action. And so we actually try to elect Boundary Waters champions so we can pass the legislation that we need to protect the boundary waters. And I invite all of you that are business owners or belong to a civic organization or church or synagogue or mosque to join our Clean Water Coalition. This is how we're creating a movement to protect clean water. So we want this movement to protect clean water is not about any one organization. It's about creating this broader movement. And then finally, there are many ways to get involved with us. Our Citizen Action Network met last night to advocate. We meet twice a month, and I know some of them are here. Thank you, Lyle, for being at that. It's a people-based movement. And so I want to thank you for listening to this first part of this session involving copper nickel sulfide mining. We're going to push our canoe farther along that wilderness journey into the legal thicket here by looking at the litigation issues associated with copper nickel sulfide mining. And so I am going to welcome up, I see Steve there, Steve Safranski, and see is Kathrynn Hoffman here as well. So there we go. Kathrynn, thank you. Thank you for being here. And Max Kiley. I'll let them come up to the table here. So, all right. Thank you, guys. So we're now going to have a panel discussion of the litigation surrounding the proposed Polymet and Twin Metals copper nickel sulfide mines. Our panelists are Kathrynn Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer for the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy, and Steve Safranski, a partner at Robbins Kaplan, and Max Kiley, our legal director, is our moderator. I'll give a quick introduction for the MCA and Robbins Kaplan here. So the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy is our state's leading nonprofit organization advocating on behalf of Minnesota's air, land, and water. And MCA has represented Friends of the Boundary Waters in the PolyMet litigation. Kathrynn Hoffman is a graduate of the University of Minnesota School of Law and has been involved in the PolyMet litigation since she began at MCA 15 years ago. And Steve Safranski is an avid Boundary Waters angler. You can see his posts on Facebook with enormous fish in his hands there. And he's served on the Friends Board of Directors. Robbins Kaplan has represented Friends of the Boundary Waters in the Twin Meadows litigation. So thank you so much. I'm now going to kick it over to Max Kiley and our panel here. So let's give him a big hand.
All right. So we're going to start out with Kathrynn Hoffman, who's going to give a brief overview of PolyMet and past litigation, and then we'll move to Steve Safranski for Twin Meadows, and then we'll do some moderated questions from me.
All right. Well, thanks, Max, and thanks, Chris, for the introduction. It's fun to be here with you all today. All right. So this slide, as it turns out, is repetitive because I didn't see Chris's slide, but you all have seen this already. These are the 3 proposed copper nickel mines, and I just want to orient you a little bit to the watersheds. And so Twin Meadows in the Boundary Waters watershed, PolyMet right on the border, but on the Lake Superior side, and then Talon, which is down in the Mississippi River watershed. I'm going to focus on PolyMet, and the reason for that is because probably most people here know that PolyMet, their mining proposal was the first copper nickel or sulfide mine to get a permit in the state of Minnesota. And that happened in 2018, and my organization and Friends of the Boundary Waters and the Fond du Lac Band, Water Legacy, other groups engaged in litigation. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that litigation so you all understand what happened and where we are today. And I should mention, part of the reason is that we're a statewide organization. We're not place-based the way, I mean, we are because we're place-based in Minnesota, but not a little different than Friends of the Boundary Waters. But the reason we focused on PolyMet is because it was the first. And that we felt as a legal organization, of course, we know that courts operate on precedent, but agencies also operate on precedent. And so we knew that whatever that first permit looked like, additional permits would be modeled after it. So it was important that the first permit issued to a sulfide mine in Minnesota had the highest possible environmental standards. So that's why we focused on PolyMet. Okay, so there were 4 major permits that were issued. The legal history of PolyMet goes back a lot further. Chris mentioned, I've been working on this for 15 years. I joined as a staff attorney in 2010, and PolyMet was the first file I was handed when I walked into the door at MCEA. And it wasn't new. Like, my predecessor had written a comment as early as 2004. So this permitting process went on for over a decade, from at least 2004 up to 2018 when the permit was issued. And there were various iterations of the environmental review document and so forth. But we didn't make it into court until 2018 after the permits were issued. So that's what I'm going to focus on. Okay, 4 major permits. The first one is the Clean Air Act. So this litigation doesn't have a whole lot to do with clean air. It actually has to do with the question of the mine plan. So the Clean Air Act permit for PolyMet was issued, and it's for their processing facility. There's dust and other emissions, heating elements, and so forth. But 9 days after the public comment period ended, PolyMet filed a document with the Canadian Securities Commission. And that document showed multiple mining scenarios. And it showed the scenario they had proposed to the state of Minnesota and was described in their Clean Air Act permit, among others. But then it had other scenarios too that were much bigger and much faster. And what we saw was that the profit margins on the mine they had proposed were razor thin for a mining operation, and that the other ones were way better. And so it seemed like PolyMet was saying one thing to the regulators and saying another thing to their investors. So we brought that back to the agency, and the agency said, we're really not interested. And so we appealed that permit to the Minnesota Court of Appeals on a theory called sham permitting, that essentially PolyMet was trying to, get their foot in the door with a smaller mine, but they weren't being forthright, shall we say, about their full mine plans. And so their permit was a sham, and it was allowing them to actually apply for a different permit under the Clean Air Act for smaller facilities. The Court of Appeals really liked this idea. This was a novel cause of action, by the way, under the Clean Air Act, and the Court of Appeals liked it. The Minnesota Supreme Court didn't, unfortunately. They reversed. They declined to uphold this novel cause of action under the Clean Air Act, but they did remand back to the agency under a state law question of whether PolyMet had fulfilled its duty of candor under state law. And the agency looked at that again, showed, in my opinion, shockingly little interest in what PolyMet was telling anybody in the world besides them. But on appeal, again, the Court of Appeals said, that's fine. We're okay with the agency sort of cabining what documents they look at. So that permit was ultimately upheld. The other ones get a little more interesting. All right, permit to mine. That is the primary permit issued to a mining operation of really any sort in Minnesota by DNR. And so this is where our sulfide mining specific rules, that's chapter 6132 of the Minnesota rules, really get applied. These rules were enacted in 1993, but not actually used until 2018 when the first permit was issued. I want to note something that probably a lot of you know, but that DNR is a dual mission agency. So what I mean by that is they have the mission of they have a duty both to promote mineral extraction and exploration and also to regulate mining. And that gets kind of messy and creates some problems for them, and I believe it created some problems for them in this case. So I'm going to skip to the Minnesota Supreme Court. All of these permits made multiple trips to Court of Appeals, Minnesota Supreme Court. We'll get to the chase though here. They found a few problems. The first one is that they said that the DNR should have held a contested case hearing on the question of how they're managing the mine waste. So there's a rule called the reactive mine waste rule that says you have to minimize how much air and water gets to the mine waste because of that problem that Chris talked about where it turns acidic. And they said, you haven't really, PolyMet had a strategy for this using some clay layers. The court said, you know what, you really don't have any studies that support this, and so we really do need a contested case hearing on whether you've met the law here. The court also said that PolyMet needed a term or an end date. That doesn't sound like that big a deal, right? You just put an end date on the permit, whatever. But actually, it is kind of a big deal because what the rule requires is that you have a closure plan and essentially a walkaway scenario, one in which you can the mine site is integrated into the natural environment again. Well, one thing we know about sulfide mining is it's very hard to get to a walkaway scenario. The pollution lasts for hundreds of years. And so this is kind of a sleeper issue. The DNR has not revisited this yet because the whole thing, the permitting process is basically stalled out at this point. But this is actually a pretty interesting legal issue, I think, that will matter for future mines, including twin metals. The court also had yes, I'm going to go to the NPDES permit for the next part. All right, so that's where the permit to mine sits. That went back to DNR. We did the contested case hearing. We won. The ALJ said, yep, this mine waste plan doesn't meet the law, but that's a recommendation to the DNR commissioner. They don't have to follow the ALJ, although it makes for a better appeal if they don't. But they haven't ruled on that because essentially at this point, PolyMet has sort of voluntarily stopped the whole thing while they rethink their mine plan because of all these court cases they lost. All right, NPDES permit. This is the Clean Water Act permit for the discharge of any pollutants. This is the one you probably heard the most about and has gotten the most attention because there are some big issues here. So as this has gone through the process, our EPA, which is Region 5 out of Chicago, they paid a ton of attention to PolyMet, which is great. And they paid a ton of attention because it would be the first sulfide mining operation to be permitted in Minnesota. And then we finally got to the end public comment period in 2018, early 2018, and something weird happened. EPA didn't put in a comment. And everyone's like, what's going on with that? We know they've been following it. Now it is 2018, it is the first Trump administration, so it's possible that there are some internal political things. But at least in the Trump administration, we know a lot of people still worked for EPA, which is unfortunately less true now. So we knew there were employees that wanted to comment. Ultimately, a memo was leaked by the EPA union on behalf of their employees that showed that EPA had a lot of comments, but they were asked to keep them out of the written record by the state, by our state, and by the Dayton administration, and that instead they were asked to read them over the phone. And they did so, and that there were, I believe, 4 PCA employees in the room, state employees. All of them destroyed their notes. That came out later. And it also came out that part of the reason the agency did that, our state agency, is because they wanted to avoid, quote unquote, bad press for the mine. Remember that dual role problem that I mentioned earlier? Yeah, that came up here. So fast forward to the Minnesota Supreme Court, they found that the agency had not taken a hard look at this permit and some of the problems, and that there was, evidence of that based on, for example, the way they treated these EPA comments. But also, notably, the permit had no WQ bells. A WQ bell, if you're not a Clean Water Act person, is a water quality-based effluent limit. So that's the pipe that comes out of the back of your facility, and it's a limit on the amount of pollution that could be in there. There were no limits on PolyMet's pipe coming out of their wastewater treatment facility. And WQ bells are really the heart of the Clean Water Act. It's how we enforce it. It's how we know if a facility is complying. And so that was another weird thing that the court said, you should probably take a hard look at this. There's also a really beautiful concurrence, and even if you're not a lawyer, you should absolutely go read it, by Justice McCaig, who is, by the way, the first enrolled band member to be appointed to a state Supreme Court in the United States, about really reprimanding the agency for their poor treatment and ignoring of tribal concerns and the potential impacts on the Fond du Lac Band reservation, which is downstream. Which brings us to the 404 permit and the last one. Okay, so the 404 permit, Chris mentioned, this is one of the biggest wetlands destruction projects in Minnesota history. And a 404 permit under the Clean Water Act is the permit you have to get if you want to destroy wetlands. And under the Clean Water Act, if you're a downstream state, you can raise concerns about an upstream facility. So let's say Iowa, is concerned about a discharge that Minnesota is making into the, Mississippi River, and they're concerned that it's going to violate Iowa's water quality standards. This is not a good example because I don't know how good Iowa's water quality standards are, but you get the idea. It's the downstream geography. And then once that happens, the EPA has to respond and make a ruling on whether they think that's true. And then there's some proceedings, kind of arbitration type proceedings that come after that. So the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa has treatment as a state under the Clean Water Act. So they issue their own permits, they have their own water quality standards, and in some cases those water quality standards are more stringent than the state of Minnesota, particularly on mercury. And so they raised this question of, hey, we're concerned about this upstream permit that you're issuing. And in that case, the EPA is supposed to make a ruling on whether they think that is a risk to Fond du Lac's waters. Well, instead, EPA did nothing. Radio silence. And the permit was issued. So Fond du Lac sued, saying, hey, EPA has to say something under the law. They can't just say nothing. And the court agreed. The federal district court agreed, and it went back. The permit was reversed because this issue was never addressed. Well, by then, it was after 2020. the Biden administration, we had a Biden administration EPA, and EPA at that point then recommended that the Army Corps should not reissue the permit. The Army Corps agreed, and in particular, they were very clear, there are no mitigations, no strategies available here that would actually assure that the water quality standards on the Fond du Lac Reservation would be respected. It was a very strong finding that I think will create some particular issues in the future if and when this permit ever gets reissued or revisited. Where are we at now? These permits, the NPDES, all three of these permits are basically stalled out. They're sitting at the agencies. It seems like PolyMet is redesigning things. It seems clear to me that they have to go back to the drawing board, that we'll need to do a new environmental review from the beginning. They will probably take the position, I'm going to make the bold prediction, that they don't have to, that they can make some minor amendments to their permits. We will disagree. That's probably our next fight. A couple just like big developments here is, of course, and Chris mentioned this joint venture with Tech. So now PolyMet has not only the mineral interests on the Lake Superior side, but also the mineral interests on the boundary water side. So looking at potentially a larger mine, bigger footprint, and more watersheds being affected. Two quick things I want to say about this litigation, just like as a person who lived through it all. The first one is that communications mattered a lot. So we did quite a bit of work, and this actually from 2013 to 2018, Friends of the Boundary Waters, MCA, and Conservation Minnesota had a campaign called Mining Truth that was designed to raise awareness and ultimately concern about sulfide mining, raise it from an Iron Range issue to a statewide issue, and from being sort of uncontroversial to controversial. Behold our success. It is, in fact, very controversial today. But I do think, when this actually went to the judges, it mattered a lot that the judges had heard multiple times about the risks of sulfide mining. It was sort of a fact in everyone's mind at that point that it was different than taconite mining, that it was riskier, that there's forever pollution. I think that really helped the judges be, a little bolder in their decisions to protect our water. Second thing is that it mattered that we brought multiple cases. This looks like a lot of litigation. It was. I had 5, maybe 6 full-time attorneys working on this case these cases for multiple years. The repeat visits to the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, I think, set up a dynamic where the court was seeing that the agencies were not taking these concerns serious enough. And the skepticism actually got more significant with each visit from the court. Overcoming agency deference is hard. Right? I mean, their courts are even after Chevron, right, which is a little less relevant at the state level, nevertheless, even the way that our courts are moving, their agency deference is a very natural posture for courts. And so to overcome that took, I think, these sort of multiple repeat cases and visits for the court to really understand how much the agencies had put their finger on the scale in favor of sulfide mining and to get us to the outcomes that we got.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You want that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Safranski, and I am the lead counsel for the Friends of the Boundary Waters in the case Twin Metals versus United States, which is pending at the DC Circuit right now. First, I just want to say thank you to Chris and Max for inviting me to be up here. I'm honored. And I'm really humbled to be representing the Friends and what I think is the most existential threat that the Boundary Waters has faced in my lifetime anyway. But the thing that's really surprised me about, The thing that's really surprised me about this litigation is that in 9 years of litigation, no court has ever had an opportunity to weigh in on any of the core environmental issues at the heart of this dispute. And that's in part because we aren't at the permitting stage yet. And we, in fact, had a unique opportunity to challenge the mining project based on 2 Twin Metals leases that the company needed to use for its mining plan to go forward. So this litigation ended up turning on what I would say is arcane issues of government contracting, federal mineral leasing, and procedural and APA issues, but hasn't yet gotten into the real environmental stuff. So this opportunity arose because Twin Metals is operating 2 mineral leases that were first issued by the Johnson administration in 1966. They gave Twin Metals' predecessor company basically a 20-year lease term followed by 10 renewal periods that gave Twin Metals a preferential right to renew. And the real issue came down to, what does that mean? Did the preferential right to renew give Twin Metals an automatic renewal of its leases every 10 years? Or was there any discretion by the Department of the Interior to decline to renew the lease? So in 2016, at the closing days of the Obama administration, the Solicitor General of the Interior Department, Hillary Tompkins, found that in fact the preferential right to renew implies that there is discretion and that the BLM did not have to renew the leases. And that was important because under the Weeks Act, which governs leases in the Superior National Forest, the BLM had to get the consent of the agency that was managing what's on the surface, the Forest Service, to consent to the renewal. So this decision sent the question to the Forest Service, will you consent to renew the Twin Metals lease? And this is in 2016. Well, the Forest Service did not consent. In the Tidwell letter, the Forest Service concluded that the inherent risk of sulfide ore mining, which Chris discussed a few minutes ago, in the same watershed as the boundary waters, was unacceptable because of the area's interconnected hydrology, because of the unique characteristics of the boundary waters, and really the potential for serious irreversible harm. So that, in effect, caused the mining leases to expire, and shortly thereafter, the Obama Forest Service applied for a mineral withdrawal in the Superior National Forest, which is what's being discussed in the Senate right now. I don't know if we have a vote yet, but I'm eager to find out. Okay. Maybe by the time I'm done, it'll be. And so they initiated a withdrawal study. So this is in 2016. So what happened here is this set the stage for what I would call a cycle of election-driven litigation. So you have, once the Trump administration comes into power, you have Twin Metals filing a lawsuit to challenge what the Obama administration had done. The Trump administration then comes in and tries to reverse it. Then the Friends of the Boundary Waters and other environmental groups sue. Then we have the Biden administration, and they try to undo what was done by the Trump 1, and now we're under the fourth cycle. So that's why 9 years of litigation has basically left us not quite at square one, but still pretty close to square one. And as a litigant, borrowing from Chris's canoe analogy, I feel like when the government's on your side, you're paddling downstream, things seem to fall into place, and when it's not, it's tough rowing. And if you're a government lawyer, we've been dealing with the same government lawyer through multiple administrations, it must feel like paddling in circles. So let's jump ahead to what happened during the first Trump administration. So the Trump administration's Interior Department had an acting solicitor named Daniel Giorgiani, who basically came in and corrected, in his view, the legal error of the Hillary Tompkins opinion, and found that actually Twin Metals has a non-discretionary right to renew, and the Forest Service's lack of consent is therefore irrelevant. And one thing I would say about the Tidwell letter, the Forest Service's non-consent letter, it's a really powerful statement about what's at stake in this case. It's 40 pages long, and to my knowledge, the Forest Service has never done anything to rescind it, to repudiate it. It's being disregarded right now, but it is, I think, a very important statement and something worth reading if you have the chance. So basically that results in the leases being renewed. But when they renewed the leases, they went even farther than just giving them another 10-year term. First of all, they did it without doing any sort of environmental impact statement, certainly on the no mining alternative, or comparing it to the no mining alternative. And they gave Twin Metals a renewal for quote unquote successive periods of 10 years. And what that meant, in effect, was that it was giving them a perpetual lease, because if they have a non-discretionary right to renew for successive 10 years periods, that essentially amounts to a perpetual lease. So this triggered 2 lawsuits by the Friends of the Boundary Waters and other environmental groups. And I want to just mention our coalition partners. We had the Northeastern Minnesotans for Wilderness, the Wilderness Society, the Center for Biological Diversity, the Isaac Walton League, and a whole collection of outfitters and other local businesses that make their living off of the boundary waters remaining wild and remaining pure. We drew Judge Trevor McFadden in the District of Columbia, District Court, and he basically ruled against us at the summary judgment stage. First, he found that, yes, the agency has this inherent authority to go back and revisit its previous decisions, as long as it gives a reasonable explanation and does it within a reasonable time, whatever that means. And then he deferred heavily to the agencies, to Mr. Giorgiani's interpretation of the leases. We think that was fundamentally erroneous because, and apart from whether Chevron or Loper-Bright deference should apply, the interpretation of these leases is a pure question of law that, that the court should have interpreted for itself. We appealed that case to the DC Circuit, and that appeal remained pending into the Biden administration. We filed a separate lawsuit on challenging the renewal themselves, basically challenging the manner in which the leases were renewed, the perpetual nature of the renewed lease, the lack of proper procedures under NEPA, and lack of an environmental impact statement. So I want to keep this going, though. So while that case was pending and while our appeal was pending, President Biden's administration came in and canceled the 2 Twin Metals leases. And this was DOJ Solicitor Anne Marie Bledsoe Downs issued an M opinion that found that the renewals were illegal in 3 respects. First, that BLM regulations prohibited non-discretionary renewals like the one that Twin Metals claimed it had a right to, and that the renewal document that actually was issued was in conflict with the BLM's standard lease renewal forms and therefore illegal. Second, that the BLM improperly bypassed the Forest Service's statutory consent authority. And third, there was an inadequate analysis under NEPA. After that happened, our appeal was dismissed as moot, which was just fine with us. And Judge McFadden's opinion was vacated, which means it's as if it was never issued, at least under how the courts interpret what vacatur means. And on top of that, the Biden administration, again, reinitiated and completed the withdrawal of 225,000 acres in the Superior National Forest from mineral exploration. Again, that's what the Senate is voting on rescinding right now. So it was Twin Metals' turn to sue. In 2022, they filed a lawsuit and also in DC District Court challenging the denial of its challenging the cancellation of its leases and also the denial of its applications for what are called preference right leases. Again, these are new additional leases that Twin Metals wanted to obtain that are within the area that had been just withdrawn from mineral leasing. The Friends and other groups, we intervened as defendants and we beat them. So in 2023, the district court dismissed the Twin Metals case, and there's something really interesting here. It dismissed the Twin Metals case challenging the cancellation of its leases, not on the merits, but for lack of jurisdiction. And the interesting thing is that that the district judge, Judge Cooper, agreed with our argument that Twin Metals' complaint about a canceled lease, that's really just a contract case. And under federal law, a claim based on a breach of contract actually belongs in the Court of Federal Claims, and the only remedy that Twin Metals could get is damages. I think over the long haul, this holding might prove significant because it means that if there's a future administration that has to cancel future leases, if Twin Metals wants, or some other mining company wants a remedy from that, it might get damages, but it doesn't necessarily get its mine. And for our clients, that's really important. It also affirmed the denial of the lease applications based on the withdrawal, and Twin Metals has since appealed, and that's the appeal that is currently pending. So we argued that appeal on January 13th of 2025, about a week before the inauguration. The DC Circuit, until that point, had been, no, we're not going to stay this case. We're going to go forward with the argument. We don't care if there's a new president coming in. So we argued it, and then on day one of the Trump administration, the Trump 2 administration, the president issues his Unleashing American Energy executive order, followed by a similar executive order issued by Secretary Burgum, basically saying we're going to go back and look at every land use decision and every decision affecting mining because, for us, the number one priority is mineral production. We don't care what the cost is. And so based on that and the promise that they were going to be taking action that could, in some form or another, resuscitate the leases, the DC Circuit did, in fact, stay the case. And it's been stayed for over a year at this point. And then one step that the agency has taken was last summer, the Interior Department reinstated the Giorgiani opinion that had been basically revoked by the Bledsoe Downs opinion when she recommended canceling the leases. And one of the interesting things is that when they reinstated the Giorgiani opinion, the acting solicitor of the Interior Department, Kathryn McGregor, basically did it with a one-pager that said, well, we think the Giorgiani opinion was really great and very reasonable, and because the Bledsoe Downs opinion conflicts with that, we're going to revoke her opinion and basically let the leases be renewed at some point. But if you look at the Bledsoe Downs opinion, she's taking pains to say that her opinion actually takes Giorgiani's opinion as a given, and she finds that there are actually three other reasons for concluding that the renewed leases are illegal. And so this is, I think, a pretty big snafu by the administration, and certainly substantively wrong to say that there's some type of inherent conflict between the Bledsoe Downs cancellation opinion and Giorgiani's opinion. But we'll have to see how that plays out in a potential future case. So, as has been alluded to, we're now opening a new front in this war, which is with the Congressional Review Act that Congress is attempting to utilize to rescind the 225,000 acre mineral withdrawal. And what the Congressional Review Act does is it basically gives Congress, by a bare majority of both houses and signed by the president, the ability to disapprove of any quote-unquote rule of general applicability that was adopted by an administrative agency. And the Interior Department had come up with this idea this year, well, we're going to submit this 3-year-old public land order as a rule to be reviewed and potentially rescinded by Congress now that we have the majority. It's never, I would just say that the Congressional Review Act has never been used this way. It has never been used with respect to public land orders, and there does seem to be certainly some tension between the concept of a public land order deciding how a specific piece of land is going to be managed and what you would normally think of as a rule under the Administrative Procedure Act, which has general applicability and it's more like a regulation. So I guess we'll see how the vote comes out, but even if this is passed, I don't think you will have heard the last from us on this or any other matter involving this project.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Kathryn. First, I want to thank you both for being here today and for the wonderful legal representation on behalf of Friends and Minnesota's waters. To start, this is a CLE about the boundary waters. And Steve, you mentioned, it's been coming up on a decade, and Kathryn, 15 years. What's your personal connections to the boundary waters, and what keeps you motivated to keep fighting?
Well, I can start. So I didn't go to the boundary waters until I was almost 30 years old, but I have a boundary waters origin story. So I'm going to the University of Minnesota Law School across town, and I'm taking an environmental class. I grew up loving fishing and being somewhat interested in environmental law. I wasn't sure yet. And they had a guest lecturer, a guy named Chuck Dayton, who is a prominent lawyer in the Twin Cities, and I think one of the, I would say, founding fathers of the boundary waters as we know it today, based on his work in both litigating boundary waters issues and helping get the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act passed. He starts off with this slideshow of all these amazing pictures of this place I've never been, but I was thinking, and then he talks about the constant struggle that he was involved in to fight to keep this place wild, keep it natural. And I thought two things. One, when can I get up there and get into some of those walleyes? And then second, how can I want to get involved in this. So being the eager law student that I was, I went and scheduled an informational interview with him at his private law firm. And I was like, Mr. Dayton, wow, I'd really love to do what you do. How do you get a job representing the wilderness? And he's like, Steve, let me tell you, I actually do it pro bono. I have a regular job that pays the bills, and to me it was inspiring because that's what I'm doing. I'm like, I have a regular job, I have my other interests, but I am so excited to be able to fight for the boundary waters, which doesn't have a voice for itself. If people like everyone here, people who are members, donors, if we don't speak up, it's not gonna be the same boundary waters.
What is so funny is that my story also involves Chuck Dayton.
Wow.
Is Chuck here today? I was looking around. I didn't see him.
He's out of the country.
Oh, okay.
He would be.
Yes, I'm sure he would be. So my organization celebrated our 50th last year. Chris and I were sort of joking that it's basically the same group of people that founded both of our organizations, and Chuck's pretty central to that. So I also I grew up in Michigan and did not go to the Boundary Waters as a child, but when I started with MCA in 2010, I first came up to Ely in 2012, and that was a fundraiser that was hosted by Chuck Dayton at his place on Jasper Lake, which is just absolutely beautiful, and it's just one portage over from the Boundary Waters. And I was very nervous because I didn't feel like I knew that much about mining yet, and I was nervous about giving a talk about mining that was at a fundraiser for our organization. But it was a very lovely crowd. It was a beautiful evening on the shores of Jasper Lake. And I knew at that moment that this was a place I wanted to protect. It was just so magical up there. And that was really like the beginning of my journey coming to love the Boundary Waters. Today, my son, every year, he's 14, and for the past 3 years, he has gone up to Camp Voyager, which is on Farm Lake, if you know where that is, close to Jasper Lake, actually. And he spends a month in the Boundary Waters at Camp Voyager. And I get like letters, which is adorable, by the way, because most people don't get letters from their kids anymore, you know? And he goes and does Superior hiking trail and does like 7 and 8 day trips, which is just extraordinary. And he was absolutely livid to hear about the vote in the Senate this morning. So he's another reason we need to protect such a beautiful place.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, a common refrain we hear today amongst Republicans and conservative Democrats is that environmental review and permitting timelines are broken, right? And they need to be fixed and truncated. There's been a lot of wins for Twin Metals and PolyMet and some losses as well. Do we feel like this lengthy litigation process demonstrates that our judicial system is functioning as intended, or that the permitting and environmental review needs to be fixed?
I'd like to start off on that one, if you're okay.
Go ahead.
I have many opinions about this. So every year, my organization, in addition to litigation, we do lobbying. And every year we're fighting off these permitting reform bills that come from primarily the Chamber of Commerce. And this idea that permitting takes too long, that it's too complicated, that it's too easy to bring litigation has gained a lot of prominence in the last few years. I have some bones to pick with Ezra Klein, who wrote the book Abundance, that really pushes this idea that we just need to build more and faster, and that's most important. And it's not that there aren't, opportunities for improvement in regulatory processes. There always are. But most of these permitting reform strategies are built at the expense of public involvement. And they are designed to cut the public out of the process and to make it so that the industry or the project proposer's opinion and the agencies is the only one that matters, and not all of ours. And I think that is a real problem. The PolyMet process I mentioned, it was decades, right? 2004 was the earliest comment period I know of, didn't actually get its permit to 2018. It's often held up in the state as an example of why we need permitting reform. Look at this very long process, but consider what happened during that period of time. First of all, notably, in 2010, the first draft EIS was released. The EPA took one look at that and they labeled it inadequate, and they said you have to go back to the drawing board for a variety of reasons, but a big one was that there were clear violations of the Clean Water Act in the mine plan. They're basically going to let the mine sit after it closed until the mine pit overflowed and then flowed into nearby waters. That is a violation of the Clean Water Act. So the mine plan was not good, and it didn't respect our environmental laws, and that's why they had to go back. And ultimately, you can see in the litigation that I talked about all of the ways in which the science and the process were subverted. And so, yes, it's an outlier. And if you go talk to the agencies, they do reports every year to the legislature as a result of Chamber of Commerce legislation that's passed on whether or not they comply with the timelines. We've mandated timelines in state law. An EIS has to take 280 days. EAW has to take less, I can't remember the number. And 98% of their projects comply with all of these timelines. Our permitting is actually meets standards and is efficient and effective for the vast majority of projects. And when you have outlier projects like PolyMet, there is a reason.
That was really well said. The only thing I'd add to that is just my own philosophy. If we all agree, and even people in the industry agree, that you want projects to be properly vetted and steps taken to make sure that these projects are in the public interest, considering all the interests of the people in these areas, it's going to take time, and it should take the time it takes and not 1 second less.
Thank you. This one's for Steve. You'd mentioned, we've got some wins and losses with Twin Metals. one of the losses was Judge McFadden, who is a Republican appointee. One of the wins was Judge Cooper, who was an Obama appointee, right? Does it matter the political perspective of the judge in your perspective? And will that impact sort of this next wave of litigation?
Well, it certainly can. I mean, there's no question that different judges have different perspectives, different judicial philosophies. Judge McFadden has a Federalist Society background. He brings his own perspective, and so that it does matter. And we saw in the Twin Metals litigation that every subsequent case after Judge McFadden's opinion, Twin Metals tried to file a notice of related case saying, oh, this case should really be heard by Judge McFadden because it involves the same project. And that tactic hasn't worked. In fact, in the last case, the one that went to Judge Cooper, Judge McFadden himself decided, no, this is not a related case. This doesn't belong before me. This should go back to the wheel of random assignment. So I still have a lot of faith in the integrity of our judges and judicial system, but there's no getting around the fact that there are different philosophies and that forum shopping, judge shopping is an unfortunate part of litigation in the modern era.
Thank you for that. And in a matter of to save some time to catch back up, I'm just going to ask one more question to Kathrynn. A lot of these decisions, these decisions involve PolyMet. And in the last, 2 years ago, there's a joint venture between Glencore and Teck to create New Range Copper Nickel LLC. How does that impact, pending litigation, state litigation in the PolyMet matter?
Yeah. Good question. It's a big deal. As I mentioned, this mine is essentially stalled at the agencies, and because they lost the last round of litigation. And the next question, I think, that will be teed up probably is the question of whether the mine plan changes that PolyMet is going to be forced to propose as a result of their judicial losses are significant enough that they have to go back to a new EIS or a supplemental EIS, and what the scope of that will be, or if they can just try to sort of amend their permit and skip, not have to go back to the drawing board. And this PolyMet Teck joint venture, I believe, makes it much more likely that they will have to go back to the drawing board, because the scope of the mine and its potential, under an environmental impact statement, you're supposed to look at reasonably foreseeable scenarios for what the mine might look like. And maybe PolyMet could have made the argument before that the footprint of the mine that they wanted to build was the only reasonably foreseeable scenario. That is a heck of a lot harder when now you've got a joint venture with a bunch of new mineral interests on the other side of the Laurentian Divide. It seems very reasonably foreseeable that these would be combined into a single mine. That we're looking at a much larger mine plan with bigger impacts and different impacts, and it's probably going to, I think it really strengthens the legal argument that you really do have to go back to square one on the PolyMet proposal. So that is a fight I expect us, or maybe it's a conversation, but probably it's a fight, I expect us to have in the next 1 to 2 years. But honestly, it might be longer, because all of these changes in the administration, mines tend to look, they're looking at the horizon. They know it takes 10, 20, 25 years. These changes in administration are, they try to take advantage of them when they can, but it has actually a limited impact in some ways on mining operations, because you just can't build a mine in the United States or really anywhere in the world for the most part in 4 years. And so they're looking out, at a longer time horizon than this, and aren't necessarily, I don't know that they're necessarily going to try to rush to get it like before 2028. They may decide to sort of rebuild before then. But I would expect 2027 is a reasonable estimate of when we'll see this proposal resurface and start to have this conversation.
All right. Well, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy, you can just see what enormous work Steve and Robbins Kaplan and Kathrynn in the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy have done. It is truly humbling. They have literally devoted hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of legal services to this, and it is. Steve said he was humbled to work on behalf of Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. I am humbled by what Robbins Kaplan and the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy have done for us at Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness and everyone who loves the Boundary Waters. Let's give another round of applause for them. Well, we're going to move from litigation to legislation, and some of you are probably looking at your phones there. I don't know what happened yet. We will find out perhaps in this next session. We have Steve Schultz, the Government Relations Director of Friends of the Boundary Waters, who will talk about the legislation at the federal and state level surrounding the Boundary Waters. And we know that it is literally headline news today. Steve has over 25 years of experience in government relations work, and he is doing an incredible job leading our government relations and advocacy team, some of whom are in the back there. Please, again, we are a team here at the Friends. Please, in the breaks, acquaint yourself with the whole team. So it is my great honor to introduce Steve Schultz, our government relations director. Steve?
Thanks, everybody. I'm Steve Schultz, as Chris said, Government Relations Director. I've been in this position for about 2 years. Work a lot with my team back at the table, coordinating our work internally and directing that, and work a lot over at the state capitol and the U.S. Capitol, advocating for strong protections for the boundary waters. Also do a lot of work in coalition, so work with the Minnesota Environmental Partnership, Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy, Water Legacy, all these groups that are working to ensure that we have clean water across the state of Minnesota and protect it from these sulfide mines. So just a little brief overview. Maybe I think Chris might have had this map in his presentation, but that's the area that we're looking to protect. The little over 1 million acres of land, more than 20% of it fresh water, lakes, rivers, bogs, just beautiful area. More than 150,000 people visit every single year. It's the most visited wilderness area in the country, and that's why it's important for us to advocate for policies that will protect clean water and across the state, but especially here for the boundary waters too, because it's some of the cleanest water in the country. We have these four pillars under our wilderness program, and much of my work falls under the legislation, the citizen action, and political action. And it's even more important now for that political action. Folks have probably maybe seen on their phones, but unfortunately HJR 140 did just pass 50 to 49. So yes, that is not good. 2 Republicans flipped over to our side, but we needed 3 in this case because it seems like one of them didn't vote. I haven't seen the actual roll call, but so that is not the best situation, but it is also not the end of the world. We will continue to fight here at the state level and federally, and using that political action, electing Boundary Waters champions to make sure that we can reverse this and get some permanent protection in place for the Rainy River watershed at the federal level. And at the state level, we're looking at passing policies that will protect all of our water from these sulfide mines. So just this is what we're fighting for when we go over to the Capitol. I always like to, take in some of these pictures before I head over just to remind myself that, politics is a difficult game and it can get really dirty and it can be really stressful, as the last couple days have been, but this is what we're fighting for. Just all of the lakes and rivers, and you can get out there in the wintertime. Just make sure you wear your life jacket. I love this picture of the still water and the sky reflecting on the waters. And here's a couple of kids who are part of our No Boundaries to the Boundary Waters program, which gets kids who otherwise probably wouldn't be able to get up there, trained in how to be safe and get out on the water for a week in the wilderness. And this is what we're fighting against. Again, this orange blob, we don't want to see that anywhere in Minnesota, especially in the Rainy River watershed. Again, here's a couple of maps. I think we've already seen these, but that's kind of the path of pollution there from the Twin Metals mine. And as Chris said, it doesn't just stay in one place. It flows. All of this water is interconnected, either at the surface or under the ground. And we want to make sure that we don't see that big orange blob making its way into the wilderness area. I'm not sure if folks can see, but that area where it says shut down, that vote right now overturned that public land order or moratorium or ban or however you want to put it. So I guess for today it's still accurate, but pretty soon, unfortunately, that won't be shut down. Those leases eventually might be reinstated, and we'll continue our work both legally and over at the capitals to ensure that we get that shut down again. And I should say, much of my presentation was put together before the vote today, so I'm going to have to go a little bit on the fly because I wasn't expecting the bill to actually pass. But here's this. I'm not a scientist, political scientist at best, but this is the chemical reaction that takes place that causes that water pollution. In some cases, will be around for hundreds of years. So right now there is a 20-year mineral withdrawal. I guess it takes time to process the paperwork, but there is no mining on federal land in the Rainy River watershed, and we want to keep it that way. Again, Twin Metals site just over the cliff there. And so I'm going to get into a little bit of our work here, and this is where I might have to modify things a little bit, but our work at the federal level, we've got a few different things that we're working on. Since the 2024 election, most if not all of it is defense. And I've got a picture here of President Trump and Representative Stauber in the back of a limo hanging out, and they're working together to pass these bills. One of them, the HJR 140, just passed. The other one is HR 978, which would expand on that reversal of the moratorium and get into environmental review and judicial review as well, and reinstating those leases statutorily. So HJR 140 uses this has never been done before. The Congressional Review Act of 1996 was put in place when the Republicans were in charge of both the House and the Senate, and Bill Clinton was president, and they were looking for ways to balance the budget. And you recall there was that Balanced Budget Act, and part of that part of that whole package was this Congressional Review Act, which would allow Congresses to, within 60 days of the start of their congressional session, with a simple majority and expedited debate, overturn any rule that the previous administration had put in place. So it's basically a check to ensure that the administration and those agencies don't go farther than Congress intended with their statute that they passed. So again, this was for rules that were promulgated by the agencies, not land orders. So that is why this is novel. And again, I believe the number is 26 of these land orders that have been issued since 1996 that would now be subject to review again. And I'm guessing that there will be more introduced since this was successful, at least for now. And again, I'm not a lawyer either, but I assume there's probably going to be something that the lawyers can look at as far as challenging just the novel use of the Congressional Review Act, which has never been done. So as a rule, it was resubmitted to Congress, and with that simple vote and expedited debate, they were able to get this passed. policy like this you tend to need 60 votes in the Senate to end debate or have that cloture vote. And to do that, you need those 60 votes. Because of the Congressional Review Act, though, and that expedited debate, they were able to push this through with just 50 votes. Again, never been done before, and will affect other wilderness and natural areas as well. The big problem with this, we were expecting the Trump administration to reverse the moratorium eventually. They had already laid the groundwork for that by changing the M opinion from the Department of Interior. But what's especially bad about the Congressional Review Act is a future administration cannot do a similar action. So we won't be able to do this land withdrawal again because that's basically what the Congressional Review Act wanted. It wanted to stop the flip and flop. Like when Republicans here, they do this. Democrats here, they do that. So that is going to be an obstacle for us. We won't have this administrative tactic to use. We're going to have to, and I'm guessing we're all going to put our heads together and figure out if there's a novel approach that we can take in a couple of years when there's hopefully a different president in office. But this is a big setback for us. We were expecting the moratorium to get overturned, but we weren't expecting it to be overturned in future administrations as well. So what we were doing to stop HJR 140, we'll continue a lot of these tactics when it comes to the other legislation that we're working on. But just a little bit of background, the joint resolution was passed back in January. They need, under the Congressional Review Act, the Senate needs to act within 60 days, and we were really coming close to that time. We were thinking the clock would have run out next Friday. As soon as next Friday, maybe 2 Mondays from now. So that is unfortunate that they finally got around to dealing with this. We couldn't get them to procrastinate a little more, focus on one of President Trump's other priorities for another 10 days. But unfortunately, they did this yesterday. Most of the procedural votes were 51 to 49 yesterday to get it to get into that expedited debating situation in the Senate. And then again today, I haven't seen the roll call vote, but we think one Republican didn't vote, 2 switched to the Democratic side, which then made it 50 to 49. So Vice President J.D. Vance wasn't needed to call in to break a tie. So what are we going to do going forward? We've been building opposition in the Senate with the more moderate or traditionalist Republican senators, and I'm feeling like the tradition of the Senate is kind of falling to the wayside. There was a tradition that's been for decades, if not even longer. If the senator from the state where the policy is going to affect is opposed to something, the Senate wouldn't take it up. And both Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith were opposed to this bill. And if tradition meant anything, they wouldn't have passed this. And is moderation at all in DC anymore? There's still a few, but generally there isn't much of that. And then just kind of just the rule of law and the order of things in the Senate, using the Congressional Review Act in a way it's never been used before. So this was very unfortunate. I think all 3 of those things should have been playing in our favor, and unfortunately, when President Trump wants something, and he made a promise to Representative Stauber, he makes sure his folks get in line and vote the way that he wants them to. So we will continue our work to activate our Citizen Action Network, our supporters. We'll continue to send in emails, writing letters to the editor, all those different things that we can do to ensure that the people are keeping the pressure on our elected officials. Yes. Definitely, yes. And, again, not a lawyer, but I'm sure that our folks are putting their heads together right now and figuring out exactly what that plan will be and where we need to do it and all of that fun stuff. Yeah, sorry about that. The question was, is litigation one of those tactics that we can use? And it will be. So switching gears a little bit, unfortunately, 140 passed. This is still looming out there. This is Representative Stauber's other bill, H.R. 978. It was introduced last year at the beginning of session. Fortunately, has not been heard in committee because Representative Stauber's been trying to use other tactics where he doesn't need 60 votes in the Senate to get this passed, like putting it into the big beautiful bill last year, last summer. We were successful in getting that removed before it even made it to the Senate. It's also been put in the budget bill for this year. And then we had HJR 140. So why do we oppose it? Well, it reverses the 20-year ban on mining. It reinstates Twin Metals mining leases, requires environmental review in 18 months. And to kind of put that in perspective, Polymet's been in environmental review here in Minnesota for 18 years. And that is mainly because they just keep putting forward plans that don't meet our environmental laws, some of which aren't strong enough, in our opinion. We'd like to see them stronger. But, I mean, making something that has taken 18 years for Polymet and trying to squeeze it into an artificially determined 18-month period just does not make sense to us. And then this bill would also prohibit judicial review of the leases and environmental review. So it would cut off a lot of our litigation tactics that we might use if this were put into place. So what are we doing? Yes? That is a great question. I will get to it when we get to our state stuff. The question was, where are the unions in all of this? And I will get to that when we're talking about our state level work, because it's a little more of a issue here at the state level when it comes to us trying to advance our policies. So we do visits out to DC. We plan to do more of those this summer and fall. Our messages oppose H.R. 978 and support H.R. 588 or Senate Resolution 1366. 588 is Representative Betty McCollum's bill from over in St. Paul, and Senator Tina Smith is the chief sponsor of 1366. These are the Boundary Waters Pollution Prevention Act. Permanent Pollution Prevention Act. There's a lot of P's in there, but basically it would codify in law that we won't mine in the Rainy River watershed. We won't do any sulfide mining upstream from the boundary waters. Other work that we're doing at the federal level is watching some really bad ideas that have been coming out of the Senate and the House. You've maybe heard of the Borderlands Conservation Act. This would basically militarize the 100 miles from the northern border and the southern border. All of the boundary waters are within that 100 miles, so it could include things like building roads, bringing in boats, planes, building different barriers to stop people from crossing the border illegally. And again, this is just a front to get more roads in there, because once you've got these roads, it's like, hey, we don't want to waste that nice road. We should maybe start logging or maybe do some mining off those roads. So it is basically a little Trojan horse to try to get more development into the wilderness. And then opposing H.R. 4090, which has passed the House about a month and a half ago. And this bill enshrines those executive orders that the president made when he first started in his second term, that unleashing American energy order, I think it is, and much of this was incorporated into this bill. Thankfully for both of these, the previous slide, the Borderlands Conservation Act and H.R. 4090 all do require 60 votes in the Senate to pass, so because they're policy. So we seeing the vote today, 50 to 49, they clearly don't have enough votes to get these through the Senate, but we're going to keep our eye on them just in case something happens. They could also try to put these into another budget reconciliation bill if they need to do that again to get like the Department of Homeland Security's budget pushed through. And knowing Representative Stauber, he's persistent and he'll probably give that a try, at least to see what happens. So we will be on top of that in our meetings out in DC. So here at the state level, we consider the state as our last line of defense against the Trump administration and the Republican Congress that are pushing these ill-advised policies toward our clean water and the boundary waters. Here's again the PolyMet site, beautiful area. Why would we want to turn that into a big toxic dump? Our first bill is Prove It First. And to get to the unions, this is one of our more difficult policies where we're seeing many of the trade unions opposing us on this, whether it be in electoral work or over at the state capitol. We think Prove It First is very common sense, and we don't understand why anybody would be opposed to it. Most of the proponents for these mines say, oh, that's going to be great. Wouldn't you rather do it in America or in Minnesota where we have great laws? And no, this isn't going to pollute our water. Never. We have the best technology in the world, and we're going to do these modern model mines. If that's the case, then there shouldn't be a problem. The unions really want these jobs. They want the construction jobs to build the plants. They want the jobs, the few hundred jobs that'll be around for 10 to 20 years actually operating the mines. But mining isn't like it used to be. It isn't as labor intensive. It's a lot of robots now, and they have huge trucks that are 400 tons, and no one drives them. That probably used to be 200 jobs just from that one truck. So we don't think this is the right way to go. If we're really looking for jobs, we're looking for a good economy that's sustainable for the long term, not just for 10 to 20 years. We need to protect water, and we think Prove It First is one of the best ways to do that. And that is what it would do is would make it so we can't even start looking at permitting one of these mines. Let's stop wasting our money at the MPCA and the DNR. I mean, we've wasted millions of dollars trying to get these mines permitted. Let's cut that off. You prove that you can operate one of these mines for 10 years without polluting, and then close it for 10 years without polluting, and then we can start looking at permitting. And we don't think that that's possible. Again, perfect record of pollution. Sulfide mines always pollute. They don't have the technology to stop that, nor the will to spend the money, even if they did have the technology. We don't think Minnesota is a guinea pig, and that's why we think this is a great way to go. Wisconsin had this policy in place from 1997 to 2017, and during that time, no sulfide mines were permitted in Wisconsin because they couldn't prove it. It went away under Scott Walker, and now it is no longer the law of Wisconsin. So, and I know there are a few of these mines proposed over in northern Wisconsin as well. So no bad actors. Nick Cage isn't the only bad actor on this slide. We've also got Glencore, we've got Antofagasta, and we've got Rio Tinto, all of which are bad actors. Our bad actor bill basically says if you have more than $1 million in environmental fines or significant labor violations like repeated or neglectful violations, that again, you cannot get a permit in Minnesota. This kind of, again, goes back to the fact that they say they have the technology, they say they're going to keep our water clean, but their actions are different. Why invest millions of dollars in pollution control equipment when you can just pay a $50,000 fine or a $100,000 fine? And that is the way that these mines operate. There's an old saying in mining. I was a history major in a class at the U of M. The motto for mines is get in, get rich, and get out. And that's how it was in the Old West, and that's how it still is. They really don't care about our communities. They don't care about clean water. Their public relations departments say they do, but their actions definitely do not match their words. So we want to get the bad actor bill passed here at the state level. That'll keep these folks out, and we're actually getting some positive reactions from some Republicans as well. Right now, all of our support is just from DFLers here at the state level. We have no Republicans, but we're continuing to talk to them and continuing to show them the problems with these sulfide mines. And we really think this next policy, the Taxpayer Protection Act, is one that they should all get behind. And what this says is, again, if your model is get in, get rich, and get out, we need to make sure you put down a security deposit. And that's basically what this is $1 billion in cash or bonds to ensure that if anything does happen, we would at least have a little bit of money in the bank to start the cleanup. Many of these mines, these old mines, are Superfund sites where taxpayers are continuing to foot the bill to clean up the mess to ensure our health is protected, that we have clean water, and healthy ecosystems. So we think that all Republicans should get behind the Taxpayer Protection Act. And again, I'm working on that just about every day over at the state capitol, having these conversations. So a couple of things coming up if you want to get involved. Again, we're the government relations and advocacy team, so here's some ways that you can get engaged in our advocacy work. In 13 days, we have our next Citizen Action Network meeting. You can join us at our office in person or on Zoom if you would prefer that way. And again, this is where we learn a little bit and then we take action in some way, whether that be, calling senators, calling representatives, writing letters to the editor, calling your friends and family to have them call, doing other, maybe art projects if we've got a rally coming up and making signs and that sort of thing. So it is a way to get out some of that energy you might have when you're feeling down that the Senate is passing these horrible bills and it doesn't seem like at the state capitol we're getting anything good. I find getting involved and doing something not only takes your mind off the doom and gloom, but then you feel good that, hey, I'm doing something positive here. So that's a good way to get engaged. Our Clean Water Coalition, Chris mentioned in his speech earlier, we meet typically on the third Thursday of every month at 1 p.m. This month and next month, though, we have things going on, so it's actually the fourth Thursday. So join us next Thursday at 1 p.m. Well, actually, we have a guest speaker from Michigan who works in Upper Michigan. He's the executive director of a group called Protect the Porkies, which are the Porcupine Mountains, and there's a mine being proposed there as well that they're fighting against. So a way to kind of learn what are other states doing to stop these mines. And then finally, we would love you all to join us over at the state capitol next Wednesday at 10 a.m. We're having an Earth Day rally with Water Over Nickel and the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy. We're leading that, and then we're bringing in about another 10 environmental groups to mainly focus on clean water, but really what are they working on over at the Capitol or in our communities to make sure that we have clean water and a healthy ecosystem. So if you're interested in that, you can contact Betsy. All of our cards are back at the table back there. So if you ever have questions for me, my phone number and email is on there. Please grab one of my cards. And then I'll hold this up here a little bit. If folks are interested in joining the Citizen Action Network, we've got a QR code here. Again, a great place for you to make a difference. And we meet every other Wednesday for that. So appreciate y'all listening. If you have any questions, I think we have time for questions.
Yes.
All right.
Here,
I'll repeat that, yep. So is Canada doing anything? What can Canada do to help us in this fight, since much of the water will eventually make its way through Canada up to Hudson's Bay? So it's a kind of a difficult question. We have the International Joint Commission, the boundary waters. There are different boundary waters policies that are in place. Difficult to enforce many of those, at least in my experience with Great Lakes work in the past. The Canadian government generally is pro-extraction, so they do a lot of mining, and they take pride in that. That's where we get a lot of our minerals and our oil and that sort of thing from our neighbors there. And many Canadians don't. Most of the people who visit the Quetico are actually Americans going up there, so they maybe don't get as much pressure from their own constituents that, hey, you got to make sure that this mine down in Minnesota doesn't get through. Chris, would you have anything to add to that, or that? No. Yeah. Who's next? Anybody?
Other question? We have
Yeah, my name is Penny. I appreciate the invitation, and I really am fond of the boundary waters. I notice a lot of emphasis on Republican administration, and I'm not defending them, but what about Flint water crisis? I mean, that was under Democratic administration of Obama, so I think, like you said, it goes across administrations. It's the influence of the money the corporations place on those administrations, and I think we need to be careful about blaming it on one party or another, red, blue.
Definitely.
We're all in this together.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we're nonpartisan. We don't, side with one side over the other. In the current political landscape right now, though, especially here at the state level, it's pretty partisan, and it's hard to find those Republicans on an issue like this that's controversial, like sulfide mining. It's hard to find them to flip. But you raise a great point, because whether it's a Democratic administration or a Republican administration, we have a lot of problems with our agencies that are charged with protecting our health and our water and our communities that are kind of captured by polluters. The polluters have power over them, and it ends up, whether it be behind the scenes or the governor says, no, you got to do this, it ends up being that they don't take the actions that the law requires them to do. So we're part of a coalition called People Not Polluters. Last week we had a hearing at the Senate where they were talking about like wildlife management areas and timber harvesting there, and the HERC, the incinerator here in Minneapolis, and I'm forgetting the first one. Nitrate pollution. So agribusiness having their tentacles in the MPCA and making it so it's difficult for us to set clean drinking water standards, because that would affect corporate agriculture's profits. So you raise a great point. This isn't there's blame to go to both parties for sure.
As to prove it first,
Yes.
procedural question, prove it to whom and prove it how?
Yes, so it would require scientific review, and they would need to prove it to the DNR, and ultimately the governor as well, because the governor, hires and can fire the DNR commissioner.
We've been talking about mining. How about data centers?
Yes. That's a great question. Our work at Friends of the Boundary Waters doesn't focus as much on data centers, but data centers use a lot of water. They use a lot of energy, and they are very intensive. They have other things, like they have to have backup generators. So if the power goes down, you've got, for these hyperscale places, it can have up to 200 of these large diesel generators, because we can't have the internet go down, if the power goes out in Monticello or Hermantown. So they have to run those generators. They have to test them like every couple of weeks, and they start them all up, and it's loud and it pollutes diesel into the air. So there's definitely problems with data centers. Data centers require cold water. So looking into the future, we've already got this one proposed in Hermantown. Like eventually is Meta and Google and all those other companies going to be looking at that fresh cold water up north near the boundary waters? Current protections would make it so they couldn't be in the boundary waters, but could they be right next to the boundary waters, creating all that noise and sucking up all that groundwater and surface water? So we are definitely concerned about data centers, but we focus a lot of our primary legislative work on sulfide mining, because that is the most immediate threat for the boundary waters and clean water here in Minnesota. I should say we also work in coalition with the Minnesota Environmental Partnership, the Rise and Repair Alliance, and data centers are at the top of the list for there too. So we support those groups as well, and we want them to succeed.
I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the pushback that you're receiving on your policies and kind of what those arguments are.
Yeah.
Specifically too, when it comes to you're speaking to wanting clean drinking water, that should be non-controversial, that should be supported by everyone. So then leading into that, prove it first, I'm wondering why people would oppose that. And then I'm also wondering if these economic factors, which I guess we could discuss whether or not they actually have economic claims. But is it that the economic ideas that they have are speaking more to them than the drinking water?
I would say, one of the big arguments from Democrats who don't support Prove It First is we don't want to limit where we can get these critical minerals that we use for the green energy transition. One of our responses to that is specifically copper. The Trump administration made copper a critical mineral, and we throw away 70% of our copper in the United States. And I don't think anything that I consider critical would I throw away 70% of it. So that's kind of our response to that idea, that we need to have more of this copper and nickel to make batteries and different energy storage devices and help with that green energy transition. We think we have plenty of it, and we should maybe mine our landfills before we mine upstream from the boundary waters. That's one argument. Another argument is maybe a little bit more on the Republican side is, wouldn't it be better to do this in Minnesota where we have better regulations and we don't have child labor? And well, first off, it's a little disingenuous. We don't think that these multinational huge corporations actually care about these things, unfortunately. But that is a good point. But we still don't have the regulations that we need to stop pollution from sulfide mining. So we don't think that that's a great reason either. Those are just a couple off the top of my head.
The microphone will come over.
Hold up for the microphone. There you go.
Just curious, it occurs to me is there any connection with uranium or helium? Could you speak to that?
That is a good question. Excuse me. I don't know of any significant uranium deposits for twin metals and polymet. Helium, however, there has been a significant find of helium, both helium-3 and helium-4. I think it's southeast of Babbitt. They were actually doing, I believe, exploratory drilling for sulfide mining for copper, and then all of a sudden, whoosh, the helium starts coming out, and it sounded like a jet, and now they call it's the jet stream, Pulsar's jet stream project. So my understanding is it's a very highly concentrated amount of helium, one of the world class, from what I understand. There is no real regulations here in Minnesota right now, though, for gas exploration. So that's happening right now over at the state capitol. And we're working with a couple other groups on making sure that, so they say it's anywhere between 8 and 14% helium that's coming out of that hole. But what's the other, 86 to 92% of stuff? And there can be some bad, pollution in there, like radioactive material. I'm, again, not a scientist, but as our, elements break down into helium, I understand a lot of, there are radioactive elements that are also in there. So we want to ensure that that doesn't end up anywhere. And then I also understand that some of that water can be really salty, which can also be really bad for our fresh surface water and our groundwater. So we want to make sure that we're not a no group. We don't say no to everything. This does have potential. It's not a huge amount of jobs, but it could be upwards of 100 jobs, and the construction that would happen as well. We also need to worry about light pollution as being so close to the boundary waters, make sure that there aren't those problems, and then also noise. But the understanding is it wouldn't be that much noise either for that helium. So it's in process. We want to make sure that those protections are in place, written into law, into the rules that the DNR will be developing for this type of gas exploration. Another thing too would be hydrogen. Again, it's green hydrogen is a newer thing, but we want to make sure that if there are any types of these sorts of discoveries up there, that again we have these protections in place for gas exploration, that our water will be protected.
Another question here.
Hello, got a question back here.
This goes.
So,
Second.
Oh, we have a question in the back first. Please
Yeah.
go ahead.
are there any sites in Minnesota that are currently being mitigated for mine waste or other environmental reasons, either pending or in process that are taxpayer funded?
That are taxpayer funded? That is a really good question. I know there is a lot of mitigation happening around Birch Lake, the Dunka Pit. That's an old iron ore mine, doing testing. I'm not sure. I would assume that there is some tax dollars going into that. There's multiple ones around the state for other types of things. None of them for sulfide mining because it's never been done in Minnesota before, and we would like to keep it that way. Chris, do you have anything to add to that? Yeah, go ahead.
Tack on. And another aspect of your question is that in the PolyMet litigation, our state has been aligned with PolyMet's interest. And so the state of Minnesota has retained a private law firm to represent the state in this litigation. And so the state of Minnesota has quite literally spent millions of dollars in private law firms to essentially represent the interests of PolyMet in this litigation. So it's a bit of a permutation on your question, but we have significant state dollars being used to pay outside lawyers to effectively defend the interest of PolyMet. Yes.
Okay, so my question goes back to the notion of proving it. So what evidence, if any, have they provided that they will have a certain number of jobs that are good paying jobs, let's say, in the region as a result of the construction and operation of this mine?
Sure. And I'll start and I'll have you tag on there. They have not made any guarantees with respect to the actual number of jobs. They have not made guarantees that they would necessarily be union jobs. And so there are not those guarantees out there. It's as ephemeral as the assertions that there would not be pollution. So this is, it is playing on people's legitimate fears and legitimate desires to have economic security, and offering a fantasy of that. There. Before lunchtime, I've been debating whether to do this, but on this topic of legislation, I would kind of let you behind the curtain a little bit and ask you to keep something under your hat right now because it might hurt us, but there may be a time in 2 weeks where I really need you. There has not been a hearing on copper nickel sulfide mining here in Minnesota on the threats since 2009. So we talked about the issue of the bipartisan challenge. We have that. It's sort of a bipartisan challenge not to have even a hearing on this topic. So for the last 3 years, including on March 25th of this year, we had our own hearing, a public hearing. And many of you, I think, were at that. And we had over 200 people to hear about the issues around copper nickel sulfide mining. If we couldn't have a legislative hearing, we'd have our own public hearing at the Capitol to get these issues out there. And it was so gratifying to have all this energy out there of people that cared about it, and this pent-up demand for having our legislature to serve as a civic forum. We were as a result of that hearing, we received a phone call yesterday, or on Tuesday. So, as you may have seen, our No Boundaries to the Boundary Waters education program, those inspiring photos of kids getting out there, is such a success. And it's perhaps about 8% of our budget or so, but it's significant, but not in entirety. We get some state funding through the state lottery proceeds. We get a state grant through there that helps fund that part of the program. And there's a big package of funding projects that get these lottery proceeds that go through the legislature and that are signed by the governor. And so we have a Senate version and a House version. And my apologies, I'm going to ask, you're sworn to secrecy right now, because secrecy is really important right now. The phone call was, well, you know what? We have a tie in the Minnesota House right now. Same number of Republicans, same number of Democrats. And in order to get this funding bill through the House this afternoon at 1:30, our project is going to be taken out of the funding bill. That is the compromise. That is the bipartisanship of the Democrats and Republicans in the Minnesota House right now. That, in other words, is that they would rather put our 3,000 Minnesota students under the bus, so to speak, in favor of a Chilean mining conglomerate. Now, we no longer have smoke-filled rooms behind closed doors, but we do have rooms behind closed doors where this sort of stuff is being worked out. And so Steve is going to be leaving us this afternoon in order to get behind some of those closed doors. So over the next 2.5 weeks or so, we have the Senate over here and the House over here, and they need to come together and have a compromise bill. So we're going to try to work behind the scenes, out of the public eye, and say, let's not throw Minnesota school kids under the bus in favor of a Chilean mining conglomerate, and fund the project that went through this year-long bidding process for ranking projects. And so, but when I have a captive audience of 150 or so people who love the Boundary Waters, I am not going to pass this up. So ultimately, the success of the Boundary Waters and our organizations is based on you, people. And your voice has made the difference. We saw it back in the 1970s with Kevin's presentation. It's equally true today in 2026. And so I'm asking you to kind of keep this under your metaphorical hat right now and hold your voices. But we may very well need your voice in a split second at a hearing, and so you can give a sense of some of the work and how hard Steve and our team works. You saw everything that was going on in DC last night and this morning. There's stuff going on in St. Paul as well, and so this is all to say that, you know, ultimately our legislature is a reflection of the people's will, and we need to let them know that getting kids out on wilderness canoe trips and having them learn about canoeing and animals and the like is very, very important. But in order to achieve that, right now we need to keep it under our hat right now. And I don't want you to kind of go out, and we're going to try to resolve it behind the non-smoke-filled rooms that are behind closed doors. But your voice may very well be needed. And we are going to take a lunch break here for a while. We're going to have when you come back to your seats here, we're going to have a very provocative and informative and thoughtful interfaith discussion on the theology of ecology. And before that, we'll have our Minnesota Attorney General, Keith Ellison, provide remarks. I see that Attorney General Ellison just walked in the door. So thank you. Grab your lunch here, and we'll come back for Attorney General Ellison. Thank you so much.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. How's it going today? You guys doing okay? Anybody fired up about protecting the boundary waters? Anybody love them boundary waters? Okay, I like it, I like it. Let me tell y'all, my name's Keith Ellison. I'm your Minnesota Attorney General. It's great to be here with you this afternoon. I am really, really thrilled to be in your company, particularly after the vote we just saw in the Senate. Being with people who care and are committed is an important thing to do right now. And you all know what I'm talking about, right? But we're gonna stick together, we're gonna stand together, we're gonna organize, and we're gonna help the public understand what a critically and vital resource the boundary waters really are. But before I launch in, let me tell you a quickie little story. So today I'm the Attorney General. I've been in this job for about 7 years and 3/4. Before that, I was in Congress for 12 years. Before that, I was just a regular old lawyer in town. And one time, I was a director of something called the Legal Rights Center. And I was in juvenile court one day. And when I was in juvenile court, I just, I don't even remember the case, but we had argued one thing or another on behalf of this kid, and this kid was in juvenile court. And after the matter resolved, and the judge decided, the judge says to me, "Hey Keith, or Mr. Ellison, come up to the bench after when you can." And I thought I was in trouble or something. Well, I come up, and he leans over and says, "Look, in a couple of weeks, I've got to go take care of something that just came up. But I was scheduled to lead a group of kids at After Today Group Home, which is a court, ordered facility for kids. And after the day group home, and I cannot go on this canoe trip to the Boundary Waters, leading these kids on this very important venture. So in a couple of weeks, I can't do it. I want you to do it. And since I have to appear in front of this judge all the time, I thought I might try to figure out a way to do it. So I love canoeing. I love being in the outdoors. So I moved some things around and figured out a way to go up to the Boundary Waters to lead these group of around 6 kids who were court-involved kids. One of them was a parent already. All of them had been through the court system, and none of them had ever been to the wilderness at all. All of them knew concrete, they knew sirens, they knew urban environments, but they did not know much about Boundary Waters and fishing, and they may have visited Chicago, but otherwise their lives were pretty much in North Minneapolis. Annie, ma'am, you remember after the day group home, don't you? It was right there. And so we get there, and everybody's sort of like, man, mosquitoes and bugs. I don't want to be up here, man. And the kind of little bit of whining and complaining. We get the water, we get the canoes in the water, and you could tell they're excited, but a little bit nervous and a little bit, whatever. And these kids were they're tough kids. They were fearless. They're not scared of nobody in their neighborhood. And if you wonder, they will tell you how not afraid of their neighbors they are. But they're a little nervous about these unknown things in the Boundary Waters. And we got there on the first night, and I could tell they were laughing and joking, not laughing in a lighthearted way, but in a nervous way. Late into the evening, I had to go back there and say, okay, it's time to go to bed now. We got to get up in the morning. Next day, they complained about how, uncomfortable they were and how they didn't want to canoe this canoe, and they don't really understand how to get this thing going. And then, of course, they complained about portaging, as everyone does. But by the next night and the third night, certainly by the night before we were scheduled to go back, every single one of these kids was absolutely enthralled. They wanted to be there. They wanted to know, why does the sky look like that? I think they were seeing Aurora Borealis up there. They wanted to know, how is it that this place stays like this? One of them asked me, why don't rich people buy up everything they do, and just put houses in here? And I said, no, this is something that's protected for you. So how come I never heard of this place before? And then one of them, made pancakes for everybody over an open flame. And it was just an amazing evening. And this must have been several decades ago. And I was recently walking through some location here in Minneapolis when this 40-something, and I'm 62, when this 40-something fellow stopped me, and he was balding and he didn't look like a teenager at all. But I looked at him and he said, hey, and he goes, Mr. Ellison. So I knew he probably knew me from his youth. And I looked at him and I said, Desmond, is that you? Yeah, don't you remember you took me canoeing before? I'm like, I absolutely remember, because the structure of his face was exactly the same. And this kid hugs me and tells me it was one of the best moments of his life. That's the Boundary Waters, friends. That's what it is. That's what it does. It transforms us. And the truth is, the Boundary Waters does not exist for us. It exists because it exists, right? But it is there for us to enjoy and draw inspiration from if we would protect it and preserve it. And that's why I'm so thrilled to be with you today. The fact is, the Boundary Waters is unique a vast network of pristine lakes and interconnected waterways that is one of the most remote in the country. It is as important an ecosystem that supports diverse wildlife while preserving ancient forests and clean fresh water. It's also very fragile, as you all here know. These are delicate water systems that we have to take care of them if we want future generations to experience the Boundary Waters' quiet beauty. And I talked to you about my Boundary Water story, and I got more of them than just that one, but I bet you all have some, am I right? Who has their own little Boundary Water story here today? Write it down, share it, tell a friend, because there's something about your personal experience that is far more persuasive than any set of statistics will ever be. All right? There's something about your personal experience that will pluck a heartstring and move people to action more than a percentage of blah, blah, blah. So please, write those stories down, put them there, and help people understand that the Boundary Waters are part of our identity as Minnesotans, part of our culture, part of our history, and we are part of its, right? There's a mutuality. You know, we've got a lot going for us in this great state of Minnesota, but when I think about our natural beauty, it all comes back to water. We are the water state, perhaps more than any other state. Maybe Michigan wants to give us a run for our money, but they got some big old lakes. We got a whole bunch of little ones. And we really are this land of 10,000 lakes. In fact, the name of our state literally means in the Dakota language, land where the waters reflect the clouds. How beautiful is that? We've got more fresh water than any other state in the lower 48, and we've got more shoreline than California, Florida, and Hawaii combined. It's kind of a lot. The bright blue on our state flag represents our place as home of the headwaters of the Mississippi River, the start of the Great Lakes Basin. Clean water has always been central to the lives of the people who call Minnesota home. Long before this, long before our land was part of the United States, indigenous communities depended upon the purity of lakes, rivers, streams for sustenance, making water a source of life and spiritual connection. I saw a clerical collar out there. A little spiritual connection. Hey, Father? I'm so excited about our faith panel that is going to talk to you in a moment. We have my imam. Imam means prayer leader, but Imam Makram Elamin, he'll be addressing you, and a rabbi will be talking to you. And I think we have people from the Christian Catholic community also addressing you. It is very important for all of us, whether you are a believer or not, to understand that there is something metaphysical going on with regard to our connection to the water. The fact is that Minnesota's population has grown. Our waterways are supported by our waterways supported our industry, logging, milling, agriculture, and helped build the state's economy. And yet, even as these industries expanded, the importance of protecting water remains clear. People understand and need to continue to understand that our livelihoods depend upon it. It is not for us to wreck the water and let the next generation figure out what to do about it. Every generation has responsibility to protect it and leave it for the next generation coming up. I believe our water is sacred. Minnesota's respect for water is the foundation for our culture and our values, and preservation and stewardship is our responsibility. Yes, it's part of our summer traditions and our winter traditions. Any ice fishers, anglers out there? There's got to be one. Yeah, I saw one. The fact is that it is essential for fishing, skating in our community. Water connects people across all seasons, generations, and backgrounds. My drinking water in North Minneapolis, where I live, is connected to the Boundary Waters. My family has roots in Louisiana, which is at the very end of the Mississippi. And so we've got to protect it for those folks downstream and downriver as well. Water connects us all, and its future impacts us all and connects us with a shared responsibility to make sure the future generations can enjoy that water. This has got to be something that we help the rest of the state and rest of the country understand. It is our challenge to be persuasive with our neighbors on this question. As we balance the needs of industry and livelihood with our water resources, we've got to help people understand that sustainability is just as important as the next quarterly earnings. So let me tell you that this idea of responsibility for our water is reflected in the faith I practice. As you know, I'm a Muslim, and in Quran it says that the whole earth is a place for prayer. The whole earth is a mosque, and therefore sacred. And so this animates my understanding of my responsibility when it comes to environmental stewardship. In fact, me and Imam Makram El-Amin have a friend who's now gone to his reward named Ibrahim Abdul Mateen. He wrote a book called The Green Deen, and Deen in the Arabic language translates to the way. And the idea is that the Green Deen is that in our faith, we have a responsibility to do environmental stewardship. And I'm sure that the Imam will elaborate on that, but the opening words in this book are this: the earth is a mosque and everything in it is sacred. And I'll tell you that I know that that is not an idea that only Muslims have. It's an idea in Christianity, in Judaism, and probably every faith tradition. So I'm sure you're going to hear this in the next panel. We have diversity of faiths, but unity in our commitment to our responsibility to be stewards of this place where I believe God has blessed us to dwell and to be. So I want to just ask you all to continue the work that you do, but I want to give you just a little bit of advice when it comes to political engagement. And I'm not talking about partisan engagement. Let me remind everybody that it was Republican presidents who helped protect the environment, and it was actually Nixon signed the EPA, you know. And so it really is both the parties in our world who have been good environmental stewards and not so good environmental stewards. Both the blame and the credit are bipartisan. So let's build a bipartisan coalition. But I will tell you that there is a tendency in the environmental space for advocates to say, this is a urgent, serious problem, and what are you, elected representative, going to do about it? What I would say is that's fine, but add on one more thing, and I'd say, and what are we going to do about it? Because we plan on knocking doors, and we plan on making the environmental constituency one that you can either rely on or fear as you choose, depending upon your advocacy. You following me on that one? And it is important to do that. I will tell you that this is a law of political science. No matter how stupid and trivial an issue is, if there is a big coalition fighting for it, it will become the law. And on the corollary is, no matter how important and essential and vital an idea may be, if there's no constituency fighting for it, it's not going to become the law. So these two things are standing true, mean that our political system is not based on morality. It's also not based on immorality. It's based on lobbying. It's based on, and I'm not talking about paid lobbyists. I'm talking about citizen lobbyists. If you say it is moral, just, and right for us all to engage in advocacy for our environment, therefore the people we elected will do it, that is naive, friends. Because politicians will say, yeah, the environment is great. You're not going to find anybody who's going to say we're against the environment. Nobody ever says that. Even people who vote that way. What they will say is, yeah, but jobs are more important. The internet is more important. AI is more important. All these other things are important, and they are more important than this thing that you also and we all agree is important. So the real challenge is what? Making your thing, our thing, the priority. And that means knocking on doors, having rallies, organizing in CLEs like this one. It means a range of advocacy things, not just one thing, but it means one thing, and that one thing is relentlessness, not giving up, understanding that there are competing issues for the attention of our elected officials, and if you want this one to be the top one, you've got to make it that way by being a pain in the neck. Right? Anybody squeamish about being a pain in the neck a little bit? Right, good, I like it. So let me just say, as I wrap up, it is critical and important for us to work together. You can count on me to be a fighter and a relentless advocate for our environment. I have filed lawsuit against ExxonMobil, Koch Industries, and the American petroleum industry because they lied about climate change. That case just this week, the Supreme Court of Minnesota denied a petition for review, so that case is clear to go to trial. We'll be doing that as soon as we can get it there. I'm real proud of that case. And I just want you to know that we will never protect our environment just through a courtroom. It's going to have to be feet on the ground, people at the ballot box, our civil court system, a whole of community approach to protect our environment. We're going to need it all. And so let me just say to you, thank you for your great advocacy that you have done. Thank you for what you are doing. And thank you for what you're going to do. Every bit of it will be necessary. God bless.
As the interfaith panel comes up, let's have another big round of applause for our Attorney General, Keith Ellison. Thank you, Keith.
Should we move down? Okay. Okay. All right. Perfect.
Well, good afternoon here. Our multi-faith panel brings together thought leaders from Jewish, Islamic, and Christian traditions for a conversation on the theology of ecology, drawing from sacred texts, ancestral teachings, and spiritual practices. Our panelists will reflect on humanity's relationship with the natural world. Our panelists are Rabbi Jacob Rodich, Associate, pardon me? Jason, oh, I am so sorry, Jason. Rabbi Jason Rodich, Associate Rabbi at Temple Israel, Imam Makram Alamin, the Imam at Masjid An-Nur, and Father Martin Schlag, who holds the endowed chair here at the University of St. Thomas. Rabbi Rodich grew up in Minneapolis and serves in the synagogue of his childhood. Imam Makram Alamin serves as a religious and community leader for more than 2 decades. He is the faith and spiritual advisor for our Attorney General, Keith Ellison. He has represented Muslim Americans throughout the world, including serving on an interfaith clergy delegation to the Holy Land. He serves on the advisory board of the Muslim Christian Dialogue Center here at the University of St. Thomas. Father Schlag holds a law degree from the University of Vienna. Father Schlag's research focuses on Catholic tradition, social thought, in political and economic spheres. He has experience as a consultant to the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace in Rome, and that gives him unique insights into the social and human challenges worldwide. Our moderator is Jerome Organ, the Bakken Professor of Law and co-director of the Halloran Center at the University of St. Thomas School of Law right here. Professor Organ is a graduate of Vanderbilt University School of Law and a Wisconsin native, but we won't hold that against him. So without further ado, our interfaith panel.
Thank you very much. So I have a series of questions that we've shared with the panelists, so they've had a little time to think about some of them. We will probably get through some, but not all of them, because I also want to make sure that the proceedings get back on schedule. When I run conferences, I'm known as the person who keeps the trains on time. So I have an appreciation for that responsibility. So let me start with this question, and we'll start, if you don't mind, Imam Makram Al-Amin, we'll start with you and come this way, okay? So the first question is, how does your tradition understand the place of human beings in the world? Are they first among equals with plants and animals in the environment? Do humans have a distinctive relationship with God or with their creator that distinguishes them from other aspects of God's creation?
First of all, I would begin, we say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, with God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. It's a pleasure to be here today. And to the question, and I just had a quick thought, the Attorney General, when he was just, quoting Islam and what, I just thought, wow, he's taking good notes in our classes. I tell you, he actually did everything we needed to do here. But, in Islam, the human being is not placed on the earth as its owner, but rather its steward. Its steward. It's placed in a service in the stewardship role. The Quran, our text, uses a language called Khalifa. And Khalifa means one who is entrusted with responsibility by God, or under God. And this trust is what we call an amana. It is an accountability, not only for our own lives, but also for the lives of everything that surround us. So the idea of us living consciously in that regard. So at the same time, the earth itself is in perfected balance. If left on its own, it's in perfect harmony and balanced as God intended it to be. And our role is not to dominate or exploit it, but it's to live in harmony and live in peace with it. So when we think about our role relative to that, what distinguishes a human being is not superiority over the creation, but the more responsibility within it. And the idea that we can choose to preserve it or to corrupt it. We can choose to act with justice or in excess as well. But from an Islamic perspective, our place in the world is clear. So we are entrusted with the care of creation and accountable to God on how we fulfill that trust.
Thank you very much. Rabbi Rodich?
Hello, thank you. Thank you for welcoming me today. I would say yes to all of that. Our traditions share much in common.
Yes.
In Judaism, we start with a text from the story of creation in Bereshit in Genesis, where we are taught that human beings are created b'tselem Elohim, in the image of the divine. And that can be read a lot of different ways. In antiquity, it goes on to really understand it as a kind of dominion over nature. But as Jewish ethics evolved, and this is not modern, but already by the late antiquity and early Middle Ages, that came to be seen as a responsibility. That what is it to be like God? One has to care like God. One has to love like God. One has to see the divine in all other life, human beings, plants, animals. I think there is, for sure, an ethic of humans first, that we have to protect ourselves and cherish human life. But that is not ever at the expense unnecessarily of our natural world. We are invested with a deep obligation to care for it, to be stewards of it, and to celebrate God's creation. We are reminded in multiple places in Jewish text that the land is not ours. We don't own it. God owns the land. And from that emerges an ethic of profound responsibility. It's not even ours. We're being lent this very precious thing. So how do we care for it?
Great. Monsignor Schlag, did you want to go to your slide deck? Because I can activate it.
Well, let's just leave it so that we have same. Well, peace to you, brothers. Wonderful. It's a great idea that we have an interfaith panel. because I am convinced that the big social and ecological problems can only be solved together. And I mean, I can subscribe to every word that was said. It's Abrahamite tradition, biblical tradition, Quranic tradition, to see ourselves as stewards. However, maybe there's one particularity in the Catholic tradition, which is it might even be unknown or not, something strange for non-Catholic Christians, that there is a thing called magisterium in the Catholic Church, which is exercised by the Pope and by the bishops. And I was in Rome when Pope Francis published his encyclical on the ecology called Laudato Si. And it's actually a very interreligious document, as is his follow-up encyclical, Fratelli Tutti. And what we see is that there has been a development beyond stewardship, which is completely valid. We're all stewards of creation. But we have been reminded that we also have to think in terms of eco-justice. So stewardship could be understood as something very individual. I have to be careful how I behave and treat the environment. But I also have to reflect on the structures and systems that condition my behavior. So for instance, I think one of the big catastrophes in the world is the deforestation of the Amazon. And it's driven actually by ultra-processed foods, because they need this land for soybeans, and it's just a cheap source for all kinds of emulsifiers and other ultra-processed chemicals that, and it's a self-destructive thing, because as soon as you cut the trees, there's no more rain, and then there's no more soybeans, so it's pointless. And Pope Francis took it a step further, and we call that creation spirituality. So we see under God, who is the creator and the almighty Lord and the owner of everything, that we are in relationship to all other created beings. And he just stops short of personifying nature or rivers or animals. He's definitely not a pantheist. So he calls it situated anthropocentrism. So the human person does have is the only being that is image of God. All other things are vestiges of God. But we fully realize that we're just dependent on all other creatures and on the environment.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you off your list of questions now, right? Because I'm a curious guy, and I teach property. And in the Western tradition, we have predominantly private property, where individuals own and have the right to exclude and the right to use. And there is some regulatory structure to confine that. But as you, with each of your traditions, as you think about this common thread of stewardship, right, that could apply to the individual, right? As an individual with my property, I should be attentive to how I manage it, how I use it, what the impacts might be on others. But then you mentioned systems too, right? So do your traditions provide some concrete examples of how stewardship should constrain individual action, or how this principle of stewardship should shape collective action? How either a religious community or a political entity, a city or state, should manifest the human responsibility of stewardship? I realize that's a question that you weren't necessarily prepared for, but I'd be curious. And if you don't mind, we can go the same direction.
I wanted the rabbi to take this one first. So yeah, go ahead.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, what comes to mind first for me is the biblical commandment to have a Shemitah year, every seventh year the land shall lay fallow, which to me seems like and there is private property still in the 5 books of Moses, but it's regulated already. So we have the land shall lay fallow, the corners of your fields have to be saved for the poor. They're not yours to eat. They're someone else's. Every 50 years, the Jubilee, debts are forgiven, land goes back to its original owners. So then there were problems with some of how that was done and was changed over time, but from antiquity, we see that no one's land is really totally private. It's first of all God's, as I said earlier, and then even when it is yours in this moment, because of law, you don't have total control over it. There is really a balance.
So I would concur that also in Islam, the idea that a person or individual can own something is relative. It's relative in the terms it's not absolute ownership, but it is entrustment with it as well. However, there's certain maxims, in Islam that take precedence over other things. And one is always about the common good. It's about common good. So the idea that, yes, I may have a plot of land that I, in word or verbiage, call my own, but what I do on that plot of land also affects others who live in proximity to me. So this idea that I have to maintain a balance between what I believe is my right to do versus what is in the best interest of humanity, this is always going to be a truth that we have to uphold to. So there's a balance to be struck. But for example, passage to kind of open waterways and things of that nature can never just be owned by one person. You can't just take things out that's meant by design and by function to benefit all and to privatize it in a way where only one benefits and or profits from it too. These things would be against the tradition of Islam and something that would be overruled. And really the system would be held accountable to these principles so that the greater number of us can still have access and benefit. And so I would say in Islam, the principle of what's best for the many takes precedence over what takes for the few or the individual. So it's always what's best for the many, the group, versus what is best for me as an individual.
Well, it's so encouraging to see this coincidence of values. And I think in all three traditions, we also have this moral duty of giving alms, helping the poor. And one thing that Pope Francis wrote in his encyclical Laudato Si is we have to hear the cry of the poor and of the earth in one voice. It's one voice, it's one cry, and that links it very well. I think we might here in this room not be aware, maybe you are, I don't know, but of how much these three faith perspectives clash with the classical liberal inheritance in the US legal system that considers private property an absolute right, going back to Blackstone and his commentary on the laws of England. Whereas in all three, as I hear, property is not an absolute right. It has this social mortgage that it creates responsibility for the common good. And so it's again, as Steve Jobs said, it can't be the aim to have the nicest tomb in the cemetery, but what do you do with your property as long as you live? You can't take it with you, but what do you do with it here on earth?
All right, so let me follow up then. With respect to, right, so the Western liberal tradition, as you have described it, has created a legal regime that embodies some of the constraints, right? The law of nuisance means I can't use my land in a way that unreasonably interferes with my neighbors. So that's similar to in awareness of the common good. We have a set of zoning rules in many communities designed to minimize conflicting uses that might be problematic. But when you say, Imam, you said if somebody privatizes a waterway, that would be overruled, right? I don't mean to be questioning, but what's the system for that, right? If I want to use that waterway, who do I go to? And if we're in a secular environment where the government, which has a number of, representing a community that is part Muslim, part Jewish, part Catholic, has decided we think privatizing that waterway is good, what are my options?
So I think that it all stems really from our faith tradition, first and foremost. So, the idea of who is the ultimate lawgiver, that would be the creator for us. Mm-hmm. So whatever subsequent laws or policies or things that are put into place, that if they are fine until they run contrary to that. Mm-hmm. And when they run contrary to that, it is an obligation, a moral obligation for the adherents of that faith to really work against it, in short, to work against it. So the idea that, the fact that something is made quote unquote legal, that's not the end of the story. Mm-hmm. For people of faith. If that legal, to make something legal, whatever that thing might be, if that violates the sanctity of something that God has made to be sacred, then we're obligated to work against that. So, we do what we do now. We organize. We come together. We make our voice to be, and in many ways we don't cooperate with these things, so that we can show our resistance to it, but also our objection to it, based on really the ultimate lawgiver, mm-hmm. and the one who owns it ultimately, and that is the Creator.
Mm-hmm. Anything you want to add, Rabbi?
This might be a little moving away from your question, but okay. It's on my mind. Apart from what our traditions say about our responsibility to earth and land and environment, they say a lot about good and evil. Mm-hmm. And there is an understanding that human beings have the potential to be like the divine, but also have the potential to be destructive and to be damaging and to be exploitative and to be murderous. Mm-hmm. And so I would also look to that parts of the tradition as I shouldn't be quoting a legal theorist to a law school professor, but do you know Robert Cover's Nomos and Narrative? It's an important essay in, I believe, the 80s in the Harvard Law Review. And he talks about, he uses the Jewish tradition to sort of apply to American law, and says that you can't just look at individual laws or individual parts of Scripture. You have to look at the larger narrative that's in place and understand the ethics that's emerging in that narrative. And so I don't know if I can find the right thing to say, you shall not mind the boundary waters. Mm-hmm. But if we are grounded in the story that we all cherish, which is a shared and collective story, we know it's wrong. And we know there's evil. And we understand that evil has to be opposed. We did that when ICE was here. Mm-hmm. We will do it again. And I think there's an ethical foundation there, mm-hmm. that is coming to mind for me.
But there's just to follow up, because you mentioned, Imam, that Attorney General Ellison was demonstrating that he was a good student of yours, which is great. But he talked about organizing, and part of what you're saying is when the order is inconsistent with the faith you draw from, part of stewardship is taking responsibility to oppose that order. Okay.
And if you don't, actually, there's no point in your religion.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have to say I'm optimistic, even in a situation which is scary, because we seem to have left a regime of international law and multilateralism and kind of reverting to a system of power politics at present. But I think that in the end, religions shape culture. And what is really left apart from religions to shape culture? Well, I don't know. It used to be ideologies, you used to have the big blocks, but it's kind of disintegrated. It's kind of materialism, power against religiously inspired culture. I perfectly acknowledge that there are secular humanists who don't have no faith or don't affiliate with any religion, but still 85% of the world population affiliate with a religion. So that's a lot. And the research shows that at least to 2050, that is not going to diminish. So that's why I think as long as we are people of peace and we strive together to build institutions of peace, as Pope Leo has made like the motto of his pontificate now, I think we can hope, despite all the evil that we do see.
So, from a stewardship standpoint, right, what does that mean for us as individuals or for us as communities making decisions, right? When you talk about attending to the common good, right, that can have a very temporal frame, right? Right now, how can we benefit the most people? Are we allowed to do that, to think in the now, or does part of that stewardship responsibility include acknowledging a responsibility to future generations?
Yes, I think this is a both and conversation. I think that, the idea that there are realities of the world that will make it necessary for us to do certain things. And we will need to do certain things that perhaps if circumstances were different, we might not have to make a decision like that. And I think that that's some of the tension that we live with all the time, is trying to seek really a balance of these sorts of things. So, there's a part of the text that I'm reminded is, I'll give you just quickly the Arabic. It says, "Sakara lakum ma fi samawati wa ma fil ard." And what it says is that God has made all things in the heavens and in the earth yield its utility to the human person. So that puts us in a very high station, a very, very high station, that everything that is in the skies and the earth are really meant to benefit. So we're kind of the point. We're a big deal. We're a big deal. We're not the exclusive deal. We're not the ultimate deal, but we're a big deal in God's scheme of creation, if you would say, right? But the idea that really speaks to not only just the benefit, but also the responsibility of it too. So if we're thinking about, the idea of how much do we consume versus, how much do we leave? And there will always be a level of tension here. And I think that is by design. My tradition said that's by design. What that calls for is for me to be in community with you. What that calls for me is to be in relationship with you. So now I have to put what my interest is, my self-interest on the table, and I have to negotiate it with your interest on the table. And there'll be some days where your interest will prevail. And likewise, mine will prevail. And this is really what the human experience is really all about, right? But we're still operating from a modality that we are not the ultimate owner of any of this. And I think that that's really the privilege that faith brings to the table.
Go ahead.
There's a principle in Judaism called zechut avot, the merit of our ancestors. And so in some ways, we do have the forward-looking ledor vador from generation to generation, but what's an interesting thing to add to this is that our prayer, daily prayer, has a prayer that reminds us that every day we are here not because of anything we did, We are here because of what people before us did, and that God, because of their merit, we're getting one more chance. And so if we can live our lives with that awareness that it's, I suppose, a gratitude practice of remembering every day I'm here because of those who came before me, and that they made this world still inhabitable enough. How can I do that for the future?
Yeah, that's all very beautiful. So in the Catholic tradition, this notion of sustainability was kind of translated by Pope Francis into integral ecology, which he understands as a win-win-win. So it should make economic sense, it should be socially beneficial, and it should protect the environment. And what I think that invites us to do is to think in alternatives. So when this document, Laudato Si, came out, in which Pope Francis calls on turning to renewable energies and overcoming fossil fuels, the Catholic coal miners in Poland were upset. And so my boss at the time was an African from Ghana, Cardinal Turkson, and he went to talk with them, and he said, look, the Pope is not saying that if somebody's freezing to death, you shouldn't light a coal fire. And he's not trying to push you out of your jobs. What he's saying is it possible that we humans who are so intelligent and use our intelligence to become rich, and that we are incapable of finding a better use for this incredible resource, coal, which is pure carbon, and all we do is burn it? Can that be true? Let's find alternative uses for this so that you can go on with your jobs. And I once read a story about that happened in India, and I verified it. So the Indian elephants that are an endangered species were invading the fields of the poor, and they were trampling on them and so on. And so the poor started shooting the elephants. And nobody knew this is a dilemma, either the poor lose their crops or the elephants become extinct, until someone found a solution, which was all you need to do is to take a thread, drench it in chili, and tie it around the field. And elephants are allergic to chili, and they come nowhere near that thread. So it was that simple to achieve both. And sometimes we are too quick in saying, well, there's no solution.
So you brought up sustainability and renewable energy. Do your faith traditions preference renewable energy over traditional fossil fuels? Do they speak in some way to the fact that adherence to your faith should be part of a green revolution, moving largely away from traditional fossil fuels to windmills, solar, geothermal, others?
Islam, the Quran doesn't mention fossil fuels per se. It doesn't. I haven't read it. I'm not sure. But I think but yes, if we have to measure between, renewable energy and these other alternatives, then yes, it would fall on the side of that, because really what it's now speaking about is this maximum of maintaining the balance, maintaining balance in the ecosystem now, right? So we have to make certain that what we're doing is not disrupting the balance that is there or minimize it. I think it's one of the beautiful things about creation, even about your own self, is that we have this regenerative possibility of restoring or coming back to wholeness, even though things have been disrupted through disease or misappropriation or whatever the case may be, that's possible when the balance is kept. Right. So while this language specifically is not used here or there, the issue is about what can we do to maintain a balance so that I can utilize it, I can take from it to meet my needs and the needs of others without putting it in a state of disrepair so that it can't regenerate itself again. So that lends itself to renewable, that lends itself to green, and all the other language that we really discuss. So it reduces harm, promotes sustainability, and it protects vulnerable communities, which ultimately are those who get hurt when we have to have these levels of conversation. It's the vulnerable, the weak, the poor that actually carry the brunt of decisions that are made when the balance is not taken into consideration.
Yeah, you can actually have a whole other conversation about ethics of equality and justice. There's a story in Deuteronomy, a little law actually, that says when you are going to lay siege to a city during war, which I don't support, but if you are going to lay siege to a city during war, you can't destroy the trees. That's forbidden. Even if you are going to conduct your war, you have to save the trees. And that leads to a Jewish principle called Bal Tashchit, comes from that text, meaning do not destroy. And in the Talmud, a foundational collection of Jewish law around the year 300 to 500 written, that gets expanded to say that any unnecessary destruction is a violation of God's law and is essentially a sin. So it also doesn't say anywhere that I'm aware of in our traditional classic texts about fossil fuels or solar energy, but that's the beauty of a classical tradition. There are timeless values.
Right.
And great. I didn't even know that was funny. So yeah, that we understand that doing anything destructive when we have the option not to is immoral.
Excellent.
Anything you want to add? We're getting to the end of our time, and I have a question that was going to take us far past it. So I want to just make an observation, and then I want to ask all of you to express your gratitude. But Imam, when you were talking before about compromise, right, that we have to be in communication, and that sometimes our interests will carry the day, and sometimes the other people we're in dialogue with about whatever the challenging issue happens to be, sometimes they will carry the day. The thought I had, and I don't disagree conceptually, that makes a lot of sense to me, but in this context of the intergenerational responsibility, right, the challenge is getting the voice of the next generation into that conversation. Because I think the compromise is frequently between me here now and you here now. We're having the conversation, and how is it that we make sure the voice of our children and our children's children gets heard as part of that, right? I just think that's a challenge to all of us, right? If we have, I really thought your gratitude to ancestors, Rabbi, was a really, really beautiful thought. But I think, you've all talked about stewardship, and it's not just stewardship of the resources we have now, but it's stewardship for the future generations. But we have to be more purposeful about giving those future generations a voice or a seat at the table or something. I don't know how that happens, but I think it's important. So with that, we'll conclude, and I'll ask you to offer your gratitude to this wonderful panel. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. We continue with our afternoon program here. So this is, if we continue with that canoeing metaphor, we had the morning of some paddling in some rough waters there, talking about copper nickel sulfide mining, and we just pulled up on shore there and took a break and had some reflection in the larger issues of spirituality and religious issues, and now we're going to get back in that canoe and consider some more legal issues. And this, if we want to think about canoeing, there's a diverse landscape in the legal terrain here, and the first of these that we'll consider this afternoon deals with a topic that Kevin Preschel talked about in the morning, the issue of motorboats and towboats in the Boundary Waters canoe area wilderness. And there is an inherent tension in a wilderness area and motors. And so there was a compromise struck that Kevin Preschel talked about in the 1978 Act, and then the question of how that compromise, so to speak, is being implemented. And this afternoon, we are so grateful to have our law clerk, Anna McDowell, who is, again, a second-year law student here, who will present her research into this issue and provide us with an update on where motorboats and towboats and the wilderness area are. So let's hear it for Anna McDowell. There you go.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Anna McDonald, as Chris said. I'm currently a second-year law student here at the University of St. Thomas, and I'm also the law clerk for Friends of the Boundary Waters. Just a bit of my background relating to the Boundary Waters as well. I've been a visitor for my entire life, and then for the past 3 seasons, I've been a crew member at Sawbill Canoe Outfitters as well. So yeah, got some woos, that's great. It's a great area. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about the motorboat and towboat issue in the wilderness, which we don't have much of that happening over at Sawbill, but it's a big issue in a lot of other areas in the wilderness. So just for a bit of an outline for the presentation, I'm going to start by going through the legislative history that builds the foundation not only for the Boundary Waters, but also for motor use within the wilderness. This includes the Wilderness Act of 1964, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act of 1978, and then several forest management plans. I'm then going to run through the legal precedent, specifically relating to motor use, that attempted to clarify some of that legislation and make sure that the actual use was within the statutory provisions. And then finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about what's next for the motorboat and towboat issue in the future, specifically in light of updates to the forest management plan. And with that, there are obviously some things up in the air with regulations and just general uncertainty. And then I'm going to end by providing some of my personal recommendations for this upcoming plan. So just for a little bit of clarity throughout the presentation, I'm going to be talking both about motorboats and commercial towboats. So as it sounds, motorboats are anything that has a motor on the specific lakes where motorboat use is allowed. And that's generally on the edge of the wilderness area, so usually on those lakes that are partially within and without and outside of the Boundary Waters. Commercial towboats are motorboats themselves, and they're included in these statutory quotas, which I'll get into in a little bit. But towboats are generally owned and operated by outfitters who tow visitors and their gear into the wilderness on these lakes where motor use is allowed. So contrary to what it sounds like, towboats don't actually pull the canoes behind the boat. Rather, they act kind of like a transportation vehicle across the lake, and the canoes go on top of the boats on racks. In the photos on the screen here, it's a little bit hard to see on the one on the left, but that's from Seagull Lake. And on the far right of that sign, there is a map of the lake with different colors indicating where motor use is allowed, fully allowed, where it's allowed up to a certain horsepower, and then where it's completely prohibited on the lake as you get further into the wilderness. And then on the right are just some examples of commercial towboats, which, as I said, you can see that those canoes go on racks on top of the boat rather than actually being towed behind the boat. So before the Boundary Waters was designated as a wilderness area in 1964, motor use was not regulated, and it was widely used. And this was a completely different world to how the Boundary Waters is today. Motor use seems kind of in conflict with a lot of the experiences that you guys might have in the wilderness. And before the wilderness was even designated as a wilderness area, there were even things like fly-in lodges within what is now the Boundary Waters, where planes would actually bring visitors in and out of remote parts of the wilderness. Personally, I have never been on a motorboat in the wilderness, but I have exited the wilderness in motor use areas, and it is a really jarring experience to spend days deep in the wilderness and then suddenly come out and you see motorboats around you. But with that being said, motor use is still a very prevalent issue within the wilderness, and it's a part of many visitors' experiences, and also some outfitters rely heavily on motor use, so generally just still a big issue. So in 1964, we had the Wilderness Act, and this is what designated the Boundary Waters as a wilderness area, along with over 50 other wilderness areas across the country. And it specified a number of things that were and were not allowed within these areas. Notably for this topic, the Wilderness Act prohibits any commercial enterprise within the wilderness, except for those which are proper for realizing the recreational or other wilderness purposes of the areas. It also generally prohibits motorized and mechanized activities within the boundaries of the wilderness, but as Kevin mentioned earlier, there was an exception specifically for the boundary waters written into this act, which allowed motor use to continue in areas in which it was generally well established. So generally well established is an extremely broad threshold, and this, as Kevin mentioned earlier as well, allowed for motor use to continue throughout a lot of the boundary waters. And then in 1978, Congress passed the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act, and this provided additional requirements which built off of the Wilderness Act of 1964, but these were specific to the boundary waters. So a large number of these requirements were regarding visitor use management, and they implemented measures for protection, enhancement, and preservation of the environmental quality of the area in order to provide an orderly and equitable transition from motorized recreational uses to non-motorized recreational uses on the waters within the boundary waters. So this act removed that broad exception from the Wilderness Act, which allowed motor use where it was generally well established, and instead it designated specific named lakes and areas in which motors could be used. It also directed the development and implementation of entry point quotas for motor use on the named lakes, which was not to exceed the average annual motorboat use from the years of 1976 to 1978 on each of those lakes. Within this quota, there was also the issue of those property owners who had property on the lakes that are on the edge of the boundary waters, so their property was on the part of the lakes that's outside of the wilderness. And this act determined that those property owners would be exempt from those quotas, and that they did not need to get a permit to use motors on their lakes. And then finally, this act also listed certain lakes where motor use was to be completely phased out in the coming years. So since the 1978 Boundary Waters Act, there have also been several forest management plans, which manage the Superior National Forest as a whole, but they also provide specific provisions for the boundary waters. So in 1986, that specific plan allowed for motor use to go all the way up to that full statutory cap from the 1978 Act. And again, that was the average annual use from 1976 to 1978. You'll hear me say that a lot throughout this presentation. But it was really clear very quickly that this level of use was in reality straining the wilderness environment, and it was tending to degrade the intended use of the boundary waters. Also from this 1986 plan, the Forest Service found that there were commercial towboat operators who had been operating without a permit. So in 1993, there was a more focused Boundary Waters Canoe Area Management Plan, and that was developed in conjunction with the Superior National Forest Plan. And this plan implemented a stricter motor use quota, and that was set at 75% of that full statutory cap from the 1978 Boundary Waters Act. And this plan is actually still in effect today. So now that we have a bit of the legislative history, I'm going to dive into the major cases that involve motor use. So the first case chronologically was Friends of the Boundary Waters versus Dombeck. This was from 1999, and it regarded a number of motor use provisions within that 1993 management plan. So here Friends brought several issues, the first of which was the creation of a separate quota system for commercial towboats, which made them exempt from the general motor use quotas. And Friends was here worried about if commercial towboats were moved out of those general use quotas, they were worried that the use of towboats would greatly increase and get out of hand. But the Forest Service responded to this and said that they would limit the commercial towboat levels to the levels from 1992, and that these limitations would be for the lakes in which commercial towboats were allowed, the number of trips that these towboats could take, and the number of operators that could have those special use permits. And this ended up being accepted by the court, and so these 1992 levels were roughly 1,342 trips. Another issue here had to do with the Forest Service using estimates for calculating the motor use quota from that 1978 Act, which specifically required actual use. So again, that was the average annual motor use from 1976 to 1978. And the Forest Service used estimates here for September of 1976, so one specific month, where there was little data due to major fire danger in the wilderness, which closed the wilderness for part of that month. So Friends here was arguing that the actual use was quite low and that that should be included in the quota, which would make the quota thus a little bit lower, but instead the Forest Service estimated this use, which bumped it up more from the actual use. And then the final issue from Dombeck, and the one that was most relevant for the Eighth Circuit, was that the Forest Service in practice was designating entire chains of lakes as single lakes for the purpose of that property owner exception that I mentioned just earlier. This exception, again, was from the 1978 Act, and it allowed the property owners to not be counted in the calculation for motor use quotas on those lakes where they owned property. But in practice, the Forest Service was expanding this exception and was allowing property owners not only to use motorboats on the entire chain of lakes that was attached to their property, but also allowing them to not get permits for that entire chain of lakes rather than just the named lake. So ultimately, the Eighth Circuit held that for that property owner exception, lake in the 1978 Act was intended to mean the individually named lake that the property was on and not the entire chain of lakes. So the expansion that the Forest Service was doing in practice went against the plain language of that 1978 Act. And then again, for commercial towboats in the Dombeck case, the court seemed okay with the Forest Service proposal to limit that towboat use to those 1992 levels, so that was accepted. And the court just generally discussed that commercial towboats were to be monitored under this separate system rather than being put in those general use quotas so that towboats wouldn't take over motor use from visitors that were just using motors by themselves. And then further, the court found that at this time, the commercial towboat use, when it was combined with general motor use, was not exceeding that statutory cap from the 1978 Act. The next case was Friends of the Boundary Waters versus Bosworth, and that was from 2006. And this case challenged a recalculation that was done by the Forest Service in 2002 for an amendment to that 1993 plan. And this recalculation increased the available day-use motor permits by roughly 400%, specifically for the Moose, Saginaw, and Farm Lake chains. So Friends was arguing in this case that the Forest Service did not even have the authority to do these recalculations in the first place. And second, they also argued that the way that the recalculation was done in this instant was arbitrary and capricious. And in this case, Friends is contending that the reason behind this dramatic increase in available day-use motor permits was actually the Dombeck decision. Following that decision, in practice, the Forest Service had to narrow that property owner exception back down to its intended use from the 1978 Act. So there was a massive increase in demand for those motor use permits, mostly from those property owners who now had to get permits for the lakes past that named lake where their property was on. So this demand exceeded the supply, and Friends here believes that the Forest Service did this quota recalculation to increase that supply to meet the demand. It became really clear in this case that the Forest Service didn't actually have the original data from that calculation for the average annual use from 1976 to 1978. And because of this, they relied on things like interviews and surveys by motor users, but especially of those property owners. And they were trying to estimate what that actual use was from 25 years prior. So the Forest Service themselves admitted that the data here was quite weak, and Friends further argued that by increasing the quotas this much, as I said, it was 400%, that they were really putting the wilderness at risk with this change. So ultimately, the Eighth Circuit decided that the Forest Service does actually have the authority to recalculate the base motor use quota, so again, the average annual use from 1976 to 1978, but that in this circumstance, the way that they did so was arbitrary and capricious. And this case was largely dealing with just those general motor use quotas. So the court didn't have a whole lot to say about commercial towboats in this case, other than just confirming that they were a separate issue from general motor use and that their use, when combined with general motor use, cannot exceed the statutory quotas. And then the final and most recent and still active case is Wilderness Watch versus Hall, which started in 2023. And in this case, Wilderness Watch is asserting a number of claims that basically argue that the Forest Service is authorizing both commercial towboat use and general motor use to go beyond the statutory limits and in a way that's degrading the wilderness character. So they're arguing that this is in violation of the Wilderness Act, the 1978 Act, and the current management plan, the 1993 plan. The district court reached its decision in September of this past year, 2025, and they focused primarily on commercial towboats. So Wilderness Watch was arguing that in reality, the Forest Service was not following their promises that they made back in Dombeck, that they would stick to those 1992 levels for commercial towboats, which again was about 1,342 trips. But the court also here made it really clear that record keeping in regards to commercial towboats was extremely muddled, and based on the current records, it was basically impossible to actually determine whether the Forest Service was allowing commercial towboats to operate above these levels. But nonetheless, the court ended up ruling in favor of the Forest Service in summary judgment, and they basically found, when giving deference to the agency here, that there just wasn't enough evidence to show the violation of these statutes, and there wasn't enough evidence that showed that specifically for commercial towboats, that it was the towboats that were causing the damage. But as I said, this case is still active, and Wilderness Watch is appealing to the Eighth Circuit. So that's the litigation. And then for upcoming issues, like I said, the 1993 plan is still in effect today. It's set to be updated this fall, and motorboat and towboat use is likely going to be a major issue within this plan. So like I said, scoping is supposed to begin in the fall of 2026. This got pushed back 1 year from the fall of 2025. So scoping is a mandatory part of the updating process for this plan under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. And it's when the Forest Service begins the process of determining things such as overall concerns and environmental impacts of the changes that will be made to the management plan. Scoping also allows for a period of public comments in which stakeholders are able to provide their input on proposed changes. And these comments also give the public and those who make the comments the standing to sue if their input is not taken into consideration or accepted by the Forest Service in this final plan. So a lot of things for this scoping process are currently up in the air. A lot of that is due to the Trump administration removing federal regulations relating to the general requirements under NEPA. And these general requirement regulations were removed in July of 2025. And also in April of 2025, the Trump administration removed a number of regulations from the Council on Environmental Quality, or SEC, which further helped to provide guidance on scoping. So because of this, we kind of have no idea what scoping is going to look like in this case, and we don't know whether it will follow similar processes to what's been done before, or if it will follow a completely new process since these regulations have been removed. There are also a lot of ongoing questions regarding timing of when scoping will begin, especially because it was already pushed back 1 year. So hopefully it will actually begin in the fall of this year. And then finally, as we've seen in the past weeks, the Trump administration is also closing massive amounts of research stations for the Forest Service, including here in Minnesota. And as we saw last season in the Boundary Waters, there are also major staffing issues within the Forest Service. So just generally, there are a lot of questions regarding what this updated plan would even look like in practice if it does go through scoping this fall. So prior to the last management plan in 1993, Friends of the Boundary Waters actually put out a policy paper in which they discussed their recommendations for that 1993 plan, and this was in 1992. And I wanted to go through some of their recommendations today, specifically for motorboats and towboats, because a lot of it remains relevant. So within social impacts, Friends focused on the issue of conflicts between paddlers and motor users, with the general idea that paddlers don't really like running into motorboats on the lakes. They don't really like seeing them and they don't really like hearing them. But the inverse is usually less true. So motor users generally don't really have a positive or negative feeling when it comes to interacting with paddlers out on the lake. In this policy paper, Friends also discussed that as motor use continues, especially at the levels that it has, there is the ability for this to reduce the overall carrying capacity of the boundary waters. So this basically means that we will sooner need to restrict the number of people who are able to be in the wilderness and able to visit the wilderness. And motor use is just a big factor of what could lower this carrying capacity. We already saw this in 2022 with decreases in permits after COVID, after there was a major surge in use. So we're seeing that carrying capacity diminish already. And in this paper in 1992, Friends was arguing that motor use contributes greatly to this. And then within management issues, Friends focused on the importance of consistency across all motor use lakes, especially for permitting. They pushed for motor use permitting to be similar to that for overnight paddling permits, and thus to be based on entry points on a daily basis rather than how it was done before for motorboats, which was on a weekly basis. And at this time as well, in 1992, Friends was in favor of completely eliminating commercial towboats from the wilderness, since they believed that they were in conflict with that commercial enterprise provision of the Wilderness Act, as well as the congressional intent of the 1978 Act. So overall in this policy paper, Friends concluded that motor use greatly diminishes the wilderness character and it can have a negative impact on paddlers. So motor use as a whole should be decreased within the boundary waters. So the last thing I'm going to do is run through some of my personal recommendations for this upcoming scoping and this upcoming management plan. So in my personal opinion, I do think that commercial towboats should be allowed within this new plan, especially because the public has become reliant on them to a certain extent, and they do provide some accessibility services for folks who might not be able to paddle for a few hours across large lakes. But I do think that there needs to be extreme changes to boost clarity and monitoring for commercial towboats to make sure that the Forest Service and the operators are actually complying with the quotas. As I mentioned in Wilderness Watch versus Hall, we saw that the record system in place right now is just such a mess that there really is no good way of knowing whether compliance for commercial towboats is actually happening or not. So a strong system needs to be implemented under this new plan that allows for clear and easy record keeping, not only for the commercial towboat operators, but also for the Forest Service and for visitors who help with record keeping when getting permits for overnight paddling as well. But having those three separate means of record keeping would hopefully provide the necessary backups to have that robust monitoring system to be sure that we're staying below the intended levels of use. I also think that within commercial towboats, there should be some sustainability tools implemented, and those could be requirements for commercial towboat operators to receive a special use permit. This can include, for example, requiring electric motors on all towboats or limiting noise pollution by requiring certain hours of operation. And then generally, I think that overall motor use should be slightly decreased, which I'll get into with the second part of my recommendations, which is just that sustainable use of the wilderness, just more generally, needs to be more heavily incorporated within this upcoming wilderness plan. As we see in pretty much all of the litigation, a lot of times questions with motor use comes down to whether the levels of use are degrading the wilderness character. But as of right now, we don't really have a great way of determining whether these actions are actually doing this. And I think that if we are able to put more requirements for more extensive ecological research on the issue written directly into that plan, we could get a better sense of the current health of the environment, especially on the edges of the wilderness where motor use is allowed and where you have higher traffic just due to entry points being on the outside. And I think that without this robust ecological research, we don't really have a good way of knowing how much damage our use is actually causing and whether we truly are degrading the wilderness character, which in my opinion, I think there's a really good chance that we are. And then in addition to this mandated research, I think that there should be safeguards written into the plan, that if this research shows that the wilderness health is struggling, then the Forest Service needs to immediately take action and lower the allowed levels of annual motorboat and towboat use. The current 1993 plan has been in place with the same motor use quotas of 75% statutory quota for over 30 years, and we really have no idea how much damage that level of use has caused. And we also have no idea how long this updated plan will be in place. So the safeguard is necessary to prevent harmful and high levels of motor use to continue without action. So in conclusion, even though it may seem contrary to a lot of people's experience and my experience in the boundary waters, motor use is still a very prevalent issue and remains in discussion throughout litigation and management of the wilderness. Because of this, the upcoming update to the management plan is really important, especially right now with this administration and the high levels of uncertainty with the Forest Service, as well as we saw this morning, the high levels of uncertainty generally with the protection of the boundary waters. This plan must carefully and clearly lay out the rules for motorboat and towboat monitoring so we can ensure an enjoyable experience for motor users and paddlers alike, as well as promote sustainable levels of use for the boundary waters for years to come. So, thank you.
Grateful for Anna's work on that topic. And when you think about that management plan, that 1993 management plan, that's a 10-year plan that is now over 30 years old. And so it is just really profound to think about that. That's the U.S. Forest Service that is entrusted with managing the Boundary Waters, Canoe Area Wilderness, and our Forest Service, so our entire Superior National Forest. So it's really a bit breathtaking. As we kind of take another looking at the diverse landscape of the legal issues involving the boundary waters, we have a really fascinating topic now involving the retained rights, the treaty rights of Native nations under the 1854 treaty, and how they impact the boundary waters. Our speaker on this topic is Doug Thompson. Doug is on the faculty at the American Indian Studies Department at the University of Minnesota Duluth. Doug is from the Redbone community in southwestern Louisiana. Prior to joining UMD, Doug practiced environmental law and was a tribal advocate. He has also structured some of the largest and most impactful conservation projects ever done in northeastern Minnesota. Doug has a law degree from Syracuse University and an LLM in Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy from the University of Arizona. Let's give a warm welcome to Doug Thompson. Thank you, Doug. All right. Thank you, Doug. Yes, right here's the clicker there. There we go.
Great. Okay. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to start with a little history lesson. When I did my LLM at University of Arizona, I was told you better be interested in history. And you use it every day in your practice and in your teaching. And if you look at the various eras of federal Indian policy, you had the early treaty-making era, the removal era, the assimilation era, the reorganization era, the termination era, and the self-determination era. And now I'd argue we're in the Native nation building era. These eras they're bipolar if you look at them, and you go up and you go down. Sometimes they're good, bad, or they're just okay. The things I ask my students when we go into one of the bad eras, what precipitates that? And the simple answer is the Indians were doing too good. So there are three core principles that come out of this history that I just quickly went through. You have what's called a congressional plenary doctrine, diminished tribal sovereignty, and the trust doctrine. And if you study federal Indian law, you understand it's a legal fiction, but you need to know how to work with it. The plenary power doctrine came from a case called Worcester v. Georgia, 1832, and in that case, Judge Marshall ruled the states have no power in Indian country. Using plenary power, though, Congress can give states power, and you'd have to take one of my classes for me to explain this, but we're what's called a Public Law 280 state, and the states do have criminal jurisdiction on reservations. You also have diminished tribal sovereignty, Cherokee Nation versus Georgia. And in that case, Judge Marshall, this is part of what's called the Marshall Trilogy, ruled that tribal nations are domestic dependent nations, and the U.S. has a government responsibility like a ward to a guardian. That's the trust obligation of today, and that's mainly what I'm going to hang my hat on in this presentation today. If you read the language from the case, it's very paternalistic, and you read it and try to understand it. If you go down to the underlined part, which is the way I like to think about it, there is a duty of the U.S. government to protect the natural resources and property of tribes. And that includes not just on reservation, that includes in the Superior National Forest. And this is all agencies, it's not just BIA. It's Forest Service, it's EPA, it's the Wildlife Service. You have this doctrine of discovery, another legal fiction that was handed to us by Great Britain whenever they were defeated. And the idea is that if there was a discovery, which is again a legal fiction, that discoverer would have title to the land. And the tribes would still have a right of occupancy, but really the title would go to the discoverer. And when the U.S. came into being, the U.S. argued that it stepped into the shoes of Great Britain. And the first of the Marshall Trilogy, which I don't have on this presentation, brought that forward, brought that doctrine forward. Then now we have the Constitution. We're now the United States. And Article 6 of the Constitution states the treaties are the supreme law of the land. And whenever I explain this to state employees, there's kind of like I didn't know that. You also have the Indian Commerce Clause, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, and Congress has the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations, with the states, and with the Indians. That power lies with Congress. How the law is applied in the United States. This is really important for this group. It's really important for my work, and it's important for the tribes that I represent and work with. You have the U.S. Constitution. You have treaties and statutes on equal ground. Many treaties are statutes. You have executive orders, state law, and local law. They go in that order. So treaties are the law of the land, so let that settle. The trilogy, what came out of the Marshall Trilogy, these cases in the 1820s and 1830s, Congress has plenary power. They have supreme power in Indian affairs. There's diminished sovereignty, but whatever is not taken away remains. I'm working with one tribe. Their treaty is silent as to the right to hunt, fish, and gather. Simply wasn't taken away. It doesn't have to be listed in the treaty. In the 1854 ceded territory, which the Superior National Forest and the Boundary Waters falls within, there is an overt nod to the right to hunt, fish, and gather. And if you want to read in depth about that, if you go to the 1854 Treaty Authority website, there's a document on there that I wrote for them that describes treaty rights in that ceded territory. Then you have the trust obligation. The U.S. government has a duty to protect tribes, to manage resources in ways that help tribes and facilitate what tribes need. Clean water, we talked about that earlier. We were talking about that all of today. Keith Ellison was talking about that when he was up here. And if Congress isn't clear in a treaty or a statute involving Indian affairs, construe it in favor of the tribe. This bleeds into the canons of construction. Canons of construction exist in federal courts to level the playing field between tribes and the U.S. government. Basically, if you study these treaties, I have every treaty in a book at home, and it never leaves my bookshelf at home because if it disappears, it's gone. But these treaties were negotiated under threats. There was coercion, there was bribery, and very importantly too, there was a language barrier. What are you signing? I asked my students, how long do you think most treaties are? About 5 pages, almost all of them. 3 to 5 pages. What are the canons of construction? Ambiguities in treaties must be decided in favor of tribes. If a treaty is silent, what's the perspective of the tribes? How would the tribe have understood it? If you're Leech Lake, where I've done a lot of work, I actually lived on that reservation with an elder for about 5 years. Their treaty is silent, and they had to go to court to argue that they have the rights to hunt, fish, and gather on their own reservation, and they won. If you're a Leech Laker, you'd expect to be able to go ricing. You'd expect to be able to catch walleye, other fish. It's what the tribe would understand. You look at the culture of the tribe. And then finally, to final nail in this coffin, treaties must be construed liberally in favor of tribes. When I'm talking to I teach at Leech Lake Tribal College as well, and when I teach them, this one slide gives them a lot of hope. They start to realize they have a sword they can pick up that they didn't know about. So affirmation of treaty rights, these are all numbered, 1854, 42, 37, 36. These are the treaties that the group called the GLIFWIC, Great Lakes Indian Fish Wildlife Commission, helps these tribes in these areas manage their off-reservation rights and protect them. In the 1854 ceded territory, where we have the most interest in this room for the purposes of this meeting today, you have an 1854 treaty authority. That treaty authority is based in Duluth, and it works for Boyce Fort and Grand Portage, even though I'm doing a project right now where we're also working with Fond du Lac. It involves the Forest Service as well. So one thing that's really interesting about the 1854 treaty that a lot of people don't know, it didn't just recognize the rights to hunt, fish, and gather, the treaty rights held by the bands that signed the 1854 treaty. A lot of the signatories also came from Wisconsin and Michigan, because you had the tragedy of Sandy Lake tragedy, where in 1850, President Taylor had the tribes that were taking their annuities in the Apostle Islands go to Sandy Lake in Minnesota, and the annuities didn't come till late. Food was rotten, and they had to not canoe back and use waterways to get back. They had to walk back in the snow, so about 400 tribal members died. Because of that, Chief Buffalo from Red Cliff went to DC and said, look, the next time you have a treaty, we need to have reservations established for us in what is now Wisconsin and Michigan. 54 happened to be the treaty that just was on the tails of the 1842 treaty and then the 1850 tragedy. So the 1854 treaty not only recognized the treaty rights of tribes in the 1854 ceded territory, it established reservations in Michigan and Wisconsin. So those tribes are also signatories. You think about affirmation of treaty rights. We went through all of these terrible eras. If you go back to, I gotta go way back. The assimilation era, that was boarding schools and allotments, 1880s to 1930-ish. That basically took subsistence rights away, or they assumed they could take subsistence rights away. They broke up families. They got kids and told them, you can't practice your religion. We're going to cut your hair. We're going to make you dress in a uniform. If you studied that today, that would be under international human rights law, that would be ethnocide. I asked who studied the assimilation era. A guy named Adolf Hitler. He said, what they're doing to the Indians, I can do to the Jews. That was his foundation. But now we get to the 1960s and we get into the civil rights era, and there starts to be hope. If you go to the far left there, I think it's on your left, you see the Bolt decision. That's in Washington State. And Judge Bolt was a politically conservative judge. He was a sports fisherman. And when he looked at the treaties that the 14 tribes had signed in Washington State and some in Oregon, they're called the Stevens Treaties because they were all written the same. They were templates. And he said, there's no way these rights don't exist. And so he went back and said, the tribes own half the resource. You're going to have to work with the tribes on fisheries management. That skipped over to the Midwest, and you see in the middle there, those are protesters protesting treaty rights in Wisconsin. And it was nasty. It was like January 6th. You had National Guard had to come in. I don't put all the slides up here because they're pretty bad. You see in the bottom, save a walleye, spear an Indian. A more common sign was save 2 walleye, spear a pregnant squaw. This was 1980s, right across the border. And I was fortunate to work with an attorney who saw this happen, and she went from the Attorney General's office and went over to DNR, and she negotiated she negotiated a settlement with Mille Lacs, who had asserted their rights. And when it became clear that Mille Lacs and DNR was going to come to an agreement, they settled like 100 of 110 issues. Our football coach, Bud Grant, a lot of us don't know this about him, he asserted himself and said, let's take this to the Supreme Court. He's a sportsman from northern Wisconsin, northern Minnesota. And just like in the Bolt decision and the cases in Wisconsin, the tribes won. It's like a playbook. And these cases are, going back to, that case was decided by the Supreme Court in 1999. We had a case in Wyoming that was decided the same way in 2019. So it's a playbook. It happens over and over. And states are starting to understand, maybe we should work with the tribes. Maybe we should not be asserting that they can't assert their rights. So we have a trust obligation because of all this. And what is it? And forgive me, I didn't scrub this as well as I should have. I was in front of a room several years ago with about this many people, and they were all Forest Service employees, and I was training them on their legal obligation to tribes. There's a trust obligation, a legal arrangement allowing a third party, a trustee, to hold the assets on behalf of the beneficiary. The fiduciary who holds the obligation is the Forest Service. It owes the duty to the tribes as the beneficiary. The corpus is national forest land, and it's set aside for the benefit of the tribes. And there's a standard of care. It's a fiduciary standard of care. It's a very high standard. If any of you operate as a trustee, you know your duty to the beneficiary is higher than your duty to yourself. When I was working out on the Leech Lake Reservation, and I did this presentation for the Chippewa National Forest, I said, you have not been fulfilling your duty. And I went back and found case law, a case called U.S. versus Mitchell, which isn't a fit for this presentation, but I found that the duty is not a bear trust, a B-A-R-E trust, where they can just do an injunction or change management. It's a common law trust. And so I informed the Forest Service, and there was a lot of frowns in the room, that you could be held financially liable and for things you've already done. And it really changed the tenor of that forest. When you're working with federal agencies, when tribes do, and I work with federal agencies, or with tribes on behalf of federal agencies, you have to basically point to the law. The trust obligation goes back to the Marshall Trilogy, right? Back to the 1830s, and actually goes back to the signing of the treaties. The trilogies just recognize the duty. If you're working with the Forest Service, you have an executive order, all actually agencies, Executive Order 13175. That applies to all agencies, federal agencies in the US. You have departmental regulations, you have manuals, and you have handbooks. All federal agencies fulfill their trust obligation through consultation, and that's where I get involved a lot. I know that y'all are all aware there's recently been or maybe you're aware there's been a memo of understanding with the tribes in the 1854 ceded territory and the Forest Service, and I've been representing the tribes in completing that MOU. And that happens through consultation. When does consultation have to occur? Ask you these questions if you're a federal employee or you're someone pushing a federal employee. If there's going to be a substantial direct effect, are there possible direct effects? In all cases, err on the side of consultation. If you lift a pencil in certain forests, you better offer consultation. The tribes have a lot more power now than they were aware of just not too long ago. And now the federal agencies are becoming more aware of it, even inside this administration. Balancing responsibilities with tribes and interest of the public. Consultation is a government-to-government relationship and does not include constituents or partners. And I tell you this because when I do work out at the Chippewa National Forest in Leech Lake, I have Minnesota Forest Industries come after Leech Lake and me saying, we're going to be affected by what you're doing. We know that you're consulting with the tribes. We need to have a seat at the table. And my answer is, if we gave you a seat at the table, we would be violating our trust obligation, the obligation you're hearing over and over. Same thing with environmental groups. I've been approached by groups that I know the tribes agree with, but they can't have a seat at the consultation table. The influence that the groups would have with tribes would be, how can we help you? How can we collaborate with you? What do you need? What do you want? Don't say, I want to cloak myself in the power of sovereignty. You can't do that. So this is where the rubber really meets the road with NEPA and planning. With NEPA, it's a very low threshold. It's the rational basis threshold. Government action has to be rationally related or potentially rationally related to a legitimate government interest. Very low hurdle. But when you get to tribal treaty rights, you have what's called the strict scrutiny test, and you have to use the higher standard of review to evaluate the discrimination that might occur by the governmental action or plan. A good example of how this works is when the cases in Wisconsin that I showed the illustration of earlier came down, one of the things that the tribes wanted was to have nighttime deer hunting. And the court said that's too dangerous. And so we had CWD, chronic wasting disease, come along, and the state of Wisconsin began hiring sharpshooters who weren't really sharpshooters. And the tribes just kind of crossed their arms and watched it go on and said, well, no one's getting hurt, and these guys aren't even certified. What about our right to hunt at night? That's our right. No one else has that right. And the court went back and told Wisconsin, you had not shown us that you really have a legitimate interest in this. It's not going to be rational basis test if you're going to want to stop their night hunting or have us stop it because you don't have the right to regulate. You're going to have to show that you've met strict scrutiny, and the state of Wisconsin just wasn't able to do it. So I've been talking about the feds. Minnesota's unique in that you have an executive order, and we've had 2 in a row now, that directs agencies in Minnesota to work with tribes and consult with tribes. And part of my program at UMD, we have a couple of people who work at what's called the Tribal Sovereignty Institute, and they train thousands of state workers at this point. I mean, 4,000 to 6,000. And so it's happening at the state level too. There's a lot of momentum. Tribes are realizing every day more and more how much power they have to protect their rights. And thank you.
Good? Two questions?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Doug. We have a few minutes for some questions from the audience for Doug and Anna here before we begin with the next set of sessions. I think we have the microphones for the crowd again for some questions. Well, why don't you sit down at the microphones here if you want to come up, Anna. Here. Do any questions for Doug or Anna about what they talked about? We have a question over there. If we have okay, talk. Sure. I'll repeat the question. So the question is Doug, what do you see are the issues between the tribal governments and the Boundary Waters specifically?
It's really on a bunch of different levels. The big thing right now, of course, is mining, and tribes like Fond du Lac, ANRES, has received what's called treatment as a state, so they can regulate the water quality that flows through that reservation. They're getting ready for a fight because their headwaters, they're coming from Polymet area. And so that's the big concern. 1854 Treaty Authority helps with the science to support what the tribes want, but it's really up to each tribe to talk about, roll forward what they want to do and how they want to do it when it comes to environmental protection. Their desires are very similar to yours when it comes to mining. As far as the boundary waters themselves, the tribes are like, great, it's got a designation, but one of the big issues, believe it or not, has been camping in the boundary waters. And the tribes have argued successfully, we have a right of occupancy in the ceded territory. You can't charge us to go in. You can't permit us to go in. We go in. It's a good question. Thank you.
Doug, I don't know if you'd want to expand that for the last year or so, you've been representing Grand Portage, Fond du Lac, and Bois Forte in negotiations with the Superior National Forest, trying to develop a memorandum of understanding or putting content into that memorandum of understanding with the Superior National Forest. Maybe you want to just provide kind of the broad contours of what's going on there.
Yeah, so there's this memo of understanding that was recently signed, has appendices, and the appendices are desired vegetative conditions, water, clean water, access, protection of cultural values, and those are really, and we're giving life to those. So we have met, the three tribes and myself, with me facilitating, have met with each other. We have a team that's assigned from each tribe, and now we have them drafted, and we have to now take them to the councils, and we'll do that with all three councils at once, and then we'll sit at the table with the Forest Service. And the thing that really amazes me is these appendices, I thought were going to be like 20, 30 pages long. They're all about 3 or 4 pages long because there are some highlights, and I can't talk to them right now because it's not public, but whenever they are negotiated out with the Forest Service, that will become a public document. So you'll get a vision into the desires of the tribes and what's important to them. And I would encourage you to study it.
Great. Thank you. We have another question.
I was one of those people sitting in front of my video monitor last night listening to Senator Smith heroically making her stand on the floor of the Senate, and we all know what happened this morning. During her defense of the, she talked about how the tribes had not been consulted about this particular House file. And now we understand that it's headed towards signature by the president. Is there any kind of intervention that can happen because the tribes weren't consulted?
They can sue. Yeah, you can sue for lack of consultation. You'd be surprised how many issues had not had consultation. One thing that we argued, I think successfully, you would have an interest in when you were going to have the swap for lands in the boundary waters, school trust lands, and then for lands outside of the boundary waters with the state of Minnesota. We successfully argued without going to court that that's a net loss for the tribes, because once it goes to the state, you can have school trust lands outside of the boundary waters, those can be sold. And I worked with the tribes and the school trust lands director, Aaron Vanderland, to say, let's just make this a pure purchase so that we don't have a loss here. So you do it in all different ways. Sometimes you do it by knowing people, by being smart, understanding the history I taught you today. If you can articulate that, you can win. But not a lot of people can do it.
Thank you so much for your succinct presentation today. It was really both enlightening and very, very interesting. My question is, from organizations like Friends of the Boundary Waters and other advocacy organizations, and maybe there are others who are represented by people here, how can we best take the interests of the tribes in the 1854 treaty not only into account, but how best can we engage as we're developing our policies and our priorities for the coming years?
Yeah, from my perspective, y'all do a really good job. I don't know how many times Chris has called me saying, hey, who do I talk to at Fond du Lac, and how do I do it, and how do I navigate this and that? And that's like the best thing that y'all can do, and you have good leadership on that. So you're doing the right thing right now. And when the MOU comes out with the full appendices, you even get like an amazing picture into what the tribe's concerns are. And those are also short. I realized when I was working with all three tribes, I normally, when someone says, how many tribes are you working with? I always say, right now, too many. So I like to do one at a time. But it was amazing to have 3 tribes in the room, and these MOU appendices are so short because they all had the same vision, and we didn't all know it until we got together and sat. So that's going to be a good document to understand.
I'm going to switch answers and go to Anna. Do you know how many outfitters do offer tow services, and what percentage of the Boundary Waters travelers actually use those towing services?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I do not have that information off the top of my head. I can look into it more. I mean, I think a lot of what we've seen with Wilderness Watch versus Hall, the current litigation that's going on right now, is a lot of the monitoring and the paperwork behind it is either behind or just hard to understand in general. So I don't know that off the top of my head, but a good number. I mean, I work at Sawville, so we don't have towboats in that area. But I mean, I was just doing a bit of research for this presentation, and just on Seagull and around Saginaw too, like there were at least a handful of outfitters that were doing towboat services. So I think it's a good number, especially on the Ely side and on the Gunflint side, but I don't have the exact number.
Yes, please go ahead.
Two-part question. These are short documents, the treaties, as you're mentioning repeatedly. Is there any kind of markup, interpretation, or maybe primary source historian documents that we have to go by for interpretation? Secondly, does all of this end at the international boundary?
Right, I'll do number 1. You might have to remind me of number 2 once I get done with number 1. Number 1 is, I think the best thing out there for the 1854 treaty is a document that I wrote. And just go to the 1854 Treaty Authority website, and it's about a 40-pager. And it has the treaty itself in it. And I worked with staff at the 3 tribes and with the 1854 Treaty Authority to develop that history. And thousands of that document have been distributed. They started out as it being glossy, and they'd hand it out at meetings. And after they got to about 3,000 or 4,000, they just put it online. So that's number 1. Number 2, say number 2 again. International boundaries, right? Yeah, I have not seen cross-boundary application. But I'll tell you, when I'm out at Leech Lake, when I teach out there, I'm in person, I put my kids in a circle and I stand in the middle, which is appropriate. And when we have breaks, they spend a lot of time trying to figure out their relations with each other. Because almost all families were split up somehow during that assimilation era. And they find out they're related. And a number of my Boys Fort students and Portage students, their relatives are in Canada. That I worked on a project for Grand Portage, where it was an island of interest. And that island, if you looked at the history of it, for a decade it was in Canada, for another decade it was in the US. It got surveyed so many different ways. It's another fiction. What's that? Susie, I worked on that one too. That's not Susie. Susie was a real victory.
First, thank you so much for your presentation and for sharing this information with us. It's really valuable. I was in a presentation earlier this week on land conservation. This is a little bit different topic here, and in the past, acquiring private land to give to the federal government to protect it seemed like a viable long-term strategy. But given what we're seeing with the Forest Service, for example, and some recent developments, perhaps a better long-term strategy to protect lands and waters is to entrust them to the tribes. Do you have thoughts on that kind of strategy, or perhaps the best way to do it?
You're right. That's all I have to say. And land back, land restoration is a big thing. It's growing bigger and bigger as we're in this Native Nation building era, right, that I talked about. Now that we're in this era and tribes are having more resources that they've enjoyed in the past, they're getting land back. Grand Portage, we talked about Susie just now, they went from having, I don't know what percentage of the reservation together. They now have as of a few weeks ago, they're at 99% whole. And so they're learning ways. Most tribes, almost all tribes, have real estate specialists, attorneys, etc. They have the capability to accept donations. They have the capacity to buy land, and they're doing it. It's just not happening fast enough, in my perspective.
Any other questions there? Well, maybe I'll tag on one, Doug, in response to your question. If you would talk about the issue, there's a perception that reservations are all native owned, and that there's checkerboarding within reservation boundaries. Why don't you talk about what caused that and the implications of that?
Sure. Thanks, Chris. So during the assimilation era, we had the boarding schools, which I talked about. You also had allotments. If you go to the Nelson Act, which happened in 1889, it basically enabled what's called the Dawes Act. Dawes was a senator out in Massachusetts. And in that act, the idea was that they would allot the reservation where allottees, the tribal citizens, would get 40 to 160 acres. And there were only so many people to hand that land around to. And so the rest of the lands became surplus lands. And the surplus lands were then open for business. Settlers could move in. Knute Nelson, who the act was named after, was a big friend of the timber barons here in Minnesota. And they really wanted, for example, the pinery that is now Leech Lake Indian Reservation and now the Chippewa National Forest. That's why I had to live there for 5 years, because that was something that had to begin to be corrected. The Leech Lake lost 95% of its holdings because of that timber on the reservation, and they had to go to court to establish that they had not been basically terminated by the U.S. government with the creation of the Chippewa National Forest. The court came back and said, for them to terminate you, whatever's not taken away remains. Remember, silence is in favor of the tribes. And since the statute was silent, all that happened was the U.S. government created what eventually became the Chippewa National Forest. And so the Leech Lake Band, even though they only have 5 or 6% of their original holdings, still have jurisdictional authority within the boundaries of their reservation. And add salt to the wound, to the state of Minnesota, the judge ruled that if anybody that's non-tribal goes on to the Leech Lake Reservation to hunt, fish, or gather, they have to get a permit from the band. That does not mean that to hunt, fish, and gather on tribal land, you need a permit. You need a permit to hunt, fish, and gather on federal lands, state lands, and county lands, because the tribe, in fact, has a constitutionally protected real property interest in those public lands. There's a lot of power to it.
Great. And any other questions out there? All right. Let's give a big hand to Doug and Anna here. Let's go. Thank you so much. Good job. Great. Okay. Thank you so much. We're continuing on our diverse journey through the legal wilderness involving the boundary waters here. We're turning to a different topic, that involving climate change. And so the topic of the next presentation is The Brave New World, the science of how climate change will impact the boundary waters. Our presenter, I'm looking at, is Lee Freelich out there. Can I say, there we go, there's Lee. Lee Freelich is the director of the University of Minnesota's Center for Forest Ecology. He is one of the world's foremost experts on boreal forests. Dr. Freelich has been a mentor to countless forest researchers and professionals in Minnesota and throughout the country, including Sam Reed, who is our climate change and conservation manager, whom you'll hear from shortly. Dr. Freelich has served on the board of directors of Friends of the Boundary Waters. Dr. Freelich will examine the different scenarios of how climate change will impact the boreal forests of the boundary waters, bringing scientific and ecological perspectives to the legal issues surrounding the boundary waters. I'm delighted to bring you Dr. Lee Freelich. Thank you, Lee. So glad to be here. Here's the channel change.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for inviting me to talk about climate change. So I'm going to talk about how it's going to influence the vegetation, the disturbance regimes, a number of things that are going on in the boundary waters. And I originally got started in this research with Bud Heinzelman, and he gave me all of his maps and all that stuff, and they sat in my office for 20 years before they finally made their way over to the map library and became digitized, and you can download them all now from the university's digital conservancy, all those disturbance history maps. Back to climate change, we've had more than 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit in warming so far, and I'll show you some of the changes that have already occurred from that level of warming, and that reverses a 5,000-year natural cooling trend. And currently we're above 420 parts per million CO2 in the atmosphere, and that's the highest in about 3 million years. So we're really going into some new territory here. And then these are two scenarios. The one on the left shows how much it might warm up in the middle of the North American continent if we have a business as usual CO2 emission scenario, and it's about 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas if we actually used the Paris Accords and did what we said we would do at that time and reduced our emissions aggressively, we'd have the other scenario there, and it would only be around 2 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's the difference for the Twin Cities between moving from here to the middle of Kansas versus moving from here to Des Moines, Iowa. So, as we all know, Minnesota is the most interesting place on the entire planet. And that's because we have 3 biomes that all come together here. So, if you look here, we've got the dark green, which is boreal forest, and then we have the lighter green, which is our temperate forest, so things like sugar maple and oak and basswood, and then we have the yellowish or beige color there, which was the original grassland, totaling 22 million acres, which is now almost all corn and soybeans, but we still have 1% of it left in the form of actual prairie. So we're the only state that has this many edges, so we are the edgiest state in the union, and edges of biomes are susceptible to a changing climate because their edges are determined by the climate. So here's a picture of a boreal forest at Tetagouche State Park on the north shore of Lake Superior. This is mostly balsam fir, white spruce, and paper birch, but things like jack pine and red pine also occur in the boreal forest. And here is our temperate forest. This is sugar maple, basswood, and red oak. So this might be the future for part of the boundary waters. That's why I'm showing it to you. And then here is a prairie landscape, one of our original prairie remnants, Mound Spring Prairie. And this might be the future of part of the boundary waters as well with a warming climate. So if we zoom in and look at projections for climate change in this region, and I'm showing you summer temperature now, June, July, and August average temperature. High emission scenario on the top, low emission scenario on the bottom, and it shows from now to the end of the semester. End of the century. End of the semester is in 2 weeks at the University of Minnesota. Anyway, to the end of the century, the high emission, which is the business as usual, it's about 13 degrees Fahrenheit warmer in summer in Minnesota. And I'm showing summer because that turns out to be overwhelmingly what causes the edges of the biomes. It's what trees respond to is summer temperature. They don't really care whether it's 20 below zero or 40 below zero in the winter because they're dormant. So 13 degrees warmer, and that takes us to Kansas again, or from the boundary waters, it would take you down to northwestern Iowa or maybe to Omaha. Whereas the low emission scenario is only about 3 to 5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer in summer. So what does that magnitude of climate change mean for tree species? So you can map the climate envelope in which tree species grow, and what you see here is balsam fir, which is our favorite Christmas tree in this part of the world. And you see the red colors are where it's very abundant, and the heavy blue line there is the very southern edge of its range, and that's currently from the Forest Service inventory data. And then you look in the lower map, and that high warming scenario shows it exiting the state, moving off to the northeast. So we'd expect all the species to move about 300 miles with the high warming scenario. So that means we would trade the species shown here, which are black spruce, red pine, and jack pine on the left side there, paper birch in the middle, balsam fir in the lower middle, and then white spruce and quaking aspen. Those are the boreal species that make up the majority of the forest in the boundary waters. We'd be switching those out for these species: bur oak, sugar maple, the elms, basswood, red maple, and red oak. And of course, there is a little bit of bur oak and red maple and red oak and basswood in the boundary waters already. So same thing in Europe. We did an analysis of European species. Norway spruce is their main boreal species, and you see in the map here for 2070, all that red zone is places where it grows now and it wouldn't be able to grow. So this is true around the world, that boreal tree species are likely to lose the lower 200 or 300 miles or the southernmost 200 or 300 miles of their range. It just won't be the right climate for them to grow. So what does this magnitude of climate change mean at the biome level? So a biome is a whole assemblage of tree species, not just one individual tree species, and there are climatic factors that can cause multiple species to have their limits all in the same place. So I had a student who studied the temperate versus the boreal biome. I just assigned it to him as a PhD project, figure out what makes the difference between boreal forest and temperate forest. So he went out and visited all these places across upper Michigan, Wisconsin, and northern Minnesota that were along a gradient from having almost all boreal and just a few temperate trees, say up near Grand Marais, to having almost all temperate trees and just a few boreal trees out near Bemidji, for example, and to look across that climate gradient. So he looked at the growth, the ring growth and the height growth of forest saplings, which represent the future canopy of the forest. And this is basically what he found, that mean summer temperature determines whether the boreal species fir and spruce on this graph grow more than things like red maple and sugar maple. It's the same for red oak as well. There's a crossover point where they grow equally well at about 64 degrees mean summer temperature, and then as you warm it up from that, the maples and oaks grow faster than the spruce and fir. So if you're starting out in the left side of this graph and your summer's warm from 63 to 66 degrees, maple and oak trees will start growing faster and overtop the boreal species and replace the boreal forest. And you can see that here. And by the way, our temperature elevation gradients in Minnesota are upside down. The lower you go, the cooler it is. And you see that here with boreal forest down in the lowlands and sugar maple on the ridges. So cold air is dense and it forms on the ridges and it settles down into the lowlands. And Lake Superior is actually the lowest elevation in the state, and because of its 2,000 cubic miles of ice cold water, it also stays very cold during summer along Lake Superior. However, the surface temperatures of the Great Lakes have been warming a little bit, and the amount of cold air pooling into low points in the landscape isn't quite what it used to be. And here's an example. This happens to be in Wisconsin, but I went to this place in 1979, and you could not find a maple tree there. And now in 2016, there was a sugar maple, and it's right next to balsam fir in the understory of this forest. So in this place, it just got to that crossover temperature where temperate and boreal species can grow together. But what we found across the landscape as a whole on all of the study areas is that the temperate species are already moving into the understory of the boreal forest from the warming that has already occurred on all of those sites that I showed earlier throughout northern Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota. We had 2,000 plots in the boundary waters. Almost all of them had some red maple, for example. Then I had another PhD student, Nick Dons, and I assigned him the task of figuring out what's the difference between a forest and a prairie. And you see the prairie forest border there in the heavy black line at the time of European settlement when the survey of all the lands was done by the government. And you can see the prairie and the trees on the west side and on the northeast side of that line there. And what he discovered is it's essentially the annual water balance. Doesn't matter how cold it is, or how warm it is, it's really the water balance. So if you have more precipitation and evaporation, which is the greens and blues on the map on the right there, you can have forest. If evaporation exceeds precipitation, you have prairie. And the same is true up by Edmonton, Alberta. They're right near the prairie forest border. You only need about 20 inches of rain there, or even 18 inches for a forest. Whereas in southern Minnesota, you need around 30. In northern Minnesota, you need around 25 or 26. So it's really about the annual water balance rather than the temperature, because there are trees that can grow in a place no matter how cold it is. So looking at these two things, the summer temperature, determining temperate versus boreal, and the climatic moisture index, whether you have a surplus of rain and have forest or a deficit of rainfall compared to evaporation, you have prairie, and we mapped it out. So the map on the left here shows the current biome distributions, and you see boreal in northeastern Minnesota, mixed boreal, temperate in that kind of mint green, and then the temperate deciduous maple, oak, and basswood in the yellow. And the prairies have actually moved off to the west compared to what it was at the time of European settlement. And that's because in the early phases of global warming, increased rainfall did outstrip evaporation. And so trees are aggressively moving into prairie remnants in southwestern Minnesota. But looking to the future here, if we follow the low emission scenario in the upper right map, Minnesota still looks like Minnesota. The boundaries move a little bit. There's still pure boreal in the far northeast and mixed boreal across the boundary waters. Still temperate forest in most of the state. The big difference comes when you have the high warming scenario, which would get so warm in summer that evaporation would outstrip precipitation by quite a bit. And that's where you get 90% of the state having a climate that would support grasslands or maybe savannas with occasional scattered trees. There would still be some temperate forest at the tip of the arrowhead there in the yellow, and some temperate forest in southeastern Minnesota on the north sides of the big hills in the driftless area along the Mississippi River. And this is where the idea of the new Kansas came. So western Minnesota could be the new Kansas, and I was talking to a reporter from the Washington Post, and I said, we have a perfectly good Kansas now, we don't need a second Kansas in Minnesota. And he put that in the first paragraph of an article on the front page of the Washington Post, and that's when I found out what it's like to get feedback. So about half of the people around the world think I'm an idiot, and half the people around the world think I'm a brilliant scientist, so half there and half there, so on average I'm good. So this is obviously that business as usual or high warming scenario is a big deal if that happens, a big deal for the boundary waters. And looking at the continental analysis of biomes, you see the two heavy black arrows there. The upper one points to all the area from northwestern Minnesota all the way up to Yellowknife. In the Northwest Territories, that would convert from forest to prairie, and then that whole yellow area from the northeast tip of the arrowhead all the way over to Quebec, that would go from boreal forest to temperate forest. Looking at an analog, if you look at the boundary waters, the blue star there, and you find an area that right now has the same climate the boundary waters would have with that high warming scenario, you get that orange star there, which is Granite Falls, Minnesota. So you can go there, and the topography, the physiography, the type of rocks are all similar to the boundary waters, so you have a good analog. So here you have black spruce in the boundary waters on granitic rock 2.8 billion years old. And here you have scattered oaks and basswoods and mixed with patches of prairie on gneiss, which is a metamorphized granite about 3.5 billion years old at gneiss outcrops natural area near Granite Falls. The only difference between these two pictures is about 8 degrees Fahrenheit mean summer temperature. And again, the physiography is pretty much the same. What about changes in the disturbance regime? So we know the climate could change so that we wouldn't even have the right climate for certain trees or certain biomes. What about the disturbance regime? Because we know fires and storms can change the forest too. So here's what started as my study of old growth red pine on the left there in the 1990s, and then in 1999 the big blowdown came and that leveled it, and my study of old growth became a study of old growth that was blown down. And then it burned, so it became a study of old growth that blew down and burned, and it was reincarnated as a birch forest, as you can see in the upper picture. So this combination of wind followed by fire is happening much more often than it used to, and it is converting the boreal forest from coniferous boreal to deciduous boreal, which means paper birch and quaking aspen. And that's happening not only in Minnesota, but around the world, whatever their local boreal conifers are, and they all have a local boreal aspen species and birch species, right? It could be Betula pendula in northern Europe, which is silver birch, and Quercus tremula Populus tremula, as opposed to Populus tremuloides, which is our aspen here. Every boreal forest area around the world has a closely related aspen, birch, spruce, fir, and pine species, closely related to our species in Minnesota. So wind plus fire means major forest transformation. conversion to birch and aspen in cool areas, or if it's warm enough, conversion to oak and maple. So if you look at Heinzelman's classic work, the successional patterns, jack pine it burned and it regenerated to jack pine, right? It was jack pine to jack pine, aspen to aspen, and red white pine to red white pine. So it was really parallel succession. There really wasn't major change in tree species composition, but what we found in the last 10 years in the boundary waters is all sorts of huge differences. With the windstorms, all the early successional things like birch and aspen and pine were being pushed to black spruce, balsam fir, and white spruce. Or if you had wind plus fire or 2 fires in a short time, which is happening way more often than it used to, you start with any forest type and it ends up being aspen birch. And that was the main trend that we found across the landscape, a lot more aspen and birch. And so we've had these big fires in recent years. And the question is that a return to normal after we kind of had a hiatus in big fires from about 1910 up to about the 1990s? Or is it a stepping stone to a new sign of a changing climate and stepping stone to some new regime? Well, if you look at the fire cycles, how long it takes to burn an area equivalent to the whole, before European settlement, it was about 122 years. And of course, there were indigenous people on the land doing burns, and that is included here. This is pre-European settlement, so the 1700s and 1800s, 122 years. During settlement, it was 87 years because the European settlers started a bunch of fires, and then from 1911 to 72, it went to 2,000 years. In other words, just tiny proportions of the landscape were burning. And now if you look at the top line with those big fires, we're back to 100 years, so we're back to about what it was before European settlers. And the question is that just a return to normal, or is it a step towards a new tipping point? Well, here's 2023 in Canada, and that bar on the right, 45 million acres burned. You remember that summer where we were breathing smoke all summer long here in the Twin Cities? 45 million acres burned, and that is almost as big as the whole state of Minnesota. And it was 2.6 times the previous record, which was 17.5 million acres in 1995. And in 2024 and 2025, not shown here, we also had more burned in Canada than in 1995. So I think it's just that northern Minnesota is so small compared to Canada that we haven't had major gigantic fires here, and I think it is a stepping stone to a new regime with much bigger, much more frequent fires. It just didn't show up here because we only have like 4 or 5 million acres, and Canada has 700 million acres of forest, and so it shows up in the statistics there a lot sooner because there's less variability when you have a big area. So the big difference from the historic regime is that the legacy of boreal conifers is being increasingly lost due to too much wind and fire in combination. And what is likely to happen in the boundary waters? Well, more big fires and wind plus fire disturbances, changing coniferous boreal species to boreal deciduous, which is birch and aspen, followed probably by invasion by temperate trees, conversion to maple and oak. And then if you're in the western part of the boundary waters and you wait long enough, maybe your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren change to savanna and grassland in the western boundary waters. Do we have time for questions?
Yes.
So Chris says we have time for a few questions. Yeah, the question is, how would the lakes and the fishing change with the transition to deciduous trees? Well, the leaf chemistry is different, and the water percolating through the land and through the soil is going to have different chemistry. It's not going to be as acidic. So the pH might go up, the productivity of lakes might go up, the water temperature will get warmer from the warmer climate, and that will change the species of fish. Yeah, lots of nice ecological cascades there.
So what we know now of traveling through the boundary waters via canoe in a temperate forest, would it still have that dynamic, just not the same tree and plant cover?
Yeah, it would still be a canoe wilderness because most of the lakes in the boundary waters are deep enough that they're not going to totally evaporate like some of the shallow lakes in central Minnesota. So yeah, it would be like going on the northern highland state forest in northern Wisconsin. Lots of lakes there and portages between, but lots of maple trees and just a conifer here and there. It's still pretty, it's still trees, but it's different. And the same if it turns to prairie. You can canoe around in a prairie too, right? There might be some privacy issues with campsites because you wouldn't have any trees to screen the vision of adjacent campers. At least that's what social scientists have told me the concern would be with if it ended up being a savanna. But if it is going to be a savanna, I think it should be the best savanna that it can be. And we should bring in some of the native savanna species if that happens and keep buckthorn and invasive species out, because invasive species are likely to jump in at a time of a major transition. So if I could take one management action, it would just be to prevent them from getting in and basically let the boundary waters do what it's going to do without the interference of invasive, especially invasive plant species.
Yeah. Well, let's see. The first comment on the prairie is, boy, we'll be windbound a lot more often. But then the question is, there's some red oaks on the west side that are 50, 60 years old. So long before we really started to raise the temperature much. What's going on there?
Yeah, there are some red oaks in the west side of the boundary waters, and summers are slightly warmer there than the eastern boundary waters. So the Vento unit, the Gunflint area, is a lot more boreal. And actually, if you looked at the maps earlier, we actually mapped the western boundary as in the transition ecotone from boreal to temperate. And it's still mostly boreal in the boundary waters, and as you go south, it gradually gets to be more and more temperate till you get down south of Grand Rapids, and then it's virtually 100% temperate. So yeah, there is a temperate tree species presence in the western boundary waters. Historically even, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're not very healthy trees. In the old days when it got down to 60 below zero every winter, those oaks all had frost cracks, and they had frost cracks on top of frost cracks because they were just responding to injuries every winter. And I've noticed the younger ones that are only 20 or 30 years old have perfectly straight, perfectly smooth trunks. We just don't get the real deep cold as often as we did in the past.
Any more questions for Lee Freelich here? All right. Let's give Lee a big round of applause again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
That was great. Thank you so much, Lee. A reminder for those of you that that want continuing legal credits, that you need to sign in up here at the front table to get your CLE. So go there so you can get your continuing legal education credits there. Well, we had some questions about what's happening and sort of what to do. On that, kind of pulling on the thread of that second question, I'm going to invite back to the stage here Kevin Preschold and invite my colleague Sam Reed to come up here. And so now what we're going to have right now is a dialogue, kind of that's a gentle debate perhaps. And what it is, it's a dialogue between two approaches to protecting the boundary waters in the future. And so one approach is a guardian that you sort of it's more of a hands-off approach to dealing with what happens to the everything in that wilderness boundary of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. And then the other one is a gardener-guardian approach where we have more of an active management. And so we have the guardian and the gardener-guardian models approach here. And Kevin Preschold will present the guardian perspective, which advocates against active management in the wilderness area. And Sam Reed will present this gardener-guardian model, which advocates for active management of the wilderness area, particularly in the face of climate change. I've introduced Kevin before as one of our founders back in 1976. Sam Reed is our climate and conservation manager, and he leads our new program through which we are becoming the Center for all climate change research and data relating to the boundary waters and the broader Quetico Superior ecosystem. So Sam just came on board around October 1st of last year, and so we're moving very quickly into this area. Sam has spent the last decade researching and recreating in the North Woods. Sam received his PhD from the University of Minnesota, working very closely with Lee Frelich. And he was, this past year, a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Minnesota's Institute on Environment. So it is my pleasure to turn it over now to Sam Reed and Kevin Preschold for this dialogue.
Thank you. I'm wondering if it might be helpful to explain where the gardener framework came from. In the early 1960s, the Secretary of Interior, Stuart Udall, established a committee to guide the National Park Service on managing national parks. It was headed by Starker Leopold, who was the son of Aldo Leopold. And in 1963, the Leopold Committee released its recommendations. And they were okay, but some of the recommendations in the Leopold Committee report called for essentially active management of the national parks. And there's a, if we want to get into a side deep dive with that connection of this report to the boundary waters, I can get into that as well. But among the other things that the Leopold Committee recommended was to trying to preserve the primitive vignettes of primitive America. I think it was wording like that. And they said that to do that, the National Park Service may need to use the axe, the chainsaw, and other sorts of tools. Well, this was nearing the end of the long fight to pass the 1964 Wilderness Act, and Howard Zahniser of the Wilderness Society, who had written the act, responded to the Leopold Committee report. And of course, he knew Starker Leopold quite well. They were friends. Zahniser knew Aldo Leopold, of course, because Aldo Leopold was one of the founders of the Wilderness Society. And so in his very gentle way, Zahniser wrote this essay about the Leopold Committee report. And he ended it by saying, with regard to wilderness, we should be guardians, not gardeners. And that's where this guardian and gardeners framework sort of came from. That philosophy was also adopted by the 4 federal land management agencies that administer wilderness: the U.S. Forest Service, the National Park Service, the Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Bureau of Land Management. And so in part, it stems from the part of the definition of wilderness in the Wilderness Act that requires wildernesses to be untrammeled. This is kind of a weird word that Zahniser chose deliberately to describe wilderness. It doesn't mean untouched or pristine, because obviously lots of areas have been designated wilderness that have had some sort of damage or manipulation. But it means that going forward in time, wilderness areas should be unmanipulated, that they should be allowed to conduct their ecological and evolutionary processes without being manipulated by humans. And so that's where this whole concept of guardians and gardeners has come from.
Thank you for starting us off.
Here,
you
take that.
I'll steal this mic here. Okay. All right, thank you for starting us off with that historical foundation of where the vernacular of this gardener and guardian models come from. And so I'll ask some prompting questions of all of you, both of you kind of going through this. And to kind of kick for both of I'll start with Sam here. How would a gardener guardian's approach work with stewarding the wilderness?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good to see everyone. Thank you all for hanging around. It's been a long day, but the fun, I mean, it's
a great day.
It has been great, and the fun is really just starting. I mean, and there's beer after I'm done talking. Like you already introduced me, I appreciate it. So my background is primarily in forest ecology. I worked with Lee and Peter Reich, if folks have met them. And, I think that when I'm thinking about this guardians and gardeners approach, frequently I'm thinking like lean heavy on the guardian side of things. We need to show restraint when it comes to the wilderness. When I think about this idea of trammeled versus untrammeled, actually, I got something from one of your writings, Kevin, about how it's kind of like the free flow of nature. It is a developing wilderness, something that is unrestrained by humans. And I think that's a beautiful concept in many ways. It's wonderful. However, for me, most of my background is in climate change, which is caused by humans. So I think about how can we actually have an untrammeled wilderness when we have anthropogenic climate change that is changing things. That is an indirect human action on the wilderness. So we are trammeling it. Along with that, like Lee mentioned, there's about 100 years of wildfire suppression within the boundary waters, which is a major issue. As we both know, the boundary waters is a fire-dependent ecosystem. It needs fire, but it also needs fire that isn't too hot, like Lee mentioned. We need fire that isn't too severe. It's not too intense, so that things can regrow, and so that it doesn't all become like aspen. So yeah, when I'm thinking about guardians and gardeners, I'm thinking about leaving most of the boundary waters alone. And really only using non-motorized tools to support permitted management actions in the boundary waters, like targeting invasive species or prescribed fire, or restoration of lands outside of the boundary waters so that southerly species, southerly wildlife can move inwards. I think that all is representative of what a gardener's approach is in many ways.
Kevin, do you want to respond to that?
Well, yeah. You'll have to forgive me because I've been sort of trying to wrap my head around the Wilderness Act for the last 50 years. And in the last 25 years, during my involvement with Wilderness Watch, we do this every day with wilderness areas around the country. But what the Wilderness Act tries to preserve is an area's wildness. That was one of the central things that Zahniser wrote about, as well as Sam mentioned, the humility and restraint that we need to exercise in dealing with wilderness. But the the prime directive, if you will, to borrow a Star Trek phrase, the prime directive of the Wilderness Act is to preserve the area's wildness. Wilderness areas, regardless of climate change, which I don't like and don't want to see, they are protected to preserve their wildness and to be unmanipulated by us humans. And that sort of underlies the management strategies and the management regulations of all 4 federal agencies that administer wilderness. And I also wanted to mention that, you know, the Wilderness Act is in many ways a forward-looking law. In some ways, it doesn't care if areas were damaged or trammeled in the past, but from the time of designation going forward in time, the Wilderness Act directs us to preserve these areas' wilderness character, their wildness. And we need to exercise that humility and restraint that our species often brings to natural areas. You know, we're taught in natural resource schools how to manage, how to do this project, how to put in this pond for ducks, and the Wilderness Act directs us instead to exercise that humility and restraint to protect these wilderness areas' wildness. And we need to remember that. And that's why I think that the Howard Zahniser's guardian approach is the correct approach in dealing with wilderness.
Thanks, Kevin. You know, Sam, kind of pulling on something that Kevin just talked about, how the primary directive of the Wilderness Act is that the wildness, and equating that with being unmanipulated, and using the language of the Wilderness Act, untrammeled. You know, how does that Gardner-Guardian approach, you know, comport with the, you know, being untrammeled?
So when the Wilderness Act was written, there was no conceptualization of global climate change. That was not recognized. We were not recognizing that greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide are warming the planet and leading to pretty big changes in our environment. And I think that that really changes for me, it changes the perspective that I take towards things. I think that, yes, that idea of restraint, so we are not trammeling, but like climate change is doing it. It's happening. So for me, what I think is a valuable way forward is restraint, but let's look for the areas that are maybe lacking resilience, that are in danger because of climate change, and work to help those areas within the wilderness. Look for areas, what are the areas that have extremely high and unnatural fuel loads because of continued fire suppression, continued trammeling throughout the wilderness that is getting compounded by climate change. And I'll note in the Wilderness Act, it does say an area of wilderness is further defined to mean in this act an area of undeveloped federal land retaining its primeval character and influence, which is protected and managed so to preserve its natural conditions. In my mind, that opens a door to some degree, albeit, like, I really do think that, I think that there is a history of us hurting nature, of damaging the environment, but I really do believe we can help the environment too. There were the people who started Friends of the Boundary Waters had the vision to establish the boundary waters. They helped nature. Why can't we? Tribes have helped nature for thousands of years. Why can't we? That's what I approach all of this with.
Responding to the climate change, again, my focus has often been within the legal framework of the Wilderness Act, but climate change is not a trammeling within the context of the Wilderness Act. Climate change is obviously causing changes, but it's not a trammeling. The trammeling has to be a direct action by humans, and there has to be the intentionality of doing that. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wilderness regulations, for example, specifically talk about that aspect of intentionality for trammeling. Do I want to see the changes that climate change is making and has already made in the boundary waters? No. Do I love camping underneath red and white pines? Yes. But should we intervene in wilderness to manipulate it? Or as Dr. Bob Lucas, who got his start here in Minnesota, eventually went out to Missoula with the Forest Service, in one of his papers he said, we should, instead of trying to manipulate wilderness, we should stand back and watch what happens with scientific curiosity and document what's happening. I think that's the better wilderness approach rather than trying to go in and do these manipulations.
So where I disagree is what climate change is doing is it's pulling out parts of the ecosystem. It's damaging it. And although it might be indirect, I mean, that is leading to a degradation of the ecosystem itself. So, maybe that is a flaw in the Wilderness Act to not allow for these indirect changes. Because I just I'm not convinced that humans cannot help nature. I think we can help the processes that allow for ecosystems to persist. And it doesn't have to be mechanized, and it doesn't have to be for profit. And I think that's extremely important. I think that if we are going to help ecosystems, which I believe we can, we need to do it without a profit motive in the boundary waters as well. And that fits in some ways.
So Sam, what are you trying to get at with the Guardian approach there? What are you trying to preserve?
So what I want the boundary waters to be able to continue to persist. I want it to be able to continue and have the processes, the ecological processes that we know are there and will likely continue, but we're just giving it a leg up. I want us to be sidekicks for the ecosystem. I mean, that's really a lot of it, is I want the ecosystem to be able to persist with both a hands-off mentality, but also giving certain processes a leg up, helping conifers. Great.
But isn't that injecting human choices in a wilderness ecosystem?
I think the idea of wilderness is human. I mean, there's for me, it's nothing but humans. We've been there. We're still here. We're out there. I think that we set aside this huge chunk of land. We established a garden, albeit wild and messy. And I'm not saying that we make it unwild and messy. I just think that there are certain things we can do, which I'll talk about it a little bit later, that help the ecosystem.
And that, in my view and reading of the Wilderness Act, that flies in the face of an untrammeled wilderness.
But we already manage wilderness. There are we've done prescribed fires in the boundary waters after the blowdown in numerous times.
And prescribed fires are an example of trammeling. They insert human choices on where and when and how a fire is to burn, rather than letting lightning fires play their formerly natural role in burning. And the way they burned, even the hot crown fires that Bud Heinzelman documented, you know, they were hot. Some of them were 100, 200,000 acres. And I don't think those were necessarily bad fires.
I mean, while we're on the topic of Bud Heinzelman, like, the quote that stands out for me is, "To restore the natural ecosystem of the canoe area, fire should soon be reintroduced through a program of prescribed fires and monitored lightning fires." Why not both?
Because the better wilderness choice is to allow lightning fires to burn.
Isn't that opinion, though?
Pardon?
Isn't that opinion rather than science-based? Bud Heinzelman's calling for this in 1973.
And I think Bud would be the first to recognize that wilderness, the whole field of wilderness stewardship has changed dramatically in the last 55 years. And that the way that the federal agencies steward wilderness today is very different from how that happened in the late 60s and early 70s.
Yeah, you know, maybe I'll frame a question that way, kind of taking, you know, with, you know, an immediate impact that's kind of visible, rather than the Gunflint Trail, but one that some of you may know, like if you now paddle out of Lake One into the numbered lake chains there, you can see where the Pagami fire went through, and you can see what's coming back, and it looks just a lot different, you know. It just you know, you see, and I'll use my. You know, not my sophisticated, you have those little Christmas tree looking trees and that, but you see a lot of the, you know, like birch trees and things like that, like, oh, this doesn't look like it's going to be a red and white and jack pine forest. It looks a lot different. And well, for Sam, if you want to say, okay, I want to intervene to make it whatever, make it the forest we knew, I mean, how are we going to know that we're going to get it right? Are we just going to like get involved and maybe make it a bigger mess? So if we try to pick up a red pine seed from, I don't know, Missouri, or, you know, some deciduous tree that might survive for another century. I mean, you know, how are we, you know, with a guardian approach, maybe it'll just make it even worse. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I guess I feel like a lot of this argument is always slippery slope. It's always going to get worse. Things are going to open up. The shit's going to hit the fan, so to say. But I mean, I think that there's tons of evidence showing that tribes burned all throughout their travel routes in the Boundary Waters, and that supported red pines along those travel routes. And there's very good evidence of that. So, okay, there's one line of evidence that fires can support red pines. And other pines. And I think that going back to your blowdown and fire example, like Lee had talked about, that fire burned too hot. It burned too hot because there was so much fuel there. So, you know, we can allow that to happen. That's fine. We can decide that this is the direction we want things to go. But we also, like, we also just, we know what the converse is. We know what happens when we don't reduce fuel loads. And fires burn too hot, and it leads to changes. So, you know, the alternative is maybe a little bit more scary, maybe a little bit more risky, and I'm not calling for it across the entire Boundary Waters. That'd be ridiculous. It's impossible, actually. I'm calling for it in certain areas that might be hotspots, certain areas with extremely high fuel loads. I think that sounds reasonable. And along with that, like I said before, there are numerous instances of us managing within wilderness in order to reach a certain outcome, in order to protect the wilderness, protect its wild quality. I see that as the same.
Kevin, so what would you say to to someone that says, okay, like paddling down Lake 1, Lake 2, where the Pagami Fire went, or some place where the Gunflint Trail, you say, boy, this is not the forest I knew, and it's coming back much differently. I mean, it seems like something's, if it's not trammeled, that it's, I don't know what other word to use it, but what do you say to folks that don't like what they're seeing coming back?
I would say that, the wilderness has always been changing. What we see today or what we saw 100 years ago was certainly not what was there 1,000 years ago. So the wilderness is always changing. And I think to allow nature to call the shots, whether that's a hot fire or not, I mean, the whole thing of burning a fire that's burning too hot, that's a very human judgment. It's not what nature ruled in this case, even though it was a hot fire. I mean, I'm not denying it was a hot fire, but to allow wilderness to determine its own course, to retain its wildness, despite the changes that we see, that's what the Wilderness Act calls us to do. On Seagull Lake, there were some beautiful old pine stands that I loved. There was a wonderful campsite on one of the islands that I camped at many times with probably 300, maybe 400-year-old pines. I was at the spot with Bud Heinzelman on 3 Mile Island, where he showed us the stand of pines that had originated from a fire in the year 1595. Almost all of those blew down in the big blowdown. But that, as much as I personally grieve the loss of those trees, the blowdown was a natural event. And the fires that came after, in some cases, were natural fires. But we can grieve what changes we see coming to the boundary waters, but what the Wilderness Act calls us to do is to protect the area's wildness, so that even, as Lee was mentioning earlier, if we ended up with a prairie wilderness, it's still a wild area that is governed by its own ecological and evolutionary course, rather than us humans interfering and meddling.
We are changing those ecological courses, though, with climate change. We are changing the processes of ecology. So what is a natural disaster now? I'm not sure going forward we're going to be able to identify what's natural versus what's human. So I think that kind of goes back to my point about, like, when the Wilderness Act was first written, you can talk about a fire as a natural event, something that occurred from a lightning strike. In the future, I think it's going to get a heck of a lot harder.
Yes? I'm sorry, I can't. I would prefer not to see invasive species come in, obviously, and I think to the extent that they can be stopped at wilderness boundaries, we should look at those tactics. But to do a larger scale ecological manipulations just flies in the whole face of the wilderness policy, 60 plus years of the Wilderness Act, and the directives of the federal land management agencies.
But I'm not sure that it does, because we have managed wilderness. So is that all breaking the law?
It depends on what. I mean, for example, my organization has raised concerns with the Forest Service plan to burn off 87,000 acres of the boundary waters around the Fernberg corridor as being a kind of trammeling that manipulates wilderness for human purposes and not allowing nature to call the shots. We've filed an administrative appeal or an objection, and we're still waiting for a response from the Forest Service. But that is a kind of trammeling that I think would be illegal. I think putting in a designated campsite in the boundary waters is a much tinier impact and doesn't necessarily interfere with the functioning of the ecosystem. And so, yes, the Forest Service has put in fire grates at designated campsites, as well as little box latrines back in the woods. But those actions are on a scale far different than intentionally burning off 87,000 acres of wilderness.
Well, and not burning off, burning the understory, so, which would reduce fuel loads and reduce the risk of extremely intense wildfires near Ely.
Well, one could argue whether doing that kind of burning replicates what fires have occurred in the past. As I mentioned, we've had historically large, very hot crown fires that have burned very hotly and in the past. And to try to prevent every hot wildfire from burning, I think again is a kind of a manipulation that we should not be pursuing.
I thought that, I don't know, I just, when it comes to the past, it's just, we can't replicate it. And I thought the Wilderness Act was not trying to replicate the past. Rather, it was trying to support natural processes. And if fire is a natural process, and if humans are a part of nature, and prescribed fire is completely non-extractive, you are not gaining anything economically, and you're reducing the likelihood of extremely intense fires in the future. I'm confused on why that wouldn't be permitted.
Well, why do we want to prohibit extremely hot fires in the future?
Because it'll kill people.
Well, but what if that is what nature calls for in the center of the boundary waters?
I think that I totally agree that if there's intense wildfires in the center of the boundary waters and no one's at risk, we let them burn. But I think the case there is kind of going back to my point before with looking for hotspots on the landscape. The Fernberg corridor is right by Ely. So for me, people are in danger as well.
Well, we can argue points about the Fernberg corridor project. The latest fire behavior science shows that to protect structures, you need to reduce fuels within about 100 feet of a home or a cabin, not 6 or 7 miles deep inside the wilderness.
The fuels that are inside of the wilderness will lead to more intense wildfires that will eventually carry outside of the wilderness.
Perhaps.
It will.
But the prevailing winds are from the west, and the Fernberg corridor is to the east, the Fernberg corridor is to the west of where the Forest Service is proposing to light these fires. So typically, those prescribed fires would burn eastward and have very little impact on protecting cabins and homes in the Fernberg corridor.
Now, Kevin, when you look at the Wilderness Act, do you consider the Wilderness Act basically taking separating humans from nature? Is that how you kind of interpret that statutory language?
Well, I mean, partly that's a philosophical question, and I recognize that. I guess within the context of the Wilderness Act, the Wilderness Act calls for no permanent human habitations or structures or inside wilderness. And so looking at just the language of the Wilderness Act, people do not live inside designated wildernesses at this point in time.
We have a question here. Speak loudly and I'll repeat it, Deborah.
The term that the Wilderness Act uses is a wilderness character. I typically like to use the word wildness because I think that explains it better, and that's actually how Howard Zahniser explained it in one of his writings. He's before the Wilderness Act passed, that the most important thing, he said, is to protect a wilderness's wildness. You raise a good question, and I'm not sure I know exactly how to answer it. But
I think we have a moral responsibility to help the species that are our neighbors and relatives, both inside and outside of the wilderness.
Yes, please go ahead, speak loudly.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
The question is, what do you think about fire rings and pit toilets?
I would prefer actually that the boundary waters be managed more like Quetico Provincial Park, which has no designated campsites. But to get there, Quetico has, I've forgotten the most recent statistics, but it's like 1/5 or 1/6 the number of people that visit Quetico, even though Quetico is just slightly larger than the boundary waters in total. So to sort of get away from the designated campsites, I think we would have to reduce visitor use pretty significantly. The designated campsites came out of the late 60s when some of the Forest Service studies were showing there was fecal coliform bacteria in the waters right around the popular campsites. And the Forest Service decided to start installing latrines and fire grates at these designated campsites, and then later required visitors to camp only at designated campsites in the boundary waters. So if I could play God, I would try to make the boundary waters wilder by not having designated campsites, but that would require a dramatic reduction in the amount of visitation use.
Great. Please.
Having been up that area for many, many years, campsites have to be taken care of. And my experiences have been most often when you get to a campsite, a designated campsite, it's usually taken care of. However, there are decimated with people cutting trees, whatever. I think the management of the boundary waters by the Forest Service has been extraordinary, considering the number of people they have. And all the volunteers, they go in there every year and cut down the trees that have blown over portages and whatever. Has to be recognized as part of what we do. Our population has been growing for years in this country, and they seek that kind of a place to be. It's not a matter of eliminating whether they can be there or not. It's a matter of how many, and that's exactly what you're saying. We have to have a management plan that deals with the growth of people that want to be there.
Yeah, I would just add on to your comments that
Kevin, maybe why don't you try to summarize those comments for not everyone could hear that. And maybe we'll have a microphone circulate around. But maybe, Kevin, why don't you kind of summarize those comments and then respond to it?
The comments were that the Forest Service has done a very fine job in taking care of campsites and clearing portage trails and taking care of the boundary waters. And I was just going to add on that some of the best wilderness advocates I know have been Forest Service wilderness rangers who have spent their careers taking care of the boundary waters. So thank you.
You know, Kevin, do you think there are too many people visiting the boundary waters?
I do. I think, a few years ago, the Forest Service, I think responding to surveys and complaints of visitors, reduced the available quotas, permit quotas on the east half of the boundary waters. And I think that has helped, but I think the politics of reducing the visitor quotas on the west half of the boundary waters were too thorny for the Forest Service to try to push through at the time.
Are there some other questions out there? Let's see. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, it's on. I just have a reflection listening to kind of the two different perspectives that you're representing. And it seems as though when the Wilderness Act was written and the idea of untrammeled, that view, the trammeling would happen at a very local level, right? So the trammeling would happen by cutting down a whole section of trees or changing how it looked. But now it does feel, as Sam has said, like the trammeling, which is human trammeling, is coming from a much bigger, harder to pinpoint direction. So climate change is trammeling. We don't really have any control over that in terms of the Wilderness Act. But the climate change is a trammeling by humans. And so if we're allowing that, we don't have any choice but to allow the climate change trammeling, then I'm like kind of agreeing with Sam that if it's already happening, shouldn't we do something also to ensure that that trammeling is mitigated? I'm not sure if that, I can't think of the word I'm thinking of. But anyway, I'd like to hear both responses.
I think one of the challenges in manipulating wilderness is that there are often unanticipated consequences to our actions in wilderness. And just to give you one, in the High Sierra Mountains in California, particularly in Sequoia Kings Canyon National Park, the National Park Service planted fish in what had been naturally fishless high elevation lakes, thinking that this would enhance the visitor experience and develop a fishery that could be used and enjoyed by visitors. But one of the unintended consequences that happened from that is that the population of the yellow-legged frog plummeted, and because these new fish that had never been in these lakes were eating up all the tadpoles of the yellow-legged frog. And that has, I can't remember now if that species of frog is on the endangered species list, but the population has dramatically plummeted because of that. So just a cautionary tale that there are often these unanticipated consequences to our efforts to manipulate wilderness that we can't always foresee.
Kevin, I've got a quick question over here, Kevin.
Oh.
Hey. You clearly love the wilderness, but you feel constrained by the text of the Wilderness Act. Is there an answer in amending the text of the Wilderness Act to acknowledge climate change and mitigate against it? Why or why not?
I'm not sure I'm constrained by the text of the Wilderness Act. I understand the text of the Wilderness Act. There are many changes, if I could play God, that I would make to the Wilderness Act to make it more protective for wildernesses. I don't think, particularly with what we saw this morning with the Trump administration pushing the Senate to make bad choices for the boundary waters, that we want to bring up amending the Wilderness Act anytime soon, because we would probably end up losing a lot more than we would gain if we could gain anything.
I think for me, I refuse to be bound by this idea of everything being a slippery slope. I think we can do things that help nature. I think that we've proven it. There are numerous instances, so much science showing that we can help forest ecosystems, and it doesn't always have to be for extraction. It doesn't have to be for economic gain, but that restraint piece is super important. But along with that, for me, I'm not convinced that the Boundary Waters is fully self-willed anymore. We've put out wildfires for 100 years. That's getting compounded by climate change. And, we can decide to do nothing, but we're taking cogs out of the machine. And in the end, the wilderness is something that we want, something that we need. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure that, it's functional, beautiful, somewhere that's quiet and contemplative.
And I will keep fighting to preserve its wildness, because for me, that is the most important part of the Boundary Waters. As I said earlier, as much as I love red and white pines, that's what the Wilderness Act directs us to do.
It just feels slippery, and that wilderness and wilderness character allows us to pick and choose what is and isn't there or should be there. And I think that, one of the things we're doing at Friends is reviewing all of the climate literature in Northeast Minnesota to see what are people studying, because we are a hotspot for climate research, partially because of Lee, partially because of others. And that should inform us. That should guide us. But also, like I said, restraint.
I guess I would argue that what you're proposing is not a restraint.
If we are supporting natural processes, if we're acting as a part of nature, which I believe we are, for me, that's a moral imperative.
Maybe as we reach the conclusion of this session. Oh, we have another
Yeah, just one more question. Thanks so much for the discussion. My question is, if we look back, to the time of the glaciers receding, We know that people have lived here, and we know that they've been managing things. So in the whole thousands of years, I mean, there's been management going on. Would it not almost be like more unnatural in a way to just completely take a hands-off approach and just let things go feral?
Yes.
No.
Well, maybe if you want to have each a concluding statement talking about your different approaches and what you want to see in the future. Sam.
I say consider the beaver. Consider the species that is both a guardian and a gardener. One that changes entire ecosystems, builds dams, floods things, often hated by certain species, but it does it. It changes the entire ecosystem. And my question is, how are we that different from a beaver? We have self-will. We have consciousness. We understand what we're doing is wrong. So that seems like a benefit. That seems like something that we can work towards. So I would say, think about the beaver. Think about the beaver when we think about trammeling, because I don't know, it just seems slippery. And I think that the future is entirely driven by man and anthropogenic climate change and fire suppression.
And I would conclude by saying that was the whole purpose of the Wilderness Act, to set aside these areas that are not manipulated by humans, to allow these areas to live and develop and change as they would like, as nature calls the shots, not as we call the shots. So.
Great. Why, Sam, Kevin, thank you so much for this spirited dialogue. Thank you.
Good job.
That was really thrilling and interesting to hear. We'll have, if you want to take like 2 minutes and stretch, we have one more session left with Sam here, but I know you may want to stretch, but it won't be a 5-minute stretch, maybe just a 60-second stretch if you want to do that, and I'll introduce Sam's final presentation here. Okay, everyone, we got a little bit of taste of, in the last session of what we're going to have in this upcoming one here. I'll let you grab your seats here and that. All right, our final session of the afternoon is entitled Climate Adaptation and Wilderness. And Sam Reed will talk about how, in response to the threats that Lee Frelich had outlined with respect to climate change, and looking at these sort of competing models of the guardian versus the guardian-gardener model, how Sam views managing the wilderness in the face of climate change. So Sam has his own mic there. He likes to walk around, so I'll hand it over to Sam.
How's everyone doing? What's everyone's fun levels at? Woo! Thank you. So my name is Sam. I feel like I've been introduced multiple times, but yeah, so I'm an ecologist, passion for climate solutions. I'm going to skip all this so we can save time. I think it is just worth saying again and again and again and again why the Quetico Superior ecosystem is just so frickin' special. I mean, 2.5 million acres of contiguous, highly protected habitat. That is bigger than Yellowstone. When you combine the Boundary Waters, Quetico Provincial Park, and Voyageurs National Park, that is amazing. And then that's not even including all of the state forests and other protected lands that are in the area. It is an absolute gem, both statewide, but globally. Think about how much carbon is stored there. Also, 3 major watersheds start, maybe not exactly in this map, but in northeast Minnesota. We have the Mississippi watershed, we have the Rainy River, and then the Superior. One flows to the Atlantic, one flows to the Gulf, another flows to Hudson Bay. That's nuts. Having that many huge watersheds start here is both like an ecologist's dream, because there's so much to study, but also it means that the things that we do in northeast Minnesota have downstream effects. We affect the entire country. And then lastly, it is a cultural, spiritual, and economic hub. I mean, it is hard to find a place, at least for me, where I can feel more connected to nature than in the Boundary Waters. So why is that wilderness so special? For one, it's quiet. God, it's quiet. And that is just like, I don't know, you're here, it's a little loud in the city, but that quietude of the Boundary Waters wilderness is just amazing. And it's something that is rare on this planet. It's dark. It's straight gorgeous. And there's no industrial resource extraction. All amazing. Also extremely rare. This is the type of, there's going to be a lot of Lord of the Rings references. This is the type of place that, the hobbits would dream of. It is the place that Sauron would love to take over. But like we've talked about, the Boundary Waters is at risk from climate change and its many other drivers. So, there's a lot of things that we can expect in the area. We can expect warmer winters. And to add on to Lee's talk earlier, we're seeing that winters are actually warming faster than summers in Minnesota. We also expect way more variable rainfall. We're seeing more rain in northeast Minnesota currently. In this variable throughout the summer months. We're also seeing we're going to see more intense wildfires. We'll see drought associated with that more variable rainfall. We're likely to see more insect outbreaks in the region as well. Also, probably more white-tailed deer. That's kind of a maybe. White-tailed deer are heavily dependent on fragmented habitats, which the Boundary Waters is not, which is a good thing. But those warmer winters might lead to more white-tailed deer, which often comes at the expense of moose, because those two, they don't really get along. And then along with that, more ticks and disease-carrying mosquitoes. Pretty sure one of the first cases of West Nile virus was found in the Boundary Waters this last year. That ain't good. And like we have talked about, wilderness is a fickle term in many ways. Free, unbound, unhampered, unchecked. A self-willed land, which in many ways it is. I think that the National Park Service has a very nice definition of what wilderness character is. It is, this holistic concept based on the interaction of biophysical environments, personal experiences, and symbolic meanings of humility, restraint. That's why I said it so much. Interdependence that inspire human connection with nature. But, there's, like we've talked about, there's some issues. That wilderness character is being trammeled by concurrent climate change in a century of fire suppression. And we've written about this for a long time. So Bud Heinzelman, there it is. In the bottom left-hand corner, that fire in the virgin forest of the Boundary Water Canoe area, Minnesota, Bud Heinzelman was talking about prescribed fire in that paper in 1970 in the wilderness. And it is truly one of the most forward-thinking papers that I have ever read. So if any of you are interested in the fire history of the Boundary Waters, I highly recommend that. Also, Lee, sitting in the back, also wrote a paper talking about conservation in the era of global warming and invasive species. So we've known about these things. He wrote that in 2009. We've known about these things for a long time. There we go. One of the quotes from that paper that I think is worth repeating again and again is, to restore the natural ecosystem of the canoe area, fire should soon be reintroduced through a program of prescribed fires and monitored lightning fires. 1973. So my question is wilderness truly self-willed if anthropogenic climate change and fire suppression are driving climate change, or are driving change in the Boundary Waters? Do we want to do anything to help natural processes that are there and that are getting degraded and are affected by these things to adapt? I'd say yes. Now, what's worth mentioning is the Boundary Waters has inherent resilience. Like I said, high level of protection. That's phenomenal. It's a big area. We want big conserved areas on the landscape so that species can flourish, evolutionary processes can go about, and there can be, genetic mixing within a species. There's no roads. That's huge. A lot of water. And then there's already some temperate species that are there. And that's a good thing too, because we expect them to do well with climate change. But certain ecological features that are a part of its character are changing and are going to continue to change. Forests, particularly those conifers, they're changing. Clear and clean lakes, we're starting to see more harmful algal blooms in the Boundary Waters because of warming temperatures. Clean air. Like Lee mentioned, those fires are making our air way worse, and that sucks. I hate it. I don't know what to do about that, though. We're seeing changes in normal wildfire regimes as well. And then we're seeing that, and we will continue to see infrequent forest pests and pathogens increasing. I threw 2 photos on here from our Friends of the Boundary Waters photo competition because I just love them. But they kind of capture both the serenity of the system, but also how it's something that future generations are going to be able to go to in the future. And that's what we want. That is part of its character. So for me, climate adaptation offers a way forward. The question is, what is climate adaptation? That is our efforts to support natural processes and reduce the vulnerability of natural and human systems against actual and expected climate effects. Not a new concept either. We've been talking about this since the 80s. So what I want us to be as humans, I want us to be the sidekick of the planet. I want us to be supporting the processes that we know are important for ecosystems. Whether that be, Samwise Gamgee or donkey, I think there are ways that we can help ecological processes and support them into the future. Another bug quote from 1965 this time. If we are to maintain and restore the natural scene, then we must consciously work at it. The strict hands-off policies of the past are not sound. And in some ways, they are. I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The hands-off policies of the past, in some cases, are useful and what we should lean on heavily into the future. But I do think that there are areas in which we can support ecological processes in the Boundary Waters. So is adaptation even possible given the Wilderness Act? That's something that others can look up and argue about. I would say yes. I would recommend there's an environmental law paper called Climate Adaptation in Wilderness that is extremely good and well researched that basically makes the justification for that. And along with that, I will keep saying it, a global climate crisis is combining with a century of fuel buildup in the Boundary Waters. That's a problem. But along with that, adaptation in the Boundary Waters cannot be extractive. And it can't leave scars on the landscape either, both in accordance with the Wilderness Act. And then lastly, needs to be balanced. Most areas left alone, but the high need areas supported, recognizing the places that have high fuel loads or particularly vulnerable species. So how do we even know adaptation is effective? Well, for one, we know what natural processes are in place, or we know a lot of the most important ones. Along with that, we have an idea of what will happen with climate change and how those things will affect natural processes. And then lastly, we know that restoration is effective and can improve biodiversity. And I'm not just going to say that one without throwing out a little bit of data. This is a science paper from 2024 that reviews restoration projects and invasive species management projects from around the world, albeit many of them are in North America. And they found overwhelmingly that these actions by humans had a positive effect on biodiversity. And the point that I want to bring up here is just this red line, a red box. Hopefully it's red. I'm colorblind. But we see that habitat loss reduction, which is super important, and restoration, they work. They work. We do have to be careful, and we need to monitor to make sure that they work. But there is tons and tons of evidence showing this. So let's get rad. In adaptation, we use this idea of the RAD framework to guide our decision making. So RAD is resist, accept, and direct. 3 sides of a triangle, all equally important, albeit one might be more important in the boundary waters than others. So resist, supporting historic processes like coniferous forest regeneration in the face of climate change. That could entail removing and preventing invasive species in the wilderness. We brought them there. I think it's okay to remove them. Prescribe fire. We are already burning in the boundary waters. So if we were to do that in targeted areas to both reduce fuel loads and support climate adapted areas, that could be a valuable thing. Along with that, one other idea that makes people a little bit nervous sometimes, but we might be able to plant or support genotypes of more southerly and heat adapted black spruce or white pine genotypes. Except, I think this is the one that we will likely be embracing in the boundary waters in many ways. This is what we're already choosing to some degree. We are, doing nothing is a management decision. So we are accepting the change that occurs. But I will say that our acceptance of change is not placed within a climate context. I'm not sure if we fully come to terms with how the climate crisis is affecting the wilderness. So that could be, doing nothing. It could be allowing wildfires to burn, which we should be doing because it's a fire-dependent ecosystem. Or similarly, allowing beavers to build dams. Some people don't like what a beaver dam looks like. And I don't think there's any plans to get rid of those suckers, but they change a lot of stuff. And we're actually starting to find that beavers support an ecosystem in the face of climate change because they create big old wetlands that store carbon, but also kind of mitigate wildfires. So that's a natural balance there. And then lastly is direct, which is supporting natural processes that are already there to allow for new species assemblages that are likely to be more adapted to climate change. So that could be things like assisted migration of southerly tree species like sugar maple. Prescribed fire is also kind of a directional choice, a little bit weird, but we are choosing for a fire adapted community into the future. And that might not exactly look like a red pine stand, but might be a little bit more oak dominated. And then migration corridors, I would also say, are somewhat directional in nature. So restoring habitat and supporting connectivity all along migration routes so that species can move with climate change. That is also management decisions, but kind of on the outside of the boundary waters. So 2 concerns, and we're getting towards the end. I see some heavy eyelids. There is extremely good evidence that the Anishinaabe peoples burned along travel routes and at settlements throughout the Boundary Waters. If you look up any of Lane Johnson's work or Evan Larson, they have done they've taken tree rings and looked for fire scars throughout the Boundary Waters and have found that people lit fires there and have manipulated the landscape. So, like you said, actually, maybe part of the natural process. Maybe humans are part of wilderness. And along with that, there is we are practicing assisted migration right now. That is happening. You go to Split Rock Lighthouse, you will see the oak species that are being planted there to replace paper birch. That is assisted migration being done by the Nature Conservancy. There's very little evidence of assisted migration of southerly tree species leading to some type of invasion catastrophe. I think it's just worth saying that because that tends to be the first thing that comes up. Rather, we're seeing that those species are doing really well a lot of times. And we're seeing that in experiments as well, that those assisted tree plantings are thriving. And I'll note, the Superior National Forest is the only national forest in the entire country that had an assisted migration plan. Can't find it on the Forest Service website anymore, wonder why, but it did exist. And it's still out there and you can find it, and if you want it, I can send it to you, and it will likely come back. But what they are doing is analyzing the genetic resistance and resilience of all types of tree species and making sure that we have that genetic diversity into the future. They're bringing species that are already there, just bringing some more southerly individuals north so that we can get that genetic diversity, that heat tolerance that might occur with we might need with climate change. So I'd recommend checking that out because it's a phenomenal thing and no other national forest has it. What shouldn't we do when it comes to climate adaptation? Put out wildfires. I would say within reason. I think if people are in danger, I think that provides an impetus to put out wildfires. Open discussion on if it's lightning caused or some human starts it. I'm not going to get into that right now. But I think that there's some wiggle room on that one. But if they're in the middle of the wilderness and they're burning, I think we got to let them burn. Along with that, particularly important, it's not happening in the Boundary Waters, and it should never happen in the Boundary Waters, salvage logging after various disturbances. We should not. There are some advocates for salvage logging out there to recoup losses from dead forests. Would not recommend it, especially in the Boundary Waters. So what do we want to choose? And it is our choice. We have a lot of thinking to do. For me, I think a combination of resistance, acceptance, and direction with a heavy reliance on accepting change is what I want to do. I want to find those hot spots in areas where resilience might be lacking so we can support species. For me, I think, why not share the load? Support those high-risk areas. Carry the ring up Mount Doom. But if we want to accept or suppress wildfires continually into the future, I think we really need to get used to some pretty vastly altered, ecological ecosystems there. Some vastly altered ecosystems. And I think that is more of a process than we have currently accounted for, and probably involves a lot more grieving than we have accounted for. So how do we make these decisions? Like I said, that's where we're stepping up at Friends of the Boundary Waters. We are reviewing all of the climate impact and climate adaptation literature in the greater Quetico Superior ecosystem. I am working through 7,000 papers currently to develop a library of all of the research that has occurred in Northeast Minnesota and Northwest Ontario to see how are plants and species responding to climate change, what are people trying out, and what's working. And I really think that that bedrock of the best available science is how we can protect the boundary waters into the future. We'll be able to point to that. You will also be able to use it and see it and access the research that you paid for with your tax dollars. So much more to come on this front. But this is also one thing I will show on the right-hand side. These are just a few of the experiments that have gone on in the Quetico Superior ecosystem. World class, do not exist pretty much anywhere else in the world. The spruce experiment, the B4 warmed experiment, and then the experimental lakes area in Canada. Highly recommend looking them up to see and explore some of the climate impacts that we're seeing and manipulating. So, I like this picture because I think that a lot of what we're talking about seems very foggy. It seems it's difficult to see the other side in this context. And I think that if we are to just start paddling, we will reach the other side of a climate adapted or climate resilient wilderness, and things are going to be okay. I think that we can get there. I really do. I will not give up hope in the face of climate change. But we do have to start. We do have to get going. Interested in talking more, I'm always happy to talk. My LinkedIn is right here. I'm frequently posting updates on there. And if you have questions or comments, feel free to email me. Thank you. Let's have a beer after Chris.
All right. Why, thank you, Sam. And as a reminder, the public service announcement that Max reminded me, that in your name tags there's a free drink ticket there. So an important public service announcement. Well, we're now at the end of our canoe paddle through the wilderness of the legal world involving the boundary waters. You know, I want to truly thank all of you for being here as part of this law and the Boundary Waters Conference. This is the first legal conference that is focused exclusively on the boundary waters, and seeing all this energy and interest in this is very inspiring and something that we'll bring into the future. I want to thank all of our panelists, the University of St. Thomas Law School, and our donors who made this event possible. Let's give them another round of applause here. And we at Friends of the Boundary Waters are honored as part of our 50th anniversary celebration to have brought you this legal conference. And we have many more events coming up throughout the year. And so please check out our website for that. I'll give you maybe a couple coming up here, some smaller ones and some bigger ones. We are, again, going to have an Earth Day rally on April 22nd at the Minnesota State Capitol in the morning at 10 o'clock. And in the wake of what just happened in the U.S. Senate this morning, that'll be quite an important rally. That the focus of that is clean water. And on April 23rd, our affiliate, our Friends of the Boundary Waters Action Network, our political arm, is having an event, a fundraising event at Minneapolis Cider in the evening. And so that is to help generate support to elect Boundary Waters champions. And as you heard it repeated throughout the program here, and Attorney General Keith Ellison emphasized it most eloquently, but the importance of people. And the foundation of our success at Friends of the Boundary Waters is people. And we as people we're social animals that enjoy the company of others and learn from one another. And so I now want to welcome all of you to join us for a reception right here. for fellowship with the fellow guests here at this program, and perhaps you could exchange a story or two about adventures in the Boundary Waters, and maybe tell fish stories to one another, both real and imaginary. So again, thank you for being here. Let's have a beer and enjoy one another. So thank you again.